Boom, boom, boom. How we doing, people? How we doing, beautiful people? I hope you're all well. Some people here. Look at this. I love it when there's people here. Um, so here we go. Hang on, I'll come back to Sarah P now. I'm a bit early, but thought I'd pop in and say hello. Hello, Hens. Hello. Sylvia's here as well. He isn't starting till 2:15. It's 2:15 now. Bang on. Here's a message from his channel page, unless I'm wrong. I'm starting right now. 2:15. 2:15 my time. Oh my god. Did I put 2:15 Eastern down? Oh no, don't say I put 2:15 Eastern down. I'm so sorry. Hi Hens, how are you? How are you all? How are you all? I noticed it's actually oh my god, sorry guys. Good morning, ladies. Hi Katie. I just saw his message too. He posted it not long ago. Maybe a trial delayed. Oh, I'm well. I'm an idiot. If I could make an idiot sandwich, I'd make one now. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I got the times mixed up. What a plonker. Maybe he meant his time. Yeah, I did. What a plonker. Um, I'm thinking the same thing. Yeah, they're about to start. They've just actually courts now live. What a plonker. They started trying 17. Yes, I would. Yes, yes. Law, we're a bunch of smart cookies. We all do the same. Yes, I am the idiot. I am the idiot. Sarah P. Hello, Sarah P. I know you're all too smart for me. Hey, y'all. Hey, Nunya. Oh my God, what a plonker. Anyway, Sarah P's here. Welcome, everyone. So, Sarah P reminds me of this, you see. Please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so, and press that notification bell on the way in so you get notifications. So, I always forget about that. Also, next message if you fancy it, join the Alternate Corner community. I think it's $3 or $6, two options. Get access to Discord and you get access to my members only streams. Thanking you. Oh, here we go. Check out the official Alternate Corner merch as well. I know that people have had it, said it's good, but I haven't bought any. But apparently it's good. I don't deal with it. So there's merch there if you want to have a look or if you think there's anything missing. If you'd like to, yeah, support the channel, consider a donation. Never required, but always appreciated. You see, so Sarah P is like my slogan. She gets it. She does all my like. So sometimes she gets lazy and is not here on time. So then I forget about all this stuff. But when she's here and she's on it, look at what she does. Freaking great, didn't she? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I don't like super chats. I'd rather people become members or use PayPal because you two take so much money off super chats. But anyway, that's enough of that. Thank you all for being here. Right, where are we here now? Um, hello, Nunya, it's Sarah P. Hello, Nunya, Sarah P, Katie. Terry is here. Hello, Terry. Not Siri, Terry. So it's 2:15 there. Yes, it's 2:15 here, Sylvia. I'm an idiot. I did it in a bit of a rush, if I'm being honest. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And my niece is here as well. So so I was trying to deal with her and deal with myself. And yeah, so I'm an idiot. But we all know that, so it's fine. The lads Hareem assembles. There we go, Katie. Love it. I like you when you hear Katie, you know that, because you can break down the case. You make me sound really intelligent then. Oi, oi. Um, hi, Terry, Sylvia. Hey, hi, Nunia. Yeah. So hopefully we get the same people as yesterday. It was a good stream yesterday. I liked it. Hello, Terry. I liked yesterday's stream. A lot of new faces. I like, we pick up new faces here again. Like last trial, we picked up Nunia, Katie, Sylvia. Last few trials, and then obviously now we got Hens. She's joined us. I feel like once you join us, we just can't get rid of you. Do you know what I mean? But not in a bad way. You know. Um, Same with Emma and Unicorn and all that. Just can't get rid of them now. No matter what I say. You know. Happy days. Let's go. Let's go, Terry. Happy days. Oh, sorry. Happy days. Let's go, Katie. Sarah, I don't know why I thought we had the same time. It's 10:50. Yes. So I normally try and do Central, Eastern, and UK time. And because people like Hannah have started coming to the channel, I try and do European time as well sometimes. But what a plonker I was today. I don't know what was wrong with me. I put on Twitter as well, 2:15 Eastern. What a plonker. If there's a plonker out there, we tattoo it there. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, for those out here, welcome. Welcome to the Jessy Kurczewski trial, which is based in Waukesha, which is in the county of Wisconsin. 2 days ago, we did voir dire, and we started yesterday with 16 potential jurors, and now we've got Judge Doro as well. Look at that! Look at my notes. Do you know what I mean? I'm great. Do you know what I mean? Learning Waukesha, Wisconsin, Wisconsin Badgers, Wisconsin Badgers. Morning. What do you give a rundown yesterday's call? Caught Nisi for you, of course I would. So yesterday was an interesting day. We started off, there was some hearings in the morning, sliding some stuff. But nothing major there. The prosecution tried to get court not to show on stream. They tried to cancel it, which I don't understand why they wanted to do that. But anyway, whatever. So anyway, this trial started, and I think from what I hear from everybody, the prosecution had a very strong opening, very strong opening. The defense, I think, was lackluster, a bit boring, didn't really get to the point. However, I do think on reflection, they did hit a few points. That's questions. There's questions to be answered, I think, about the overdose element of it and things like that. But overall, I don't think they were very strong in that element. Now, however, we then saw the defense's female attorney. And I think she's very, very good. Very, very good. We had the officer on and things like that. So we're just establishing who was there first of all and things like that and how it looked and everything, which is fine. Normal stuff, basically. But then the medical officer was there. She's no longer a medical officer or deputy medical officer. She's now an entertainment manager of a venue, which is massive career change. Anyway, so for her, she came in and she's basically based her opinion on the death on research, which shocked me a little bit. So it's all on research. It's not actually, her opinion. She based her opinion on various people's hearing, people hearing various people's research, and that was intriguing to me that she's done that. So the defense literally ripped her up a little bit, I think, to prove how solid is this cause of death, really. Um, Obviously, we need to be explained as well how about so she's accused of stealing all this money, but the defense are portraying that she never stole the money. It was the victim who authorized it. Which we found out then that the FBI apparently the FBI said that Jessy never forged anything. It was the victim herself, Lynn, I believe, that signed all the checks. But that's not in evidence yet. That was in a part of opening, and that's when the defense attorney went. So the prosecution said, "Sorry, judge, that's not appropriate. That's not what happened." And the defense lawyer went, "Well, we'll see." And he was quite cocky with it. So I don't think that the cause of death. I think there's questions. I think there's questions. I think the female attorney for the defense has raised enough now to show there's a little bit of question marks over the chink in the armor of the um, prosecution there. However, still a lot of work done here. Um, the attorney for the prosecution, very young, very naive. I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of his first 3 to 5 cases. He made a lot. He's quite sloppy. I thought he made a lot of mistakes. The guy that did the opening for the prosecution, I think he's very strong, very very strong, and I think the deputy DA, she's very strong. I think there's going to be a butted of heads as well. There was issues as well yesterday with items put in to discovery, as in into evidence. So the defense, sorry, the prosecution said each item needs to be numbered, where the defense are putting them in as blocks. So like a PDF file, a report. Instead of numbering every page, you know, they would just say item 12 and about 100 pages in there, where the defense wanted like 12A, 12B, 12C, and all that. But the judge ruled no, 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 no. 12 report in, get it in. So, yeah, so I think it's there were some questions raised yesterday. Not enough. I think she's innocent unless proven guilty. Do you know what I mean? I go with that, but it's not looking good. But I think there's a few things I did yesterday that I think raise some questions. Now I can't go in more depth than that. I think there's people like, there's enough people in the chat that are a lot more intelligent than me. So I add your thoughts in, guys, about stuff. For what Nisi's saying here, because I'm a thick girl. Do you know what I mean? I just say it as it is. I don't the intricacies of the trial. I learned a lot yesterday. Let's put it that. I learned a lot myself yesterday. So I hope that gives you a little bit of background on it. But there's probably a bits I've forgotten Nisi as well. More of a law thing, but I'm sure they'll be answered in the chat as well. But yeah, that's a brief overview from my perspective. I think poor defense open, better questioning from the defense, but different lawyers. Whereas I thought the prosecution were very strong at the open, but not quite as good. I thought the attorney was a bit weak. Again, in my opinion. Right, let's go through here, people. Good morning, Nisi. Hi, Nisi. Hi, Nisi. Nisi69. Go Badgers! Yes, JJ Watt. Hi, everyone. Hi, Nancy. Hi, Nancy. Hi, Danny. Hi, Danny. Can't believe you think Leopardstown's a dump. It was posh when I was there. Nancy Nurse. Hello. Messi, the best way to get a sense of try is watch openings on high speed. Yeah, there's that as well. Hello, Danny. Hi, Nancy and Danny. Danny. Hi, Nancy. Hi, Nancy. Hi, Sarah P. Hey, Sarah. Katie. Nunya. Three. Perry's in the house. Must be something difficult. Somewhat difficult case. They took a long time to charge it. Yeah, they did actually, didn't they? You're right. Perry, don't move your ass today. I want to see you in chat. And when you're in chat, the IQ level goes up. You know that, Perry. You disappeared yesterday, and we replaced you with Mecky, and the IQ went down. We love Mecky. Sylvia, hello. Looks like the defense will pick apart cause of death and whether or not Jesse had permission. Yes, I think so. I think so. You're right. Hi, Danny. Hello, Perry. The state is more confident in the case on the defense. Yeah. I think I'd rather be the state than the defense. I think. Hey, Sylvia. Hey, Sarah P. Perry. Hi, Perry. I love this. Okay, everyone, so polite. This is what we were saying. Oh, hang on. The court's back. Hang on. She's sweet. I think she's beautiful, the judge. Let's remain. The judge is there, but they're not doing anything yet, so don't worry. Here we go. Let me put the volume up a little bit. Oh. It's at 240% now. I could get up to 600. So it's all good. Hey, Nunya. Katie, Sylvia, Danny. Hi, Shauna. Hi, Shauna. Don't tell Mecky Techie I called her thick. Good morning, Carol. Hello. So, Carol, we've moved Matt Moore to Saturdays. Oh, the court audio is not on. I've moved it to Saturdays now, just in case you think what's going on. It's going to be on Saturdays for the next 4 or 5 weeks. welcome, Carol. I looked up drug names this morning. Oh, did you? Anything good? Hi, Josie. Hello, Josie. Hi, Shauna. Hi, Josie. Hi, Carol. Good point. Last state had good opening, but not strong in question. If Katie says good point, that means it has a compliment. Let's go. Hi, Shauna. Shauna, Carol. Hey, Josie. Hi, Perry. You saw my joke. Hey, Perry. Perry's from London as well. So, and Danny's Irish.
All right, good
Top of the
morning.
morning to
Court
you.
will call State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski.
Shauna,
Oh, I don't see we have.
She's here.
Josie,
Oh,
Rosebud.
where is she?
She's in the back talking with Dr. B.
Oh, so we're okay.
We're okay.
All right,
Hi,
I just didn't want to
Rosebud.
make sure I
Good
didn't
morning.
want to not want to start without her. All right, so State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski, 21 CF
Yes.
885 may have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Judge Randy Sitzberger and JJ Crawford, along with Deputy DA Abby Nikolai for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pablo Galaviz, Donna Kukler are here with Ms. Kurczewski. Good morning.
All right, good morning. There's a few things I want to touch base over.
So I will touch base now. So Carol, it's at the same time. So it's at 8 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock UK time, 5 o'clock European time on Saturday. We just moved for the next 4 or 5 weeks. Got a few things on in my personal life, so I just had to move it. But yeah, Matt's on board. So, but hopefully stay as well, Carol. This is a good trial. We only just started it a couple of hours yesterday. This is a new trial, Carol. So more than welcome to stay. Obviously, hope you do stay. I like your contributions. Hi, Dylan. Hi, Sylvia. Didn't even say hi to you. I'm used to it. No one ever says hi to me, so don't worry. Sylvia, it's all good. Hi, Carol.
Some of which have to do with some of the requests that were made at the end of the day yesterday. Upon reflection, I didn't really address all of the requests made by the state as it relates to the use of exhibits and how they are published to the jury. A question was asked whether once published, may either side use them? The answer is yes. I keep an eye on that, and I work with Madam Clerk, because if I think we no longer need it up and the questions have moved on, if either side hasn't taken it down, then I tell Madam Clerk to take it down. I have the ability to do that as well on I have a control panel.
Only friends where we
So
are.
sometimes that's what happens. And so there doesn't need to be a request to the court. If it's already been received and I've
Guys, it's all good. No one ever says hello to me. I don't expect to see hello to me. It's all guys. But Danny, hello, thank you. It's all good though. You don't have to say hello. I love being here with y'all. I started watching this yesterday as well. My homeschool. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Well, just so you know, we're watching the Kurczewski trial in Waukesha, which is in Wisconsin, and we did a void here yesterday. And now the trial really starts today properly, and we're with Judge Doro. Look at my notes. So come back in and out as you need to, Carol.
granted the request to publish. Then as far as how exhibits are then published to the jury, the state raised an objection about the defense having tabs or showing when they're pulling up exhibits, names, file names of exhibits that have not yet been received by the court. And I think that is something we should all avoid. And if that means a little bit more planning and care needs to take place by the parties, I don't have an issue, for example, if existing exhibits are in a tab in PDF and a party is going from one to the other, going through something with a witness, where a new document is being brought up, we will make sure, and I'm instructing Madam Clerk to not, to either turn the monitors off for the jury, which are also in the courtroom. If that needs to take place, hopefully you all will plan a little bit ahead and learn the technology and be able to do that. Keep in mind, there's a delay to the jury box. We all know that. It can be as much as 30 seconds. I've seen it sometimes longer. There is no rhyme or reason to how long it takes sometimes. It's just part of the technology and the connection. And so the more that the parties can plan, the better. But please, from this point forward, avoid showing file names of the exhibits that have not yet been received or not received at all. And again, I will work with Madam Clerk as well to watch and turn off monitors if we see a violation. The other thing is we need to use only one version of an exhibit. Obviously, exhibit 543 came in yesterday. It was at the end of the day and it had some duplication. I'd ask the parties to meet and confer if we can, by stipulation, if you can maybe pare that exhibit down so that it doesn't have the duplicates, or if it's a replacement because you only want the one page, whatever it may be. But going forward, if the defense has an exhibit and it is multiple pages and it includes exhibits that were already received, that needs to be adjusted. Then there was a request that all exhibits have some type of pagination or bait stamping. Great idea. I think at this late stage in the game, I'm not going to require that. So that request is denied. And I said that yesterday, but I wanted to make clear. The other thing is then I try to keep an eye on what the media is doing as well. And lo and behold, the Journal Sentinel photographer, who's our pool photographer, did when you look on JS Online, there are photographs of the victim's medical records. Now, he was not here when I gave that order, and it is a change. I have amended the trial order governing it, or the order governing trial administration. I just signed it. Madam Clerk's going to print it off. We'll get it uploaded into the file. I'm going to make sure there's one printed for the media room and one put where, I don't know if he's sitting in a chair or at the end, but I'll have the bailiffs put a chair where he would sit and put an order on the chair. We'll even highlight it. I added a line to the section on still photography and live streaming. So, and it just says medical records. And if we need to review that later on, if there's a question, I know that as I was walking out yesterday, I was asked by the live stream folks for clarification, and they offered to scrub their stream. I said, thank you, great. So I believe that was taken care of, and they know going forward. Obviously, I had the cameraman come in when we were off the record, and just so I could advise him of that. They've been really great to work with. So I appreciate that. But this way, there's no issue kind of going forward. There was no violation because it wasn't part of an order. And
it was an accident. There's a bit out there, I believe. I've not gone looking for it. I will not be showing any medical records. I tried and copy what the court said. There was nothing in place about showing it. So no one's done anything wrong here. It was an accident. It wasn't deliberate, but some has gone out. As I say, I've not gone looking for it. I will not show any. I will do what the court tells us to do. If you did, they'll forgive you. Don't worry, Noni. I think you got everybody. Hi, Merlin. So basically, some of the medical records got out last night through the trial. So now the judge is making an order saying your camera's not to zoom in on medical records. That's all. It was an accident. You know, it is what it is. It's out there. I will not be showing any if I get hold of them because I don't think it's the right thing to do. So, you know, it is out there if you want to see it. It's not something that sits comfortably with me because of this order of the judge. I try and run this channel like the court. If the court says no to something, I don't put anything in then. You know, even though I know there's stuff out there, I'd rather run it like the court runs it. Oh, you did catch up with it. Cool. What do you think? Sorry, I'll get through.
The photographer was already gone when I gave that, but I have made that change to the order governing trial administration. Yes. And again, we'll get that.
She's gorgeous, Shauna. Absolutely gorgeous.
Up into the file as well. Then one other thing that I wanted to touch on, and I really haven't seen it yet, but just a reminder, when there are objections, objection relevance, objection calls for speculation. I don't need a speaking objection. If I feel that I need arguments from the parties, then I'll excuse the jury or have a sidebar. So just remember that. Really haven't seen it, but I don't recall if I've advised all of you of that. It is a standard practice. You've all been in jury trials in front of me and probably know that already, but I thought it was worth putting on the record. All right. With that, anything that either party thinks I need to address before bringing the jury in for the continuation of testimony from the state?
Judge, just logistically then, for when we're showing exhibits to the witness and it's not published to the jury, we can have multiple tabs open to move through efficiently. It's just when they get published, the tabs in the list should not be shown. Obviously.
Correct. Of exhibits that have not been received.
Okay, understood. And secondly, again, just more for efficiency. And so we understand we have some rather large documents. Some of mine are 300 pages. And we've had, again, in trying to be efficient, had witnesses look through them in advance and initial to show that they've looked through this already so they don't have to look through hundreds of pages in front of the jury. Is it acceptable to this court the way we're doing it then to sort of reference that if we were to pull that out of the box, they would see their initials when they're looking at a digital copy instead of walking that paper copy up to them?
What's the defense position on that?
That's fine.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think it speeds things along, and I know you've been questioning them about that as well, and I think defense has too, so that's great.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
All right. Anything from the defense?
I don't think it's a reporter. It was a cameraman. That's soon. I think the cameraman maybe doesn't know because the judge said he could record everything. I don't think he was anything malicious. It was a mistake. It's now been addressed, and they won't do it again. But you are right; they should know. But I'm not going to hold it against him. It's done now. But
We had the motion earlier about Dr. Sama and being allowed to appear by Zoom. I've heard from through her lawyer this morning that she does not have the ability from her office clinic computer to screen share. So therefore she is, and she will end up appearing live.
All right, thank you for that.
And she wants to know whether it's acceptable for her to wear a mask in the courtroom.
So she can wear a mask up to the witness stand, but I do think it's important for credibility determinations that the mask be removed while she is testifying. And then, of course, she can put it back on when she walks in and out of the courtroom. So, all right. Thank you for that information then. All right. I know we have all of our jurors here, and we'll bring them out.
So we are I'll be honest with you, we're a big Zachariah Anderson
Just waiting a few more minutes for our first
family here. So, and he is obviously Kenosha. Some of you are from around that area. I believe that he is in prison wholeheartedly, and he shouldn't be there. He's an innocent man. I fully believe that. I've done videos on it. There's a website if you want to find out more about the case. Please go to freezachariahanderson.org / and all the details are there. But transparency-wise, I'm very, very, very big on Free Zachariah Anderson. I always try and end the streams with Free Zachariah Anderson and obviously give his signs up. If you don't know anything about the case, please go and research it. And as I say, I've got playlists there showing the whole trial. And any questions, there's lots of videos out there about him. And there's going to be a podcast now, which Josie is a part of as well, which I'm sure once it gets launched properly, we'll plug it more as well. So just for transparency, I don't know what everyone's thoughts about Zachariah. It doesn't matter. I'm a big fan of it. If you've got different opinions, that's fine. But, just for transparency, when we said Kenosha, that's where I stand. Free Zachariah Anderson.
witness.
Oh, okay, Madam Clerk. Thank you for that reminder. You
Hi,
did tell us
Kim.
about that. We'll just be in a holding pattern then.
Hi, Kimmy.
I think he's about 5 minutes away, he said.
Okay, no problem.
Judge, can we go off the record for a moment?
Oh, he's here. All right.
Hello, lovelies. Fab. Leave the
Are we
watch
okay?
box.
Yes, we are. Sorry, false
All right.
alarm.
We'll bring him in then.
Oh, there we are, heads. Well, we're huge advocates of it. Josie's a big advocate. I left the channel because of it. Look, here, I tell you what, you can have a different opinion, guys. You can. It's just if you think it's guilty, that's fine, that's fine. But just know that I'm honestly very much he's not guilty. I will listen to everyone who thinks he's guilty, but that's my stance on it. Not to say that you can't have a guilty stance whatsoever, but all I ask for, if you have a guilty stance, please look at the evidence again. Yes. Hi, Kim. Yeah, hands. Heck yeah. Do you know hands, Kim?
No, that was left over from one.
Yeah, this is place, 100%.
Yeah. It was under there and I meant to say something.
Oh, that was left here yesterday by a jerk. It was tosser. Thank you.
I'm sure we could post the links for the Facebook and Discord link, Josie. Post them so people can join if they want to. I think I probably would know what. I think I know which channels you're. Well, one of the ones I know they kind of channels that don't like me. Put it that way, hands. So you're in a good place here. Well, go research with Danny. Honestly, it's an intriguing case. I've done interviews with his brother. I got a playlist of the whole trial
No, I sent it to myself. That would help.
in my channel, so feel free to have a look at that in your spare time.
Oh boy.
And yeah, there's interviews with his brother. Hang on, I'll post the playlist now. Hang on. Zachary Anderson.
There you go. You should have it shortly.
Videos. So this is a link to the so we've got Joe. Hang on. No, I haven't heard that because I haven't heard, but I'd love to join. There we are. Links are there for you, hands, and everyone else. I love that this. Yes, exactly. Beliefs. We like opinions, yes. So Facebook group is here. There's also a Discord group.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated and good morning, ladies and
If you haven't done so, please sign the petition for prosecutorial misconduct. On the website, you'll see ways that you can contact the court and stuff. This is my playlist of the whole trial, and my interview with his brother as well is on there. It's like the interview is like 6.5 hours over 2 videos, but it's well worth a listen. Solomon is the best. He's the best ever. So you can see the passion. That's why it's only chat engaging, other chats tag guys. Oh yeah, no, we're not like that at all. As a right to their own opinion, we're not always gonna no. Yes, you can agree, and we can all agree to disagree. And do you know what? This chat a lot of times disagree with my thoughts. But that's fine. They can. We have fun with it. More information. This is the website. There's just enough evidence, in my opinion. If the amateur was licensed there, there just it wasn't. No, I agree. Yes, I agree. We were taught to agree. Yeah, agree to disagree. So 27, 29 turned up. They did turn up yesterday, Perry. So the trial went on ahead as usual. So nothing happened to them. Juror 28 was popped in, but hang on, just jurors. I'll get to you now, because he knows the father of the witness of his boss. His father is a witness, but it's fine. I will be interested to know what it's about. That it's it's a murder trial, and honestly, watch my channel on it, and you can see a lot because a lot of people in chat speaking about it. Mass, stranger danger, Mass is here. Watch yourselves, everyone. Hiya, mate. Hope you're well. Sylvia, you'll never learn anything new in an echo chamber. Nope. Rosebud is actually rather necessary. Good. I didn't learn any Matthew more. Right, just jurors. First of all, congratulations on getting a membership last night. It was from my good self, so welcome back. So just jurors for the next 4 to 5 weeks, due to some personal things in my life, I can't do everything, try and juggle everything. So we're going to change it to Saturdays for the next 4 or 5 weeks. So Saturdays, same time, 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock UK, 5 o'clock European, 8 o'clock Pacific AM. That's when we're doing it. Apologies for that if you can't make it and stuff, but that's when we're doing it. Because just for personal reasons, basically, and a few other things. And also, it fits in as well with this trial as well. We can just do this trial. So apologies, but that's moving on Saturdays, just jurors. But thanks for being here and popping in anyway. Right.
Gentlemen of the jury. State, you may call your next witness.
The state would call Detective Loberg.
Right. Good morning, Detective Loberg. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
And it was 3 of them, 27, 28, and 29.
You're about to give, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, just jurors, and
Thank you.
apologies.
Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sure. First name is Timothy, Timothy. Last name Loberg, Loberg.
Thanks, hands.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Detective Loberg, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
12 years.
In total, what is your law enforcement experience?
Well, I started off in the patrol division, later moved on to a field training officer, and then went to the detective bureau.
To become a law enforcement officer and then detective, did you have to undergo training?
I did.
Could you please explain to the jury that training?
Sure. I went to the Milwaukee Area Technical College and attended an associate degree program, which at the time was referred to as Police Science Criminal Justice. Excuse me. Subsequent to that, I then attended a state of Wisconsin Law Enforcement Standards Board Academy, which then certified me to be a police officer in Wisconsin.
Did you have to undergo further training to become a detective?
I did.
Could you please explain that to the jury?
Sure. So then after being in the patrol division, I then attended numerous specialty trainings as well as on-the-job training in order to obtain the skill set that's necessary in the detective role.
As part of being a detective, are you dispatched to death scenes?
Yes.
Over the course of your 12 years as being a detective, could you approximate how many times you've gone out to a death scene?
Best I could say is likely hundreds.
Okay. And what is the normal procedure as a detective for processing a death scene?
Typically, my responsibilities would be an overall observation of that scene, firstly, to try to attempt to understand or determine what exactly occurred with this death investigation. If there's anything obviously present as to what could likely be a cause of death, that would be considered evidence. And at that point, we would determine what items are of evidentiary value and typically collect those.
John.
Other responsibilities would be taking photographs of the scene and the overall area, as well as interviews and whatever is deemed necessary at that point.
All right. Were you on duty on October 3rd, 2018?
Yes.
On that date, were you dispatched to a death scene in the city of Milwaukee?
Yes.
Approximately what time did you arrive on scene?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. So if it would have been afternoon, evening time, would that sound correct?
Yes, I worked second shift at that time.
Okay. What did you do when you got dispatched to that address?
The first thing I did was make contact with Deputy Rosenberger, and I gathered brief information as to what he knew at that time. Typically, a meeting with that patrol officer, that's going to help determine what areas might need to be focused on or what priorities there may be at that particular time. I learned at that time that there were interviews being conducted, and so I then began just an overall observation of exactly what was going on at that scene.
All right. What did you do next then?
So then I walked around the exterior of the residence, first attempting to locate if there was any signs of forced entry or a struggle or anything, again, anything that would be an obvious possible contributing factor or cause of death in this death investigation. I'm certainly not trained or qualified, to be clear, to determine a cause of death, but I'm just looking for something that may overall, any criminal element that may have played a part there. And so after walking around the exterior of the residence and not observing anything obvious, I then did the same walking around the interior of the residence and also photographing common areas of that residence as well as the decedent.
When you made contact with the decedent, was it clear that she had been deceased at that point?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. And you said you had walked around the residence. Did you take pictures of the residence?
I did.
Okay. Did you review those pictures before court today?
I did.
Okay. We're going to put on the screen for you here shortly exhibits 23 through 32. And April's going to click through them. I just want you to review those to yourself, and then when you're done, let me know.
Okay.
They're not up on his screen yet. It takes. There you go. Really? Can you make sure that all cords are?
Doesn't look like it's on the state screen either.
Oh,
Well, did it?
I turned my monitor off and turned it back on, and that seemed to have helped on the right side there in the school.
Here it is.
Excellent. I was like, I almost needed to call Zach. Very good. Go ahead. They are on. I can see my preview and the detective's preview.
Detective, did you have a chance to review all of the exhibits 23 through 32?
Yes.
And are those pictures that you took of the residence as well as the decedent?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate copies of those photos?
Yes.
Now, I believe exhibit 29 has already been moved into evidence, but I'd be moving the remainder of 23 through 32 into evidence.
Any objection? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Exhibits 23 through 32 are received, noting that 29 was received previously.
Before we get to showing the inside of the residence to the jury, can you just kind of describe the layout of the residence?
Sure. I recall it being a single floor condominium style layout, fairly open floor plan with a separate bedroom, bathroom, and an attached garage.
And we had talked about the deceased at that time, but did you ultimately identify her as Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
As part of your investigation and you going around the residence and then further taking photos, did you observe pill bottles in the residence?
I did.
As well as did you observe medications?
Correct.
Did you observe crushed medication as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe any computers in the residence?
Not that I recall.
Would that be something that would have been noted either in your report or taken a picture of?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Do you recall if there were any pets in the residence?
I remember there was a cat.
And you said, if you had to guess, you've been to hundreds of death scenes over the course of your time as a law enforcement officer, correct?
Correct.
And have you been to scenes where it's been a presumed suicide?
Yes.
Okay. Based on your training and experience as a detective at these death scenes, have you ever observed a presumed suicide to have crushed pills on their chest?
No.
When you walked through the residence, did you go to the bedroom of the residence?
Yes.
Did you take any pictures of that?
No.
Why were there no photos taken of the bedroom?
Hello there. Hello? Pwy sy'n na de? Radi yw e. Ti'n gweud hello I pawb? She wants to say hello to everyone. So she's only here for a second whilst we say hello. A beth arall ti'n gweithio pobl de? Oh! God, what y ti? Beth arall? She's adorable, Kim, yes. Ti'n gweud hello, Kim? Hello, Kim, gweud. Gweud e. She's very, very cute. She's a cutie. She's a cutie. She's my cutie. You're my cutie. Ah! Ah! I wanted to showcase her because she's so sweet, didn't you? Because I can't give her attention now because I'm on here. So I want to give her a little bit of attention to say hello to you all. Because I don't get to see her after her sister goes to pick her up. Oh, what's that for, ti? Oh, So I wanted to give her a little bit of attention for you guys because she likes to come on sometimes, say hello. She can't see anything. As long as she sees herself, she's happy. Ti'n hapus? Reit. Nawr te, ti'n mynd nôl i chwarae? Na, ti'n mynd aros fan hyn? Na, gwyd. Bydd yn gweithio nawr. Okay, she's going to stay on for a little bit, okay? So we'll get back to it. Ti fan hyn, yeah. That sound. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, everyone.
Well, at the time, I guess, now certainly would have been nice to have more photos knowing what we know now. But at that time, having a presumed suicide and no apparent criminal element or violation of state statute that we observed, I did not see anything in the bedroom that appeared to be of evidentiary value. And so my focus at that point was the decedent and the immediate area around the decedent.
Your Honor, I'd be asking for permission to publish Exhibit 23 to the jury.
Objection.
Permission to publish. Do you want permission for any of the exhibits from 23 to 32?
Just 23 at this time.
Okay, go ahead. Remember, there's a delay. Thank you. Lots of thumbs up.
All right, Detective, in Exhibit 23, what are we looking at here?
That will be the main entrance or front, I guess you could call, of the residence, and the glass doorway on the left is the entry to Ms. Hernan's residence.
On the left side of Exhibit 23, we see some officers.
Correct.
Can you describe what's going on there?
So they are conducting an interview of a party who they later identified to me as Jessy Kurczewski.
Okay. Can you?
Is it quiet? I can put it up. Right, put it up a little bit more. Thank everyone for being so kind to her. She likes to come on sometimes. She didn't want to leave, but we got to visit her, so she had to leave. Hi, sweetie. Oh, oh, dymo. Hi, little one. She is cute. Hang on, sorry, I'll play it. Sorry.
Can you just describe to the jury what it appears Ms. Kurczewski's actually wearing in that photo?
Looks like some sort of medical attire, or what's commonly referred to as scrubs.
After you took photos on the scene, what was your role in this investigation?
Once I confirmed that
Hi, Jennifer.
Mr. Kurczewski had already been interviewed and there was nobody else at that point that needed to be interviewed, I resumed my normal duties.
Okay. At some point,
Thank you, everyone.
after this date,
Hi,
October
Josie.
3rd, 2018, did you have further role in this investigation regarding Lynn Hernan's death?
I did.
Ultimately, did you send subpoenas to financial institutions and other institutions in the investigation?
No, that's my number 4 niece. She's my little niece. She's 3 years old.
I did.
Was that ultimately handed off to Detective Plennis in your same department?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in this investigation, is the reason why did the sheriff's department here start sending out those subpoenas?
There was information received. Well, firstly, there was a determination that this was not a suicide per the medical examiner. We were informed of that.
Okay. So this transition from a potential suicide to
Thank you, Carol.
homicide investigation.
Objection, lady.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
So the information that you received from the medical medical examiner.
Asking for hearsay now.
Well, let him get the question out, so overrule.
No worries, Sean. See you in a bit.
Receive information from the medical examiner. Did that cause the sheriff's office to change their investigation?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overrule.
Yes,
Ooh.
And what did that investigation turn into?
a homicide investigation.
Thank you, Detective. I don't have any other questions.
Cross.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, thank you for being here. This happened about 5 years ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, your memory is not great, would you say?
Sometimes.
Well,
Welcome,
I mean,
Dandy.
you met with the prosecutors here, correct? Sitting here to my left to review your testimony.
Yes.
They showed you exhibits, correct?
Yes.
They showed you your police reports.
Yes.
Other than that, you have no memory of this?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's a very unique case
And why is that?
because I have not been to a suicide that, well, I should say I haven't been to what was ruled as a homicide that first appeared to be the way that it did at that scene.
So when you first got on the scene, it just appeared to be a suicide, correct?
It did.
And you didn't have any second thoughts about that when you got on the scene, correct?
No.
And you indicated that you have responded to hundreds of deaths, correct?
I would estimate that.
So there's a lot of crime in Waukesha, is that what you're saying?
No,
How many of those were criminal?
it would be hard for me to say. I mean, there was a portion of time as my duties as a detective where I, for example, did or assisted with crash investigations, which ultimately were fatal crashes and whatnot. So they weren't all criminal.
Well, as of 2018, how many were criminal?
I couldn't say.
Less than 5?
I would literally have to speculate, sir. I'm
Okay,
not.
I don't want you to do that.
I apologize. I'm not certain. I'm really not.
So not enough that you can remember, correct?
Correct.
And you've responded to overdoses, correct?
Yes.
Probably a lot, correct?
Yes.
Especially with the pandemic of fentanyl and Percocet,
Listen,
correct?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
And a lot of those kind of cases have crushed pills, correct?
Not from what I've seen.
What have you seen
Excuse me.
regarding crushed fentanyl?
Well, I have typically seen at most of the scenes, I've typically seen syringes and paraphernalia different than, such as in this case where there's a plate with numerous what appear to be crushed pills on it.
So in the cases where you've seen syringes, the syringes were still on the scene?
Typically, yes.
Were there syringes with tourniquets?
At times.
Were they still on the scene?
At times.
Were they usually around the body?
Yes.
That's typical where the paraphernalia for the way describing the tourniquet and the syringe are usually near the body, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you, according to your reports, you arrived on the scene at 5:20. You wouldn't argue with that, would you?
No.
And it's 5:20 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived on the scene, those other deputies depicted in exhibit number 23 were on the scene already?
Yes, sir.
And they all were talking with Jessy, correct?
Correct.
Did you speak with her at all?
Not that I recall.
And those deputies on the scene, who were they?
I recall Deputy Rosenberger and Mitch and Jacoby.
And did they speak with anybody else in that neighborhood?
Not that I'm aware of.
They didn't speak with any neighbors, as far as you know?
I'm not certain if they did or not.
Your job was mainly to take photographs?
Correct.
And you took photographs of things you thought were relevant?
More so of the overall residence, interior and exterior.
So you weren't taking pictures or photographs of things you thought were relevant, just flashing pictures in different rooms of whatever you saw?
Well, I would say the entire interior of the residence where the decedent is relevant. I mean, that's where the person's located. I would say as far as the exterior photos, the relevancy I see there is that there's documentation that there's no signs of forced entry or a struggle or anything that could be an obvious contributing factor of death at that point.
Well, you arrived on the scene. Did the deputies tell you that there could have been forced entry?
No.
They told you it was a suicide, correct?
I believe at the time they told me they suspected that it was, yes, and that the fire department had pronounced the patient deceased, and that was really my extent of the conversation with them.
I didn't see fire department personnel depicted in exhibit number 23. They already left?
From what I recall, yes.
SIBO.
I'm going to show you some defense exhibits And just want you to identify them first. I'm sorry, ma'am. It's 543. It's 543, page 1.
It's already been received. Yeah, I see a black screen.
I'm not sure what I think about this attorney. Pussy bow. People that don't know what pussy bow is, it's one of those bows that women wear. We learned that from Josie. She says pussy bow. Fanny pack.
Okay,
Bum bag.
that will help tremendously.
Yeah.
No, he's just watching us. Nah, Jonathan can't help himself. He'd have to speak. I'm not sure where he is, but I hope he's okay, wherever he is at. We miss you, Jonathan.
You look at?
Nothing yet.
Yes. Should be, again, exhibit number 543, page 1.
It takes a minute. Do you have it on the, yeah, it's up on his
There.
screen. Do you want it published? Again, this was already received, so,
Yeah. Well, I want to show them a lot of photographs and then publish them.
okay, fair enough.
I guess all defense exhibits have been published. I mean, received.
Correct.
Oh,
In 543, yes, I received all of 543 yesterday.
Oh my God.
well, let's start with the photographs.
This is why I don't like this guy. He hasn't got a clue. Now I can hammer on him. Hammer on Jonathan. He loves it. He loves it. Either coming in about his car or his stereos.
Can you pull up State's exhibit number 23? State's exhibit number 23. We'll go back. I didn't know. I was going to get mine received and published. I'm going to start in sequence. State's exhibit number 23.
You should be able to pull that up. You don't have that?
Oh my God, what
I don't have those
Rosebud, I
for the
think
record
you're
just
right.
yet. I'm sure she's working on it, but
I'm doing it right now.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, it's not in there yet.
Why did you get someone in?
just let
To
me know when
do
you want
this.
to publish to the jury.
No, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, bear with us. The volume is on high with me.
Oh, there. So, officer, this has been identified as exhibit number 23 by the state. The vehicle on the right parked in front of the garage. Do you know whose vehicle that is?
I believe at the time I was informed that that was Ms. Kurczewski's.
And it's,
Sorry, Sylvia, that's a
this
That's
is
the most
exhibit
I can
number
go.
24. Again, you took this photograph?
Yes, sir.
And in that photograph, you're standing where in the residence?
Just inside of the main entryway.
And it depicts the kitchen in the far end, correct?
Yes.
Did you search that area at all yourself?
I'm sorry.
Did you search that area at all?
search the kitchen?
Correct.
No.
Do you know if any of the deputies on scene searched that area?
No.
There was no need to search it?
In my opinion, at that time, there was not. I mean, I conducted a plain view search of the main area, but not further search.
So good.
In that
Just
exhibit,
how loud is it
it's a
now?
garbage can, correct?
Looks like it, yes.
Did you look in the garbage can at all?
No,
I
Do you
agree.
know if any of the deputies on scene looked in there?
I do not know.
It was testified before by the deputy medical examiner that there was. Who it's already been testified to
He
yesterday.
can ask the question overruled. As long as he accurately states what the testimony was.
The deputy medical examiner yesterday, Ms. Kukas, indicated there was alcohol in that garbage can. Did she tell you that there was alcohol in that garbage can?
I don't remember meeting with the deputy medical examiner at all. I believe I was gone prior to her arrival.
Did you at all, or any of the deputies at all search the kitchen area for like documents?
When you say search, are you referring to like drawers and things? I'm sorry, to what extent or search are you asking for?
Well, look on the counter, look through the kitchen shelves, the drawers.
There was excuse me, there was certainly a visual search. Any plain view search was conducted.
You didn't open drawers and things like that, did
No.
you? You didn't search that area for like eye drops or anything like that, did you?
No,
Were you told to look for eye drops?
no,
And told to look for Visine bottles?
no.
We talked about this earlier with the showing of exhibits. I just want to bring that to the defense's attention.
Is there any that have not been received? Sorry, I was looking at something else.
I think the last time there was, I just want to make sure that we follow the procedure that was talked about.
If I need a sidebar, let me know, but I think so far we've been okay.
Well, I'm showing you exhibit number 25. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes,
Is that a photograph that you took?
yes.
And what does exhibit number 25 depict?
The decedent and the surrounding area.
And the decedent was identified as Lynn Hernan,
Yes, sir.
correct? And were you told on the scene what relationship she was to the person depicted in exhibit number 23, Jessy?
I believe one of the deputies mentioned that they learned that Ms. Kurczewski was a caretaker for Ms. Hernan, and that's why she was on the scene.
And depicted to the right of Ms. Hernan, but to the left of the people viewing the photograph, items to her right or what? Did you find?
Pill bottles?
These here are the pill bottles?
Yes, sir.
What's this depicted on the scene?
Appears to be a water bottle.
Do you know if that water bottle was full or empty?
I do not know.
Did you at all examine that water bottle?
No.
Did you open up and smell inside of it?
No.
Over to Ms. Kurczewski's, over to Ms. Hernan's left, and people looking at the photograph, our right, what are the things on the table?
Appears to be a TV remote, ashtray with a cigarette. There's some pill bottles, another bottle, I'm not certain what's in there, and then a roll of toilet paper. And some paperwork, documents as well.
You see this item here behind the pill bottles?
Yes, sir.
That appears to be a bottle of eye drops.
I have no idea what that is.
Sylvia,
The
you're
glove
star.
seat directly in front of Ms. Hernan to her left. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And there appears to be stuff stuffed under there, correct?
Yeah.
Did you look under there to see what was under there?
No.
Did you look? So you didn't look at all under there?
No.
Do you know if any of the deputies did?
No.
Over to the right of Ms. Hernan by her legs are documents, correct?
Yes.
Did you go through those documents?
I
Point
viewed the
noted.
document that was facing outermost document, I should say, outermost document. I did, yes.
You didn't go page through those, did you?
No,
Did any deputies page through those?
don't know.
Had there been items in their information on there on writing pad?
Yes.
So you did find stuff in there on writing pads.
Right in the front, yes. Immediately in the front.
Did you look further into those documents to see if there was more things written on writing pads?
I don't remember going through the entire stack. I remember viewing a couple of things in the front and photographing a few, and that was it.
Ultimately, did you find any identification information to Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Where did you find that?
I believe that was on the paperwork that is to her right or our left. Excuse me, there were numerous documents in there that had her name on it.
Did you find any like wallet or purse or driver's license?
I don't recall specifically.
Did you at all? So in that area, you didn't remember finding her purse or wallet?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Do you remember searching the bedroom and finding her purse in the bedroom?
I remember going into the bedroom to view it. I don't recall specifically what was in there, sir.
Eventually, you took a photo of for Ms. Hernan's driver's license, correct?
Yes.
Where did you find that?
I don't recall. I don't know if a deputy gave it to me. I'm not certain.
Her screen went black.
Yep, I turned it off because the testimony was not about that photograph anymore. I keep the.
That's good, Judge.
You all, so if you need to see what you're doing, but.
Good, Judge. Yeah, that's fine, Sylvia. Constant chat. Keep chat going.
I'm showing you it was been marked as exhibit number
Okay.
26. I'm not sure if this has been entered into evidence yet.
Yes, it has. Go ahead, you can publish.
And that's a close-up of Ms. Hernan?
Yes, sir.
And that's when you're referring to the crushed pills, that's what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Did you take any samples of those crushed pills?
No.
Do you know if any of the deputies grabbed any samples at all and tested on the scene?
I don't believe they did. No.
Oh
And
my
around
God.
Ms. Hernan's neck is a chain?
Yes.
Do you know what's attached to that chain?
No.
Do you remember seeing dog tags attached to that chain?
No.
Why are they not testing stuff? So they didn't test it. The powder, they didn't test it.
Again, this is a close-up of the other photographs I've shown you, which depict pill bottles on one of the tables next to Ms. Hernan, correct?
Yes.
That was a table to her right, correct?
Yes, sir.
And down at the bottom of her documents that you indicated previously, they had her identification information?
Yes.
And you said you kind of went through those partially?
Partially.
And you saw some notebooks in there with written items on it, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't look through all of them, did you?
Yes, Danny.
There could have been more notebooks in there that you just didn't look at, correct?
Sure. Yes.
I mean, this sounds shoddy already. This investigation.
Do you recall what this document is here that I'm pointing to on the screen?
I believe it was a will of some sort.
I'm showing you it's marked as exhibit number 28. Does that appear to be the will that you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And according to that document, it's dated at least there's the dates of April 20, 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you see Ms. Hernan's name on it, correct?
Correct.
And you see Ms. Kurczewski's name on it, correct?
Correct.
And there seems to be a BMO Harris bank employee listed at the bottom, correct?
Yes.
And if you cannot read it, it seems to be bank employee Maria Cecilia, spelled Cecilia Benavides.
You think?
Zoom it.
It's just
But the way that he worded that he and the deputy they never collected it. So who did? I'm just hoping someone did. Tuddy Pip. That's all. I'm hoping somebody bagged it.
hard to tell with the penmanship, sir.
Can you see your date or stamp up here?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes, I'm sorry.
And that's spelled Benavente.
Yes, sir.
So it seems to be like this document was taken to the BMO Harris Bank to be notarized, correct?
I assume so. It appears to be. Yes, it appears to be.
They might know that he won't know. I imagine that's why he hasn't asked the question. But essentially, I'm presuming they should have collected it. Because has it been tampered with? Has anything moved? Has
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 29. Did you take that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And again, it depicts the table to Ms. Hernan's left, correct?
Correct.
And there appears to be pill bottles here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And again, this bottle here, it seems to be eye dropped, correct?
I have no idea what that is, sir.
You never took a photograph
True.
of that, correct?
I'm sorry,
True
of the-
rosebud.
Of this bottle right here depicted on the table.
no.
Yes, to the
Do you know if any of the deputies on the scene or anyone ever recovered that bottle?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, but yeah, I hope someone did recover that bottle. Jesus Christ.
Did you find any liquor bottles around Miss Hernan?
Not that I recall.
Did you find any like cups or water bottles that contain any kind of alcohol in it?
Not that I recall. No.
In her safe. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I had a power cut. The electricity tripped. Sorry. Go through this. Well, I guess tape to the door. Did select it. Oh, I don't know. Yes, I'm frozen. Sorry, power trip. He's gone. Well, poo. Sorry. Sorry. I know. No, it was a power trip. I'm back. Hey, Rosebud. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I know. But I have a special guest to bring in. That's why. Jonathan's here. Yes. Jonathan's here. I've just lost a bet though, Jonathan. Damn. I said you're gonna bring in something about speakers and car. Wasn't sure which one. Everyone's like, "Where's Jonathan?" Here he is. Right, let me get this back up. Sorry, guys. Bloody hell. Here we go. Put a PC up and no, you got it down like, oh no. I still couldn't do it, Jonathan.
From that vantage point,
Correct, for any vantage point.
I believe it can be seen in the background of other photos, but I don't recall specifically.
Close-ups.
I don't recall any other close-ups other than this kitchen island.
So what was the purpose of taking exhibit number
Yes, me too.
32?
I would say two purposes. One, to show the items that are on the countertop. And two, again, is to get also an overall view of the residence itself and kind of assist in giving people a perception of exactly where things are and an overall view so that you can see that there's no apparent signs of struggle or forced entry or
It's
any
a
other
crowd.
contributing factor that's obvious.
Right, again, you, again, as you stated at the beginning and throughout your testimony, everyone on the scene assumed this was suicide, correct?
Yes,
A suicide by prescription pills, correct?
yes.
And that was the reason why you were taking photographs of all the prescription pills located within the residence, correct?
I would either way, usually.
Oh, good.
Now the chat's ready. Jonathan's in chat, so we're ready now.
Shall I warn you ahead of time?
It's done.
Okay.
Nice. Nice. I mean, Jesus, this attorney's painful. Yeah, we need to find out where the will was. Where there's a will, there's a way.
This defense exhibit 543, page 1. You took the photograph, right?
I don't recall specifically taking it. I would presume because I don't remember anyone else taking photos there.
But you don't remember where you got that from?
No.
As far as the driver's license?
No,
Again, the driver's license seems to indicate that Ms. Hernan was issued this license on June 21st, 2018.
yes, sir.
By looking at this license, you can't tell where she went to get that license, do you? What DMV?
No.
You done with 543?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. I'm showing you what's called, is it defense exhibit number 5? You,
543, page 5.
yes, ma'am. Thank you, Judge. Do you remember taking that photograph?
No.
That it appears to depict Ms. Hernan's neck in the background, correct, with the crutch pills?
Yes.
If that was in your inventory, as far one of the photographs you took, would you
I
agree that you
agree,
took that
Terry.
photograph?
Yes.
And you indicated that you've come across a lot of deaths, correct? Death
Yes.
scenes, correct?
Yes.
How many death scenes that you come across where you've seen dog tags around the person's neck?
No idea.
Hundreds?
No. Specifically where they're wearing dog
Correct.
tags? I couldn't tell you.
Does this appear to be the first?
I don't know.
Or do you remember seeing dog tags around other people that you've seen deceased other than this Ms. Hernan?
Not specifically. I'm sorry. I don't recall specifically how many.
Can you show the screen to this witness?
The witness has it. Do you want to
Can you,
publish?
yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
And the dog tags appear to have or the chain itself appears to have a female ring attached to it, correct?
I see a ring. I can't say for certain if it's a female ring.
Please down.
Oh.
Please be careful.
Yeah, just so it doesn't mess them up. I'm showing you what's marked as defense exhibit 543, page 6. It appears to be a close-up of the duct tapes, correct?
Yes,
And it appears to identify the owner of the duct tapes, correct?
yes,
It states Robert Wallace Hernan, correct?
correct.
No, it's actually, does she die in April? I don't know. It happened at WAUKESHA in Wisconsin. Dandy. WAUKESHA in Wisconsin.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 543, page 9. Did you take that photograph?
Yes,
Okay.
It appears to show the 5 prescription bottles that were located on the table to Miss Hernan's left, correct?
correct.
And that,
Well, hang on. What even? Right. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you, Sylvia. I'm with you now. So 3rd of October 2018. No worries,
bottle that we're
Dandy.
not sure if it's eye drops is not
Oh,
on the
good.
table, correct?
I can't tell based on that angle.
I don't know what we missed there, but
To the left of that photograph or to the right of prescription bottles, there appears to be an ashtray, correct?
Correct.
And in the ashtray is a cigarette?
I believe so.
It
It appears to be.
There appears to be lipstick at the end of that cigarette?
I guess it could be, sure. And there's some coloring, certainly.
Can you tell by looking at that photograph whether or not that cigarette was lit from the correct end?
I
can't tell.
It's hard. I'm sorry.
I don't want you to guess.
No, I'm sorry. I can't tell if that's a filter side or if it's the tobacco side. I'm sorry.
Let me show you the next exhibit.
From this exhibit or different?
From this same set of exhibits, Judge. I'm showing you it's marked as State Defense Exhibit number 543, page 13. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Did you take a photograph of that exhibit?
Yes.
What does it depict?
A plate which appears to have powdery substance on it.
And then on the ground, there appears to be, again, a prescription bottle
Yes.
and some crumbs and pills.
Yes.
I'm going to show you.
Different exhibit?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, Madam Clerk, thank you.
I'm showing you Defense Exhibit 543, page 15. You took that photograph?
I don't recall specifically.
Well, it's depicts scene photographs.
oh Jesus, I don't see that.
Labeled on the photographs you took.
Okay.
What was the significance of taking that photograph?
I don't recall taking that photograph. It's hard for me to say.
There appears to be some like stool in the bathroom, correct, toilet, correct?
Move on.
There's something in the toilet.
Move on. Has he moved on yet? Oh, just fucking move on, man.
Based upon your life's experience, did it appear that somebody had used that toilet and didn't flush it?
I see something deposited into the toilet.
Why does it show that? I don't want to see that.
Let me show you exhibit number.
Ugh.
I'm showing you
Okay, so
defense exhibit number
Well done,
543,
Sylvia.
page 19. You remember taking that photograph?
Not specifically, no.
So when you were getting prepared for this, your testimony
Masks.
today, the state didn't show you all the photographs that you took on the scene.
I just don't want to see someone's shit or their piss or do we? Oh, that's just disgusting. I know.
I
Here's
don't
Dundee.
recall viewing this, either taking this photo or viewing it prior to my testimony.
That's right, Rosebud.
The photograph appears to depict a checkbook page,
Good morning, Frankie.
Yes,
and it has a number of names on the page, correct?
correct.
Label number 1 is Jessy Kurczewski.
This is what I meant as well by covering, but also you just got to stop it now and again. Do you know what I mean? Like this, just to speak, so that it's not continuous, Frankie, and then you're fine. Stop it for a couple of minutes, and then, or wherever, every 10, 15 minutes, stop it for like 30 seconds, and you go back then,
Chesky?
watch again. Just because it's copyright. I got copyrighted yesterday, by the way, guys. I got copyrighted. This motherfucker from, I don't know where he is from, he's getting everything I earned yesterday from ads. Everything you watched yesterday, this other company's getting because of that gardening video, 1 minute clip of a song. They copyrighted it. So, I was so angry. I tried to delete it, but I couldn't.
Yes,
And it says right above her name, daughter, always.
yes,
And below her name, it says like on Living Will Healthcare.
correct.
And secondly, on that exhibit to the
Yeah,
left of Jesse
cover.
is the name of Jennifer Flower.
Jenny Flowers.
Jenny Flower. As you been doing your investigation in this case, you learned that Jenny Flower is Jesse's mother, correct?
Correct.
It's all good.
I'm showing you
Yes. Yes.
what's marked.
I know, unbelievable, isn't it? No, they wouldn't let me delete it. Normally I can edit, but they wouldn't let me edit it. It's too long a form, 9 hours. So they wouldn't let me do anything with it. I was so angry this morning. One
There's
minute, 1
Defense
minute,
Exhibit
1
543,
second.
page 20. Do you remember taking that photograph?
No,
But if it was in your photographs listed, scene photographs, you would have taken that photograph, correct?
yes.
Because you were the only one for the sheriff's department taking photographs.
That I recall, yes.
And on this exhibit at the bottom, it says physician certification, correct?
Yes.
And it says, I certify that Lynn Hernan, printed name. What does the rest of that say, if you can read it?
Has a medical or genetic condition that requires access to medical or genetic information regarding his or her birth family.
Yes, bastards. All for a minute and 1 second clip. Normally you can edit it, but I couldn't. Wouldn't allow me to, unless I can edit it afterwards. I don't know what I'm doing now.
And the top of that paragraph kind of explains what the purpose of the reason that Ms. Hernan's name is on that exhibit, correct?
Yes.
And it's State of Wisconsin Department of Health and Social Services, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does it state after that?
The Department of Health and Social
Your Honor, I'm not sure how any of this is relevant.
I'll overrule it. The exhibit has been received. Go ahead.
The Department of Health and Social Services has been authorized to conduct a search for medical and genetic information concerning birth parents and certain relatives of adoptees and other persons whose birth parents have had parental rights terminated.
I'm showing you exhibit.
autopsy. Car bonnet,
This
yeah.
has been previously identified as State's Exhibit number 1, but also Defense Exhibit
Trim it,
number
yeah. No, won't let me
23,
trim
number
it.
2.
21,
21.
21.
Thank you, Judge. You don't remember taking that photograph, I take it.
That I do recall.
Do you remember where you recovered that?
I believe that was, excuse me, in the same collapsing file folder that had the living will right in front of it. So I recall this being the second or third, somewhere in the front of those documents.
Yeah, that was in that area by where Ms. Hernan was located?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated there were other notepads full of writing on it, correct?
Correct.
I
You
can't
didn't take those notepads,
challenge.
did you?
No,
But
And all
I'm
the
never
stuff you
gonna
didn't
win.
recover, did you?
no.
You left it all on the scene?
As far as being in sheriff's custody, I'm sorry, it's
Correct.
correct. It was left there.
Why wasn't it taken from the scene?
The opinion or the speculation at the time on law enforcement's behalf was that this was clearly a suicide. And so at that point, having that opinion or having that those observations, there would be no criminal element to us to further identify, and therefore if things are not of evidentiary value, there's no reason for us to take them.
that has been yours. He's got a good birthday though, Katie. Mhm. Yeah, Mass, there's no point. They won't for a minute.
And it seems on the exhibit, it's information, if written by Ms. Hernan, telling people what to do if she's not around, correct?
I agree, Perry.
The context of the letter certainly is. I can't say for certain if it's Miss Hernan who authored it.
Right, whoever wrote that, those things on that notepad seems to be giving people directions as to what to do when if they're not around, correct?
Yes.
Right, the top of the photograph seems to have written being of sound mind and body on this date, correct?
Yes.
And it's highlighted Jenny's sorry flower, correct?
Yes.
And on previous documents, we've seemed to have identified Jenny as being, Jenny Flower is Jesse's mother, correct?
Yes.
And at the top of that document, it appears to be talking about something with cats. Bathroom, keep full, it's the cats.
Correct.
Again, you saw a cat on the scene?
Yes.
Did you see also cat litter?
I don't recall specifically.
The residence itself was pretty clean, would you say?
Yes.
It was, if Ms. Hernan wasn't keeping it clean, someone was keeping the residence clean for her, correct?
Yes, it appears so. Yes.
I'm showing you it's marked exhibit number. Exhibit number 543, page 22 seems to be a closer look at that exhibit number 21,
Oh,
correct?
just to clarify, it wasn't Law Cut. It was not them. It's a totally different. So what I did yesterday, as we were waiting, I streamed other videos as we were waiting, so it wasn't them at all. That helps. Otherwise, I would have. It was another independent channel where we played some gardening stuff and things like that. There was a song in there that they've allowed me to use it. So normally they say either edit it out or mute it, whatever. This creator has decided that they want to keep it in there, allowing me to use it, but all proceeds go to the creator instead, which I tried to turn it off, monetization, everything. It doesn't work. So I'm going to look more into it. They got me banned to rights. It's a minute. It's music, so it's just a pain in the ass. But anyway, welcome Dad Help. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. UK's most stringent investigation causes of death. Yeah, I agree with that. Hello, Dad Helps. Jonathan, exactly. Dad Helps. Thank you, Dad Helps. Hello, Dad Helps.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Again, it seems to be given so many directions if Ms. Hernan's not around, correct?
In the
Yes.
chat.
If she was the author of this exhibit.
Daddy
Yes.
Dave won't be happy. No worries. Now, you bitch. Dylan, I will be in a meeting for the next little. I was going to be nice to you. You're going to have to do some work and pay attention to who is on the stand. You bitch. Yes, I will. Thank you, Sarah. Enjoy your meeting. I hope it's a crap one.
I'm showing you it's marked
AC.
as Defense Exhibit 543, page 23.
No. No. I've not heard
It seems to be
anything.
more
I've not
writing
heard
of the
it.
same person who wrote the other exhibits, correct?
Yes.
Because it seems to suggest Ms. Hernan wrote that exhibit, correct? Her name's on it.
It does.
Thank you, Dad Helps.
Again, it appears the exhibits have, again, more direction for someone to look at in case she's not around.
Correct.
Seems to have individuals' names on it, correct, with telephone numbers?
Yes.
Also good. But you're right, though. I would have otherwise. They have tried before. Thank you, Dad Helps,
And
though.
to the
And
left of
I say that because I got Frankie in here and a few other people that stream. So just so you know, Dad Helps is absolutely right. If you ever get a copyright from Law and Crim, then yes, challenge it every day. He's right. They should never get a copyright off them. That's what I was speaking about. That's why I hide the logo and stuff like that, and that's why I stop it and speak.
those names, there seems to be some writing. They don't need to
Yes.
come over here, correct?
Correct.
And right below that, I mean, it's something circle, it says Jennifer, if I don't make it, correct?
Correct.
And farther down on that exhibit, it says, if something happens, basically, Jennifer, you get the Jeep, the 2014 Jeep. Patriot is yours, title is in the visor, correct?
Yes.
It's totally safe. As I said, I precautionary, I stop it and start it. Or like this, I
Would you
speak.
agree there was a lot of other documents on the scene or around Ms. Hernan that you,
So if you speak over them, I'll stop it. It's different content. It's not the same content. If that makes sense.
observed but didn't take photos of?
Yes.
And did you ever check the bedroom for similar documents?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever search Ms. Hernan's vehicle to see if there's any documents inside the vehicle?
No.
I'm showing you. But don't put it up yet. What's identified as defense exhibit number 503. I don't want to publish this to the jury at all. I'm going to show you a number of exhibits: 503, 504, 506, 507, 508. Can you look at exhibit number 503, please?
Give me a moment. It should be up momentarily.
Please remember, guys, like and subscribe to the video if you haven't done
Further
so.
into this, I'm going to object to the witness's personal knowledge of this information.
Well, he has to establish the foundation, so it's a little premature, but we'll wait and see. Obviously, if that needs to be established.
I don't like this lawyer, the state one.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Sorry.
My fault. Can you see item number 503?
Yes.
And it's a 2-page item, correct?
Correct.
And as, again, you indicated that you didn't look at all the documents that were located next to Ms. Hernan, correct?
Correct.
And there were a lot of documents with handwriting on it on notebooks, correct?
From what I could see, yes. I mean, I didn't closely look through all of them, but I would say there were some there that certainly had handwriting on that I didn't view.
And again, you testified the sheriff's department didn't recover any of the documents on the scene, correct?
No.
So
I'm
you
sorry,
don't,
correct. I don't recall taking any guess.
so you don't know at all whether or not exhibit number 503 was located with the other photo items that you took photographs of, correct?
I don't know if it was or not.
It could have been there, but you just can't tell us whether it was or was not, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you it's
Yeah,
504, item number 504, defense exhibit number 504. Do you have any screen yet?
Yes.
Thank you, Think that you do as well. I've enjoyed every time I've been in yours,
It seems to be, again, writing on a notepad.
even though, you got some, Mekiteki and Sean there, it's good. I enjoy your channel as well. I try and pop in and give you a like and stuff. It's just, I normally finish at like midnight, so I don't have time to go into the streams. But no, I do pop in.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Yes.
2 pages.
Yes, sir.
And again, similar to my previous exhibit, you don't know whether or not
Hi,
item
Sandra.
number 504 was mixed in with these other documents that were next to Ms. Hernan, correct?
That's correct. I do not know.
It could have been there, you just didn't know them, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you it's marked as a defense exhibit
Michael
number
Perry
505.
is Dundee, Mekiteki, Shauna.
Strike that. Defense exhibit number 506.
Good.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
sorry.
Yep.
Again, seems to be some writing on a notepad, correct?
Correct.
And there appears to be, it's a long exhibit, like there's 29 pages here in this exhibit. And writing on each page, correct, on a notepad, correct?
From what I'm seeing so far, yes.
All good, Danny.
And again, item number 506, it could have been with these other documents that were there that you didn't know, correct?
Sure. Could have been, yes.
So what BlackRock? Now, Danny, you cannot tell me that BlackRock is a shithole. BlackRock, I love going to BlackRock. I don't remember the name of the pubs now, but I love going down BlackRock, having some food and stuff like that down there. It was nice place.
I'm showing you as much as defense exhibit number 507. Do you have it on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Again, it seems to be writing on a notepad.
Correct.
And similar to my previous exhibits, that could have been with the other documents that were there next to Ms. Hernan, but you just didn't notice them, correct?
That's correct.
Again, writing on a notepad, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you as much as exhibit number 508. Do you see it?
Yes.
Again, it appears to be writing on a notepad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And similar to my other exhibits, it could have been there with the other documents, but you just didn't notice them, correct?
Correct.
She had a lot of documents next to her, correct?
Correct.
The only witness,
Some were
first witness.
medical, correct?
I don't recall for certain what was in there.
Oops, wrong
I
one.
mean, I recall the will document, and I recall the pages of the notepad that we viewed prior to these exhibits specifically. Outside of that, I can't say for certain what nature the documents were.
One final. Just remember to like and subscribe, please, guys, if you remember.
And again, as you sit there today in front of this jury, you can't say whether or not the owner of this residence, Ms. Hernan, had documents in other parts of her house, correct?
Can't say for certain.
Correct.
Correct. I cannot say for certain.
If she had documents in her bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Documents in the dresser drawer in her bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Documents under the couch in the room that she was located in, correct?
Correct.
Because she did have items stuffed underneath the love seat, correct?
I don't know that for certain.
I mean, you saw that in one of the exhibits where she had things stuffed underneath the love seat, correct?
Yes, sir. That part I did see.
As far as you know, there could have been additional documents that stuffed underneath there, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't look.
Correct.
Similar to the couch that was opposite of that love seat. There could have been items or documents under there, but you don't know because you didn't look, correct?
Correct.
Fireplace. No, it's a lovely place in Dublin. Dublin, fair city, where the girls are so pretty. Da, 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 Malone. Evil Empire Blackrock.
Detective, bear with me.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm gonna show you what's marked as defense exhibit.
Emma. Hello, lovely. We had this conversation yesterday where you said it's 4, and I was like, no, Master Stream is moved to Saturday. We're doing it. I said 2:30, I think, but 2:15. But it's all good. Don't worry. You're here now. That's the main thing. Welcome, Em. I love this stream. You're all lovely. Thank you, Danny. We love having you here as well. We generally do. Thank you. No.
543, page
No money on
26.
his phone. Would have.
Do you see that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
It seems to be a medical.
Yes,
document,
true.
Yes, sir.
At the top of it has kind of like dates on it already, correct?
Yes.
It seems to depict September 15, 2018, correct?
Well,
Correct.
Do you want this published or just question him on it right now?
Publishment. Thank you. It seems to be, again, a hospital document or a medical document, correct?
Correct.
It's dated September 15,
That is.
2018, correct?
sorry, I'm asking you. Hi, Den.
1700, and you know what that seems to suggest, 5
Hi,
p.m.?
Dennis.
It talks about items that the patient,
All good.
or it's items that they're referring to, jewelry, ring, necklace, bracelet, correct?
Correct.
Bracelet, 4 rings, correct?
Show business. Yes.
Correct.
Filed on September 15, 2018 at 1700, correct?
Correct.
Says pants, shirts, footwear filed, again, same date, September 15, 2018, correct?
Correct.
Clothing, pants,
Siri?
strike that other things, purse, wallet, credit cards, correct?
Correct.
It says keys, cane, correct?
Correct.
Cane spelled C-A-N-E, correct?
Yes, sir.
Again, dated September 15th, 2018 at 5 p.m., correct?
Correct.
So whoever this is referring to has a wallet and credit cards with them, correct?
Yes.
I didn't see it, but at the top of the document, apparently it refers to a Hernan Lynn A, correct?
Correct.
And underneath it, it says patient, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 543, page 27. At top of that exhibit, again, it says Pro Healthcare, correct?
Correct.
Again, is the name of Lynn Hernan, correct?
Correct.
Jesus.
It's dated at the beginning of September 15, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And there's a discharge of September 28, 2018, correct?
Correct.
It also talks about the providers seen during the hospitalization, correct?
I'm sorry?
It also labels the doctors that Ms. Hernan saw while she was at the hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the doctors is a psychiatrist.
Oh, John. The optics are horrible. I don't know.
The doctor
Yeah.
above that psychiatrist is a doctor labeled a palliative care.
Palliative care, I believe it's pronounced?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Let me zoom it in a little bit more so I can read it. And it talks about why Ms. Hernan was hospitalized.
Correct. Correct.
I know you're not a doctor, so I don't want you to go through those items unless you can.
No.
No, okay. Fair enough. And there appears to be some writing on that document from somebody, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you don't know if Ms. Hernan wrote that on, put that writing on that document, do you?
No.
And you took a photograph of this. It's listed under the photographs that you took. You remember taking it?
No.
I'm showing you it's marked as Defense Exhibit 543, page 28.
Hang on, Bijou.
Again, it's labeled for Ms. Hernan, correct? At the
Yes.
top.
Yes.
And it talks about the number of, do you know what these words, it says nifedipine, these other words I can't even pronounce, but alprazolam. Do you know what those are?
No. I mean, it appears to be medication because it says it's a medication list, but I don't know anything about those or what they are.
Again, there appears to be some writing to the right of that, correct? Like somebody wrote on those documents,
Correct.
or that document in particular.
Correct.
I mean, you don't know if Ms. Hernan wrote that on there or someone else, correct?
Correct.
And I'm showing you Defense Exhibit number 543, page 29. You see page 29 in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Again, it's directed to patient Hernan.
He's a detective. He's a scene detective. He was one of the first batches that were on scene. Rosebud.
And Lynn A, correct?
Correct.
And again, it appears to be more medication, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And again, someone is writing to the right of those prescriptions, correct?
Correct.
Like it's at the top, it says it appears to be do not substitute.
Correct.
And over here, it's highlighted stop taking, correct?
Correct.
And then to the right of that, there's some writing, my BOP stop taking September 28th or 9/28, correct?
Correct.
I mean, it seems to suggest my blood pressure stopped taking, correct? Oh, you don't know.
I'm not certain what BP would stand for in this case.
And then it talks about follow-up information, correct?
Correct.
And it seems to indicate
420.
that Ms. Hernan is supposed to have a follow-up examination with Dr. Abdullah, correct, on Thursday, October 4th.
Correct.
And it says contact the clinic to reschedule if you're unable.
No
to
idea, Berlin.
Correct.
Again, it's more writing. If you are discharged to rehab, appointment will be canceled, correct?
Correct.
He's very thorough, that's for sure. But I'm not sure what all this has to do with everything. I agree, Vass. I absolutely agree with you. She's much better. This guy's going to cost them a lot, I think.
And directing you to the bottom, it says referral details. Do you see that?
Yes.
And directly to the right of the document at the bottom, it says type, it says home healthcare, correct?
Correct.
They're already sleeping, Merlin, I think.
And one of the last documents I'm directing you to is defensive item number 543. And I have it labeled as defense item number, page number 3. And that's not it.
Oh my God.
Let me double check it. Can you not publish this? Thank you.
Well, I think it's boring. That's to see. I'm lost at what he's trying to do here. I don't know why he's trying to get everything in. Yeah. I'm just wondering for what though, Katie. I don't know. Is there anything specific you think he's trying to lay foundations for? Drink, you thirsty animal, thirsty boy.
Yeah, there you
You haven't taken a
go.
morning
Showing you
break
with March's
yet.
defense exhibit number 543, page 30.
Yes, true.
Do you have it in front of
Merlin.
you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Again, this refers to Hernan Lynn A, correct?
Correct.
And where it talks about special instructions optional. You see where I'm pointing to?
Yes, sir.
It says patient's friend Jessy is her caregiver, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it has her telephone number, correct?
I would assume that's her telephone number. I don't know for certain.
And above that, special instructions, it says reasons for home care, correct?
Yes.
And could you read that to the jury? Why? What does it state on that document?
Recent 2-week hospitalization for abdominal pain with nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, and setting of 4-year history of inability to tolerate full meals and foods, treated for CDIFF and electrolyte imbalances, deconditioned from baseline. Let me continue. I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
That's fine, Terry. Didn't miss anything. Oh.
Thank you, Detective. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Ross.
Any redirect, sorry.
Redirect.
How long do you think you have? I may take a break.
I'd say probably 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, let's take a break then. We'll take about a 20-minute break. All rise for the jury, please.
All rise. Oh. That was just too much. I don't know. I know, Katie, you're way ahead of me for foundation, but come on. Jesus. The female attorney Oh, excuse me, I'm tired now. Female attorney is by far more personable, better. And that was painful. Yes, he's not able to get his point across. I don't know what I know. Kate said about lay foundation, but for what I don't. Yeah, I'm just wondering what it is. So, Katie, do you know what I mean? You're way ahead. Yeah, 100% this foundation. You're right, but it's a bit like. There are questions to be answered about who's been collecting all the evidence. Was it, how how um how far from when the detectives arrived did the lab arrive or anybody to collect the evidence? Could it be tampered with? Stuff like that. He doesn't have one. Point, no point. Merlin, that's absolutely fine. I'm going to stretch my legs for a bit. That's fine. That toilet scene, though, Jesus, that put me off. I don't want to see someone else's toilet like that. Jesus. It's not like that's just very ill. I told you. We'll just have to see. I mean, look, it's far from clear cut, in my opinion. Oh, I got Cork. Oh my good shorts yesterday doing the speaker boxes. Should be able to cut to fit and spray paint the box today. There we are. There we are. I washed it all, but still got stains. Jonathan, I think there may be enough to convict her if it's just only a case of actual two combined. Two combined. I'm familiar with not trial cases. I mean home health cases. Oh, toilet crook. I mean, Emma, if you want to see like their feces in the toilet, then please do. I don't want to see that. That should have been a warning. If Sarah P was doing a job properly, there'd be a warning on you. I can say that she's not here. With all the mums in here, I know someone has a secret of getting cork all the way out. Yeah, but surely somebody has. Yes, surely somebody has. Help a brother out. Help Jonathan out. Does anyone know how to get cork out of all the way out of his trousers, shorts? But I don't even know what cork is, to be honest with you. So that's my level of wisdom gone out. I thought you got stuck in the car yesterday trying to put in these speakers. What the hell is that? I don't know. There's a bit of noise, probably the radiators. So 20-minute break. They'll be back in about 15 minutes odd. I've got nothing to do except for staying here. I'm not going to put bloody videos on, that's for sure. And get copyrighted again. Oh, I was angry about that. I'm angry about that. Jonathan's so polite. No, ma'am. Lol, no, ma'am. I could oversize solid lids on them after I cut them to fit. I need to cut the top flush now and paint so the cork inside and top matches. Still don't know what cork is, but I'll Google it later. I probably will not have it in my car for a couple more days till paint dries. Oh, I'm doing chicken. You're doing chicken thighs. I'm just thinking, you're making them fresh, are you? Put your trousers in the freezer. It should come off pretty easily. There we are. There you go. There you are, Jonathan, Dandy's come to your rescue. Or do you call it? Yeah, one of the videos I played, the gardening video, they had music, and about 1 minute, 1 second of it was copyrighted, and they didn't give me the option to edit it out because the creator wants, well, music creator wants my revenue from it, so they're allowing me to use it. So sometimes you get it that they don't allow you to do it, So then you got to edit it out, which is I'm fine with. But this one wanted my revenue, the prick. So not when I say revenue, all the ads and stuff that I get from that, he now gets. Now it's not much. Don't get me wrong. You're talking about $1 or $2, but still, it's the principle of it. Do you know what I mean? Let me edit it, and it's a minute. Plus, I only did one box. It was more work than I expected. I have the other one to do today. But at 700 watts per speaker, I doubt I actually need both. I don't think you need both, Jonathan. Stuff them with cheese and ham. Nice. What do you call that? Oh, I forget what you call it now. There's a name for it, isn't it? Chicken something. I forget what it's called now. Acetone, a lighter fluid. Not the point, ridiculously younger. No, it's the music. It wasn't nothing to do with it. And it wasn't him as a content creator. It was whoever music he played. He probably paid for it. And it's not him asking for it. It's the music guy, whoever made the song, who was asking for it. I'll tell you what the song name is now. I'll tell you. Let me get it here. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What's the song? I see details. Let me see it. It's In Our Hands, instrumental version. 10 Towers is the band. 10 Towers is the band, and it's the instrumental version of In Our Hands. And it says video cannot be monetized. Ad revenue paid to copyright owner. So it does not affect my channel or visibility, just affects my monetization. So you can't get any of my subscriptions, like membership money and stuff like that, but you can get all my ads. So it's the 10 Towers band, I believe it is, and it's the In Our Hands instrumental version. So it was 1 minute and 3 seconds. So I can only dispute it, which I can't because they got me over a barrel with it. But before you wash your clothes or dry, take water and rub in alcohol and try that. Freeze it too and scrape off when still frozen. That's how I get gum out too. Ah, let's met up his like to dislike. Jonathan, it's a band, so I don't think they're on. With barbecue sauce, isn't it called New York chicken? No, Hunter's chicken, Hunter's chicken. But instead of ham, it's bacon. Hunter's chicken. Oh wait, come on, a problem. No idea, Jonathan. We're learning stuff new all the time about all the governments, aren't we? So Hunter's chicken. I've not had it for ages, but yeah, barbecue, cheese, and bacon with a chicken. Normally, it's chicken breast, isn't it? We all like a bit of breast, don't we? Hey, Jonathan. Right, let's get this. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Okay, I need to get that out there. Um, just trying to look for something else. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba, ba. Okay, got that. All right then. So many pairs of camo cargo pants. Oh, I bet you do. Never ever put anything in the stain in the dryer. Once dried in the dryer, it's almost impossible to get out. There we are. Nunya, my mom always told me that. Joe Anthony, hello Joe. Joey's here. Amen, Nunya. My hubby is from Birmingham and calls me common when I say lush. Oh, that's lush, that is. Oh, yeah. I imagine, Newport, Cardiff. Lush. That's lush, that is, babe. That's lush, babe. So, yeah, I mean, I say lush. Oh, that's gorgeous. Lush. Lush. Because you got lush as in gorgeous. You got lush as in, do I go on the lush? Or the lush? Do I go on the lush tonight, boy? I was flying American flag, now you're a terrorist. Were you humming Bad Romance? I don't know if it's Bad Romance. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what song that is. I do not know. Nunya, I pretty much always have camo and have a flag in my hat, which is camo. Caught in a bad romance, and we go, yeah. I can only hum it. I don't know this hum it. Sorry, I don't know the words. Mine, Joe Anthony. I just looked it up. Put in plastic bag in freezer, then scrape, then rub in alcohol. There we are. I see the mothers here looking after you, Jonathan. The real pro step is whistling Bad Romance, which I do when she hits in my head. Ah, sorry, sorry. I did the same for someone the other day. Hens was here. I was going. She's from KY. Oh, okay. She's from Kentucky. Kentucky Fried Chicken and Pizza Hut, McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut, McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. Good luck with your algorithms now, guys. Joe Anthony, Lady Gaga, that's it. Hubby has to have a flag flying. There we are. Hey, but before we forget, I'm pressing the ads button now. So in case you get an ad, it's my fault because we're on a break. I might as well put an ad on. And those that have got Premiere YouTube, you will not have an ad, so it's fine. I need to do that more during breaks. I need to put ads on, remind me, because I'm awful at stuff like this. Awful, I tell thee. Because the ads it helps, do you know what I mean? So before I forget, I got a Griffin also. If you fancy joining the Altar Corner community, which you are all a part of the community anyway, but if you fancy doing a little bit more, we've got two options: a $3 and a $6. I think it's $2.99, $4.99 or pounds. You can join the channel. Both are the same. It's just I'm trying to, some people can't afford it, so I'm trying to do a cheaper version. You get the same on both anyway. Do you know what I mean? If you can afford the Blue Wenches level, please get that. If you can't, please get the taco one. But if you can't afford it at all, it's all good. You still got content here every day, and I prefer you to be in chat every day than anything else. But yeah, only if you can afford it, guys. Every penny counts and helps. And also, we do get given members only streams and access to Jonathan and our Discord. So that's my plug. Oops, let me go back and deplug myself. I hate saying stuff like that. It's like begging, do you know what I mean? And I don't like doing it. Thanks, you made every device in my house advertise overpriced. Did you call it too much? Sorry, Jonathan. Well, people saying the other day that they're getting ads for moonshine and stuff. Oh, I watched a medical study that pray fast food made. Oh, no way. Prove the fast food made you get. Oh, wow, okay. That's bad romance. Sorry for my typos. I am having an off grammar. Don't worry, no one's worse than me, Rosebud, so you're fine. Da-da, bad romance. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. I know songs to hum, but I don't know words and stuff. Oh, happy day. Oh, happy day when Jesus was. Come on, clap it. When Jesus was. Oh, happy days. Oh, happy days. Oh, happy days. Oh, happy days. I'm skiing. This is what you women do. Whoop. Oh, happy days. Choo, 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 choo. Oh, happy days. Choo, 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 choo. Right, I don't know why I did that. Our Pizza Huts are closed now. I love the meat lovers. I bet you do, Dunya. I bet you do. I like their $5 all you can eat. While I just posted. I'll look at them later on, Jonathan. Thank you for posting Discord. And Emma posted last night as well. Thank you very much. Got a much needed shower. Thank you, Terry. You're nice and clean now. Fill ingredients here. Watching Dylan's ads. I'm sorry, well, yesterday's ads you couldn't. I'll only do them on breaks. I don't normally do them. I'm actually really bad. I don't actually do them. So I do apologize. I do apologize, Terry. It's overpriced slop filled with, yeah, I agree, but sometimes it's nice. I'm here just doing chores and listening with you. It's happy days, hands. It's all good. This is your fault now. This is your fault now. We've got songs going, and I'm just like doing the old what women do when skiing. What are you doing skiing? Oi, oi. Dylan needs a professional beatboxer for it. See, Jonathan, I can beatbox. Bam, 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 bam. How about the banana split song? 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4, 5 banana, 6 banana, 7 banana more. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Rosebud, I remember that. You had to put the words there. Once you put the words there, I was like, yes. Combine that fast food with sedentary lifestyle. You got your recipe for bad, wrong, the cool. Yes. Oh, I was just having fun because I said about you coming in and having the uh Kentucky. So I was going Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut, McDonald's. So because of that song, and then I started singing Happy Days and like literally wanking to. Do you know what I mean? So I was like, I just blaming you, hens. That's all. It's not actually your fault. It's just good. No, my stream shut down for some reason, so restarted. Always had us Happy Days. You got ads and started. So no one got an ad. Did anyone actually get an ad there then? Anyone actually get an ad? Think about it. They poison our air and water and travel a bit. And they came around. Ooh. Okay, yeah. I have to blame somebody. I can't take all the blame myself, hands. So Sarah P's not here either. So I can't blame other people. Obviously I'm joking, but I quit eating it when I was cutting processed and filling greens out of my diet mass. And then you introduced octopus and crabs and stuff, Jonathan. I can't see that chicken octopus that Kayla put up. Jesus. The wolf flew was a try to run a way to end our prosperity. Okay. Used to feel depressed too much, not enough, and haven't been depressed at since I go serious about it. Okay. That's interesting because this guy is going to test that resolve of yours, this defense attorney. Oh, now we got 20 minutes, 30 minutes redirect. Nothing wrong with crabs and octopus. Mass. Jonathan posted all the photos of Discord, and let me tell you, not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. Doctors push meds. I tried diet and no meds. 100%. There we are. Studies on diet and depression. Okay, good. Here you go. Helps you today. Oh, it's magic. We need to get healthy. Yeah, it's true. I had squid in squid's fine. I mean, I've tried squid. I think squid's fine. But I mean, I think it's because it was raw mass. It was like in a bucket. It was still living. That's why I was a bit like squeamish. Oh, actually, I've not had squid. I'm lying. I've had calamari. Definitely had calamari. Actually, I had calamari for the first time in America. It was actually first time I had it was in the Mirage Italian restaurant in Vegas. I lost $300 playing cash game in Vegas, and my mate was up about $150, and he had actually a room comp for $75 to be spent at the Italian restaurant. So we went there and we ate well and got drunk well. So that's the first time I tried calamari actually. I enjoyed it. Fried calamari. I enjoyed it. Never tried it. So yeah, shout out to the Mirage in Vegas. I remember, I can see it now. My son loved calamari, a Greek cook friend of company for him. There we are, yeah. And so we don't do haggis. No, only Scotland, right? But I do eat haggis. So I used to live in Scotland. I lived in Scotland for a year, and so I have eaten haggis, and I enjoy haggis. I think haggis is nice. I eat a lot of black pudding, white pudding. So when I was in Dublin, every Friday we used to go for like a fry up. Um, there's a pub called the Coach House that I used to go to. I used to live by the Coach House pub in up North Swords that way. I'm not sure if you know Danny by the Coach House or Coachman House or whatever it's called. I'm not sure if it's still there. It's by the airport. But no, we used to go for, and that's why I was introduced to white pudding. So then I started eating white pudding. So I have white pudding here a lot. I buy white. I actually got black pudding in my fridge right now. So white pudding, black pudding. Yeah, so we don't eat haggis here because it's not the same. But no, when I'm in Scotland, I used to eat that lovely stuff. I just like it. And you have it sometimes haggis and tatties and potatoes. Do you know what I mean? It's nice. I love pita bread as well. Good stuff. I almost got a whole giant squid for that. The size of Jesus. Jesus. More expensive than the octopus was. Yeah, well, I got ill once eating prawns, so I still really like seafood, but I've gone off it a lot. It was a while ago, but white pudding, but not white gravy. Oh, sure, whatever. Yeah, well, one's solid and one's like literally like cum. Yeah, let's be honest about it. Your white gravy is just basically cum. So that's why I'm like, I'm not to be crude with that, but it's true. Thierry, you can get these whole head of. Oh, you see. I stopped drinking soda 2 months ago and lost £10, but I can't give up regular pasta and bread. Just can't. I go for days and then boom, I eat a big bowl of pasta. I'm Sicilian. How can I not eat pasta? You can't. You got to eat it. Do you know what I mean? It's in your nature. I'll be honest with you. I picked up my ratio of sodas. Um, I don't drink a soda every day, but I do drink too much soda. But then I don't drink alcohol and don't smoke. Where I used to drink alcohol and smoke. so I don't do those two anymore. But I'd still drink sodas. That's my vice. That and crisps. Drink soda at all unless someone offers me one while I'm at their house or something. Prawn, not shrimp. Been out many years. I mostly sort of buy it. I don't drink it, but opposite if it's in the house. Yeah, I know what you mean. I see something where someone was eating live shut up, I gotta go. No, I can't read that. That's disgusting. Do the end. Doctors here want you to get a bunch of tests done just to see if you might have something wrong. A lot of no sugar are good for you. I broke my dessert rule. But on a diet, a banana is too much sugar for anything. I didn't look very hard at them, but they were alive. Need to quit nicotine. I have once already. I've gone 2.5 years now without nicotine, without cigarettes. So, but I still crave it every day. I still, not every day, but even now thinking about it, I could do with one now. Spark one up now. And a rollie though, not a cigarette. I'm a rollies man with filter. I have peanut butter and banana on toast every morning. Ooh, that sounds nice. I'm gonna try live shrimp salad. Poison diet soda even worse. I know, Sylvia, I know. It's the vice, isn't it? The jumping shrimpies. Imagine they're surprised when they found it. 3, 4 months. Actually, very little of diet does matter. Yeah, I'm 5'10". Yes. Good job. Keep up the good work. No smoke. Yeah, I know. But that's why I got some vices like soda. Still on nicotine gum. Cannot get away. I didn't. I started a nicotine gum mask. I had to go to the little tablets they suck. I found them better than the gum. They're little tubes they are, and you take one and you just lay it there and you can suck on it. I found that better than the nicotine gum. I didn't use nicotine gum afterwards. I just used that, and I really, really reduced it. By starting that, I reduced how much I used in a day, and before I knew it, yeah, it still took willpower to get off it, but a couple of weeks of it, and I was done. The boy in the box. Yes, that's true as well. Never had alarms my entire life. No, no, mates. Sweet tea, I'm made of these. Where it's at. Yeah, we don't have sweet tea here. Never tried it. But I do believe you though. I'm trying to wean down with the vapes and nada. I need to just suffer. Yeah, I mean, I know the vapes are, better than smoking, but still. I love lobster with an enormous amount of butter just dripping down my chin. Jesus. Just butter? I can see it dripping down there. 5 foot 10, John, you're underweight, though. I know we all have our vices. Just don't drink diet sodas. Aspirin will kill you. Is point. I don't know. I tend to use like Pepsi. I drink the normal Pepsi though. And so if I have a little bit of alcohol, I'll have a shandy. I'll have like 80% lemonade and then a top up of cider, something from a can. But yeah. I've been concussion me long. They looked at me closely and based off of my body structure, I carry it well. I bet you do, Jonathan. Should I stop dropping weight at the 130 for 40 mark though? Can't do lobster, but love crab legs dipped in hot butter. I couldn't do it. Don't think I could do it. Nerves. Right, court is back, but I guess. Oops. Stretching my legs, turning to taking a shower to wash the ick off from seeing the weird random shit in the toilet. Thank you, Merlin. How do you think I feel? I literally just had a shower before coming on. And after seeing that, after another shower, we could sit underweight 138. Oh, oh no, don't say that. It's all good. I couldn't watch it. Could not watch it. My coffee. I drink my coffee. I got my coffee 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. Still got some in there. It's Starbucks mug. The way I love Starbucks mugs. I love them. Yeah, no, it's come back. They've just come back. Love Starbucks mugs. I want to get one from every state in America. They went out about 1:15, for half an hour. No, they've been out for ages. Yes. Snow crab is yummy. Don't show off, Jonathan. It's the only I have that no one wants. Yeah, I'm glad I stopped smoking, but I'm always scared I'm gonna go back to it. In my booty.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as we were just problem solving a technical issue. So I appreciate your patience. Attorney Crawford, then, do you have redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't like this attorney. He's probably been prepped now over a break.
I apologize. We're trying to pull up one of their exhibits, 543.
Do you need preview one right now for yourself so you can see
Please.
it? All right, there you go. Let me know if you want it on for the witness then too.
I will. Thank you.
Do you think they're nervous because they know the TV is watching as well?
Detective, do you have anything up on your screen right now?
No, sir.
Okay.
I
Excuse me.
just clicked it.
Thank you.
She did say if you want
It's
the
up there.
defender to have it,
And then
Let
let
me
me know if you
know.
want it published.
I will. Thank you. Detective, we're looking at Exhibit 543, page 19. Do you recall being shown this exhibit earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, Your Honor, I would ask that this be published, please. On page 19, is there an individual noted as Corrine Posa?
Yes.
Is there a arrow pointing to her name that talks about a living will in healthcare?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. That's not hard then. That's all right.
Now we're looking at page 20 of Exhibit
Thanks, that helps.
543 as well. Again, you were shown this picture previously.
Yes, sir.
This was a picture that talks about the Department of Health and Social Services, correct?
Correct.
On the bottom of that, I don't know if it's easy for you to see or not. Is there talk about an expiration date on the bottom?
There is.
What is that date?
November 1st, 1997.
Okay. And additionally, on the top left, can you give me the date on the top left?
It's hard to see, sir.
Okay. We're going to try to zoom in for you to
Please
help that out.
October 1985.
Okay. And then as well on that same sheet, the fourth line down, does it talk about laws of 1981?
Yes.
Given all of that information, would it be fair to say that that document was older?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. He may answer.
Yes.
And then if we could go to page 18 of that one as well. On page 18, I believe you're shown this exhibit as well, correct?
Yes.
Can you please read to the jury the fourth paragraph?
Rest of name, dates, etc. to remain the same on living will and will, both originals and lockbox number 514, BMO Harris Bank, 1580 East Moreland Boulevard, Waukesha, Wisconsin, 53186. Advisor, Mr. Diaz, 262-544-8780.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down, thank you.
I'll leave preview up so that you all can see and then let me know if it needs to go to the witness or to be published.
When we get it pulled up, I'm going to be showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1. And I believe you were actually shown a portion of this exhibit as part of 543 as part of the notepad that would have been taken on this October 3rd date. As part of Exhibit 1, towards the middle or towards the bottom, is there discussion about a hospital?
Yes.
Can you discuss the contents of that hospital discussion?
Well, I mean, he probably is, but we paused it until you came back, Sarah. Now we're just playing again now. So the next witness, no excuses. You'll have them on. So
It appears to notate a phone number, which can be utilized to reach a scheduling desk at the hospital. And then there's reference to they, which then in parentheses has hospital, which appears to designate who they is, referring to if that facility needs an original living will and where it can be located.
don't become a streamer, John.
It also lists Corrine on this page as well with a phone number.
On top of Exhibit 1, if we could just zoom in towards the top a little bit.
That's handy dandy. Handy dandy.
I don't. This doesn't need to be published. Thank you, though.
Handy
On top of
dandy.
Exhibit 1 is the date 9/26/2015.
Yes.
Again, you found that notepad in the collapsible area near Ms. Hernan, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, a picture of that notepad was taken on a stool, correct?
Correct.
Detective Loberg, you were shown a lot of scene photos, and there was questioning of whether or not you actually took those photos. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh dear, I didn't know that by you, Sarah. Massage therapist. Oi, oi. I didn't know that by you. We learn something new every day. Or Sarah P.
Your Honor, can we take this off preview briefly? Thank you. You took several scene photos on this date that were not published or moved into the exhibits, correct?
Correct.
In a minute, we're going to pull up all of those photos to help refresh your recollection, okay?
Okay.
Can we pull up preview, please?
Jesus.
Preview for just you or for the witness as
For
well?
the witness as well, please. Thank you.
We'll take a minute. Detective, just let us know when it's up.
And just for the record, Your Honor, because this is used to refresh his recollection, we don't have this marked as an exhibit right now, but we will be getting that in a PowerPoint form.
All right, do you know how many pages?
There are 23.
23.
Yeah.
23 pages or photos?
Correct. Can you see anything on your screen yet?
Always rolls,
Okay.
buds.
What are we looking at in this first page?
So this is what we refer to as an evidence card, which is an in-house document utilized to notate that any picture subsequent to this is associated to this particular case number and investigation.
Did you take roughly 36 photographs on this date?
I would say that's probably accurate.
Okay. Looking at this photo right now, I believe that's already been moved in as an exhibit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This third page of this, you took this photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just to make this more efficiently, so I don't have to ask you these same monotonous questions and to save the jury, I'm just going to have this actually end up being scrolled through, and then we're just going to make sure that these are all photos that you took.
Okay.
Still early days, Jonathan.
All right, Detective, have you had
Unmute. Right, she's going now. She'll say goodbye to everyone. Ta-ta. Ta-ta, Carrie here. Yeah. See. Right, gweld ti wrth nesa Sarah. Sarah. Sorry.
a chance to review all those photos?
Yes, sir.
Does that help refresh your
She want to say goodbye to everyone, so.
recollection of photos that you would have taken on this date?
Yes.
Perfect. You were questioned about some of the photos, again, by Attorney Galaviz previously about some photos that were taken that you didn't recall. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to have. Can you go to page 1, please?
No,
Publish this to-
Welsh is my first language, so we're Welsh, so I speak Welsh to my niece. She doesn't know much, if any, English, so it's all Welsh, baby.
the jury.
Sarah P, don't be a bad influence. On the edge of beauty. Yeah, Sarah Cymraeg Jonathan, speaking Welsh, boy.
Unfortunately, that delay will always be there for the jury box. I know there's the 2 monitors you all can see, but just give me a thumbs up when, all right, lots of thumbs up. Go ahead.
So first page on exhibit 543, was that a picture that you had taken in that refresh recollection?
No.
Okay. Can we go to
I wanted to not
I appreciate that.
show that
Thank
since
you.
it was scrolling through.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're on the one you want.
We're ready. Thank
Oh.
you.
Next time you're going to scroll, give me a heads up. So I need to stop the publish.
Sorry, Dad.
All right. Thank you.
This is exhibit 543, page 5. Is this picture part of the photos that you had previously taken as part of that refresh memory?
No.
Okay, page 6. Apologize, that was not the right one.
That's not the one you wanted, right?
I
All right.
apologize. We can publish
I
this.
do that sometimes. I'm a boomer sometimes.
Again, same question. Is this part of a picture?
When she goes to nursery, as in primary school, they learn English through that. She doesn't know too much yet, but they'll pick it up. She picks it up very quickly. She'll be picking it up when she turns 4. She starts school when she turns 4 in January, and she'll pick it up then. All my other nieces are the same. They're super quick at picking it up because they're so young. So it's fine.
Picture that you would have taken on this date?
No.
All right, can you take that off, please? And then we're going to turn to page 15 of 543. And that can be published. Same questions, detective. Is this picture one of the pictures that you had taken? previously?
Motherfucker!
No.
Right, that can be taken off, please.
Motherfucker!
Then moving to page 19 of 543.
Why did you just do that? Yeah, she says she's only 3. She's 4 in January. She's only just started like kindergarten. Does half a day a week on Wednesdays. What I know, and you needed a shower
Page
now.
19 of exhibit 543.
I
Was
know.
that a picture that you had taken?
No.
Moving to page 20.
No hands. I know.
Same questions. Is that a picture that you took?
No.
Just about forgotten about it as
Moving
well.
to page 21.
What do you think I feel, Sarah P?
Again, you talked about this notepad, but was that
Oh.
notepad part of the series of photos that you
Disgusting.
reviewed earlier to refresh your recollection?
No.
No, it's justified.
Same thing with page 22.
Maybe. I have no
Did
idea.
you take this photograph?
No.
Page 23. Did you take that photograph?
No.
And we can pull it down briefly. Moving on to page 26.
Well, they had it on earlier on, Sarah P, so I'm not sure where you were earlier on. It was on then. But it was on for longer last time. But that was disgusting.
That can be published, please. Thank you. Page 26 of 543.
Oh,
Did you take
was
this
it?
photograph?
No.
to 27.
No.
Again, did you take this photograph?
No.
28. Did you take that picture?
No.
29. Did you take that picture?
No.
And lastly, 30. Did you take that picture?
No.
So when Attorney Galaviz was telling you that these photos were part of the scene photos and ones that you had taken, would that be correct?
No.
Okay.
So he just diminished that and said that he didn't take them.
When you were on scene in your investigation,
Yeah,
was
they
a
lied
suicide
then.
note ever found?
No.
If there was one found, would you have taken it?
Absolutely.
In your training and experience in your lengthy time as a detective, is it normal for suicide notes to be easily findable?
Judge, I want to check as to what is normal when it comes to suicides.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Again, in your training and experience and going to death scenes and suicides before, are suicide notes easily findable?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, I believe in interviews that we typically may conduct either at the scene or later on, there seems that some people who commit that act have some sort of remorse as well, or the desire to let someone else know why they had the motivation to do what they did. And so typically it has been my experience that if those notes are present, they are within the absolute immediate area of the actual decedent.
Was that the case here?
No.
Ultimately, we've talked a lot in your testimony here about how initially this appeared to be a suicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
So can you talk about the reasons here that initially why it appeared that it was a suicide as opposed to a homicide?
So the initial information that I was told that some of the deputies received kind of, I guess, led them to that conclusion. And that would have been based on the information that they gathered from Ms. Kurczewski when they interviewed her. The other thing is that the manner in which the patient was lying with what appeared to be crushed medications present on her person, the lack of any signs of forced entry, the lack of any signs of or indications of a struggle, the lack of obvious signs of any trauma to the body. There just was no indication whatsoever, in my opinion, looking at it from a criminal aspect, that there was any obvious element at that time. And so that dictates the means in which that scene is processed.
While you're talking about the crushed pills as part of that answer, do you know when those pills got there?
No.
Do you know how they got crushed?
No.
And additionally, does documenting a scene differ when you're processing it as a homicide versus a suicide?
Absolutely.
Does that change the way you collect evidence?
Absolutely.
In terms of photographs or collecting garbage per se?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Say yes.
Ultimately, though, I believe we talked originally on direct examination, though. Through further follow-up, did this investigation turn from a suicide investigation to a homicide investigation?
Yes.
Thank you, Detective. I don't have anything else.
Right.
Question, Judge.
Go ahead. Based on the limited.
Correct.
Direct. Go ahead.
So the photos I showed you a little while ago that I got from the DA's office, I got them from you. If you didn't take them, who was taking them?
There would have been deputies on scene that would have had the ability to, but I'm not certain.
So it's either you or other deputies on the scene that took these photos.
I would assume so.
Because the deputy
yeah.
medical examiner testified yesterday that 543, Defense Exhibit 543, page 1, was the photograph of Lynn Hernan's driver's license that she got from the deputy. That photograph, but she didn't take it.
Objection, or I don't recall that being her testimony. I believe she admitted that she actually took that photograph.
Sustain this to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
So, you know, the deputy medical examiner was taking photos, correct?
I presume so. They
You-
usually do.
You were taking photographs, correct?
Yes.
And apparently other deputies on the scene were taking photographs, correct?
I don't know.
Well, a lot of these photos, most all these photographs I showed you were photographs taken on the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't see me on the scene, correct?
No.
So it would have been a deputy, correct?
And you said you didn't see any trauma to Ms. Hernan, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any trauma to her neck, correct?
Correct.
Any trauma to her mouth, correct?
I believe there was some minor bleeding, but otherwise, no.
So you saw bleeding in her mouth.
I believe there was.
You verified that was bleeding in her mouth.
With seeing blood visible? Visible on her mouth, I should
Yeah,
say.
you verified that was blood in her mouth.
Objection, I think this is getting outside the scope of redirect.
It is sustained. Move on.
Well, let's talk about these suicide scenes. How many of suicide scenes have you been to?
Couldn't say. A lot.
100?
Sure.
And of those 100, how many were prescription drug suicides?
Well, typically, let me word it this way. That's a determination made by the medical examiner. And so if I have no further investigation into the matter, I may not receive a final disposition. I may suspect or have a professional opinion as to a cause, but I may not always know for every single death investigation what the final cause of death was.
Well, when you got on the scene where you suspected it was a prescription drug suicide, how many were those?
I don't know.
1,
No.
5, 10, what's the number?
$100? I don't know. I don't know.
You investigated 100 prescriptions.
Don't know. What I'm saying, sir, is that if there's a circumstance where
Oh, he's getting
it's the
uptight now.
opinion of law enforcement at that time, at that scene, that there's a suicide that occurs, the investigation is done completely different from an obvious criminal matter scene. And so if there's no information gathered after the processing of that scene to indicate that there's a criminal element and it remains a suicide, for example, I may not have any further involvement in that case at that point. And therefore, I'm not ultimately looking for what the final disposition is of that investigation done by the medical examiner, for example, because at that point, I wouldn't have any further involvement anyways.
So you can't tell this jury how many prescription suicides you've handled.
No.
So if you handle 100 suicides in total, how many left notes?
Probably 90.
The last one that you handled,
Mhm.
what type was it?
I don't remember.
Oh,
They're that frequent. I don't remember.
So they went to the medical examiner as suicides. Is that what you're telling this jury?
What I'm saying is that that ultimate determination is made by the medical examiner. I guess the maybe an easier way to explain it is that the medical examiner has different agenda or different objective, different investigation to conduct when they're there and subsequent to that, as opposed to what I have, for example. So I don't have any of the medical training or certifications to note or to, I guess arguably what a cause of death could be. And so that's why I say an obvious causation with a criminal element. If I don't have that, I'm limited on what I can do at that point. And so, although the crime scene itself and the processing and the handling of the crime scene itself is extremely important, it's also not the only investigative tool. The ideal situation, law enforcement would love for every person to leave behind all kinds of evidence for us that would be traceable back to the offender, right? But that doesn't happen. And so all we can do is at that point, at that moment in time, that picture in your head.
Detective, do you remember
Go
what
by
I just
that.
asked you?
So that's what I'm explaining is in the end, maybe I'm misunderstanding your question. I'm understanding it as how many of them turn out to be a drug-related overdose, correct?
Oh, prescription drug related overdose.
I don't know. I don't make that determination as to what that cause of death is. So what I'm saying is if it's not a criminal investigation at that time.
Well, suicides are not criminal.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
But I'm just asking you
So
in general.
What I'm saying, sir, is if there's no criminal element to that death
This is
investigation at that time, right then and there would be no reason for me to ultimately continue to watch that investigation as it proceeds through the medical examiner and there's a final determination of a cause of death. There would be no reason. And so there's times when if it's not ultimately determined to be a homicide, for example, industrial accident, whatever you want to use, there's no, I may not receive a final disposition as to what that death investigation, what the cause of death is, because it's not criminal in nature. So there's no reason for me to continue to follow that. And so it's hard for me to give you that number because I don't always get the disposition of what it is. I may assist. I may be the lead investigator. I don't know. It all depends.
And you can't tell this jury the last time you investigated a suicide?
No.
No. Oh my God, stop the silence. Oh my God, please stop the silence. Oh Jesus, somebody say something.
There are no further questions.
Is there any
Oh, fucking fuck.
redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you.
For that.
Detective, you may step down.
Thank you.
That was
Is he under a defense subpoena?
No, Judge, please.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
as much as I don't like the defense attorney, right? I do think that was, I think the detective at the end there was bad. I do think the defense did okay there. I think they got a lot out. If it wasn't him that took the pictures, who the fuck took the pictures then? It was somebody from the police, but who did? These lawyers look like ugly cartoons. I know if you were a good attorney, he would be all on him, but in a much different way. He's not properly questioning him to get that's what I mean. Ask a question. There's so many things he missed there. Like I think the defense. I think if it's a female attorney doing it, she'd have got a lot more out of it. He sort of got stuff out of him, but nowhere near enough. Nowhere near enough. Right, to start up, he catch this one then.
Good morning, doctor. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Linda Biedrzycki, LyndaBiedrzycki.
Dr. Biedrzycki, where do you work?
At the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office.
In fact, are you the head of that office?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what it means to be the head of the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office, please?
Okay. Medical examiners and coroners are a statutory position in the state of Wisconsin, and they're by county. And our job is to investigate deaths as defined by statute, which is basically any unnatural death or any death that's unexplained. That would include accidents, homicides, suicides, or deaths is again unexplained. We don't know which category they may fall into. And we investigate those deaths and may include performing an autopsy and laboratory studies to help with that investigation and certify those deaths. So that's our statutory responsibility. I am the head of the office, so I'm the administrator, but I'm also a forensic pathologist and I perform the autopsies.
Would it be fair to say that you
Really
are
sorry.
an arm of law enforcement?
Yes,
No.
Terry.
Okay. Could you please clarify that for the jury?
I'm a physician. I practice medicine. And the kind of medicine I practice
start
has to
out.
do with the identification of causes of death and unnatural death. That's my training and background. I have no law enforcement training at all. And I do work with law enforcement. I also work with public health. I work with people who have an interest in understanding cause of death. But I don't work for the advocacy system, the law enforcement system.
So that would include the DA's office. You're not an arm of the DA's office either.
No,
Would it be fair to say that you're a totally independent department in the county?
yes,
Does that mean that you have to, as an administrator, handle things like the budget for the department?
yes, budget, personnel, those kind of things.
Okay. Based on your role, does that mean that you're often assisting many different types of parties in understanding a cause of death determination you've made?
Yes,
Does that sometimes include law enforcement?
yes,
Does it sometimes include attorneys from the DA's office?
yes,
Does it sometimes include defense attorneys?
yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33, and it's going to appear before you on your screen. And Madam Clerk, we are all set. And I'm going to have our paralegal, April, just scroll through that multi-page document. And I just want you to take a look at it.
Okay,
Is that Exhibit 33 7 pages?
I don't remember the number of pages.
Okay. And if I can refer you, actually on this screen,
I see 7.
okay. What is Exhibit 33?
It's my curriculum vitae.
Is that a current version of it?
Yes,
Was what you saw on the screen a fair and accurate copy of your curriculum vitae?
yes.
I'd move Exhibit 33 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
None.
Exhibit 33's received permission to publish is granted.
So Dr. Budritsky, I just want to make sure that the jury can kind of tell where we're looking. So on the screen along the right column, is it true that there's actually a page count?
Yes.
Okay, and so right now, does it show that we're on page 1 of 7?
Yes.
And if Ms. Vulcanier could please scroll to the bottom of page 1, I'd like you to point out if there's an exhibit sticker on this.
Yes.
Okay, and so that's the same Exhibit 33 that you just looked at?
Yes.
Okay, so if we could scroll back up to the top, please. Dr. Budritsky, why did you prepare a document like this?
People sometimes want to know what your background and training is. And so typically physicians have a CV and it's shown to people who want to know.
Okay. Is it fair to say that it's a compilation of a lot of different kinds of information?
Basically my professional information. It's not a personal document. It has to do with my training, my prior employment, my professional activities, any research that I did, that kind of thing.
And you already indicated to the jury that you're a medical doctor, right?
Correct.
And a pathologist.
Yes.
Could you please talk to the jury about your education in order to take those positions?
Okay. So I have a degree in biology from Marquette, and then I went to medical school at the Medical College of Wisconsin. After that, I did an internship in internal medicine at the University of Illinois in Chicago. And then I went and did 2 years of pathology training in both anatomic and clinical pathology at the Medical College of Wisconsin. I then went to the University of California in San Diego for more anatomic pathology training. Then I did a forensic pathology fellowship at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office in Detroit. And I finished my clinical pathology training at William Beaumont Hospital. So those were 5 years of pathology training to cover the necessary training to qualify to take boards in 3 areas of pathology: anatomic, clinical, and forensic. After I practiced forensic pathology for a while, I went and did a second fellowship in cardiac pathology. So that covers all my training.
And maybe let's back up for a moment. Could you please tell the jury what is pathology?
Pathology is the study of disease. And so that covers pretty much everything. Covers all kinds of things that happen to the human body, from infections to cancer. And in forensic, now we're adding injury.
Okay. How long ago was that 5 years of pathology training that you just testified about?
I finished all my training except for the cardiac part in 1986.
Okay. Have you been working in the field of pathology since that time?
Yes.
Could you please, and Ms. DeValcanier, if we could scroll to the middle and bottom of page 1, Dr. Budritsky, could you please talk to the jury about your certifications after that period of training in pathology, please?
So it says I'm certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology. So that's the national certification agency for doctors. I mean, there's an American Board of Medicine, an American Board of Surgery, and there's an American Board of Pathology. So that's the board that I'm certified by, and I'm certified by demonstrating adequate training. Like I have to, in the application says, how many autopsies did you do, and how many clinical chemistry tests did you do, and did you spend enough time doing this, that, and the other thing? You have to qualify, and then you take the exams in those 3 areas.
And at the bottom of page 1, fair to say that that outlines all of the experience in pathology you had since that time?
No.
No, I think it goes to the next page.
Oh, okay. But at least it's the beginning, at least.
Professional experience. Let's see. I don't know how to.
I love when Kim's here, because Kimmy does this habit, right, which is excellent. She just presses the dot to get it up so she can read it all. I love it. For a while, I was going, what the hell is Kim doing? I don't get this. Why she keep putting dots in? And then she told me, it's like, that makes perfect sense, because that heart thing's there, isn't it? You can't see it. So it's great.
Explain this. I'm not sure the CV is the easiest way to explain it. I mean, my first job was in Pontiac, Michigan at the Oakland County Medical Examiner's Office. Then I came to Waukesha in 1990, and I spent 3 years here as the medical examiner. At that time, I moved to Boston to do my cardiac pathology fellowship.
Boston.
Well, after my fellowship, I was on staff at the hospital at Brigham and Women's, and I also worked at the medical examiner's office in Boston. So I did both of those things. I came back to this area, my family is here, and worked at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office. And then I came back to the position I have now in 1998. So I was continually employed, but I went to a few places.
Have you been the head of the medical examiner's office here in Waukesha since 1998?
Yes.
Waukesha.
Do you do any teaching, doctor?
Yes.
And have you throughout your history as a pathologist?
Yes, a lot of teaching. Most of the places that I have been employed at, there was either teaching, almost always, of law enforcement and community training. I was a professor. I'm an adjunct professor at the medical college now, and I train residents and fellows. I was a
Yeah,
full faculty member, both at Harvard and when I was in Boston and at the medical college when I
Boston.
worked in
Boston.
Milwaukee.
The next page. Could you tell the jury what this page of your curriculum vitae is capturing and why it's important?
These are the professional activities I've engaged in. And
Yeah, I know.
part of it is to maintain
Jesus. Can't read
knowledge in the
that.
field. You work with your co-professionals nationally so that you know what's going on
Mm-hmm.
and try to contribute nationally to improve your field. So I belong to general pathology organizations, which are the American Society of Clinical Pathologists and the College of American Pathologists. All pathologists can belong to those organizations, and the United States and Canadian Academy of Pathologists. Then I belong to forensic organizations, which include the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I also belong to the State Coroners and Medical Examiners Association, and I also belong to the AMA, the American Medical Association.
In your field, is it important that you keep current on research and developments in the field?
Well, continuing
No,
education is
I get
critical
you,
for all
Kiri.
physicians because knowledge advances. And yes,
I
so
got you,
it's true
Kiri.
in forensics as well.
Is it important, and I think that you mentioned it when you were talking about these positions, that you consult with other doctors in your field or even professionals in other fields that are relevant to your work?
Ooh.
Right, yes. I mean, there's
Nice.
a lot of ongoing discussion with your colleagues. You know, how did you do this? Can you help me with that? So forth and so on.
Doctor, I next want to talk to you about what's actually on the next page of this exhibit, page 4, in terms of have you ever written anything that's been published?
Hello, Kathy.
Well, this particular page is more to do with
Welcome back, Kathy. I've not seen you for a while now, so welcome back, Kathy. Hope you're well.
other activities, such as I did 2 presentations in the last couple of years on a national level. And it includes my other memberships and speaking award. But I have published as well.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I skipped ahead a little bit. That's further down, isn't it? So, in terms of the page that we're looking at, could you tell the jury a little bit about that most recent presentation that you gave?
Right. I'll be back now.
Just this, in June of this year, I did a webinar, national or maybe internationally provided webinar called The Poison Patient, Poison in the Pathologist, Challenges in Delayed Death.
Do you know about how many other doctors viewed that training?
I was told that over 1,000 registered.
And what about the one listed there in 2022? What was that?
This was a talk I was asked to give on challenges in the identification and certification of novel synthetic opioids in death investigations, the Midwest experience. I did that at the toxicology workshop at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Okay. And Ms. DeValkenir, if we could just slowly scroll down. I think, Doctor, you've already talked about your teaching. So we'll scroll through that. Sorry, scroll up a little bit to mid-page 5. Dr. Budrowski, is there anything on this page that jumps out you think relevant for this case that you'd like to talk to the jury about?
Well, it includes things I may have mentioned that I instructed at the Medical College of Wisconsin, that I lectured for Police Academy when I was in Michigan, that I taught at the Harvard School of Public Health and Harvard Medical School when I was working in Boston.
Okay, and if we could continue down, please. Now, page 6 of Exhibit 33 is actually the part that I jumped ahead to, right? This is a big bibliography part. What does this capture for the jury?
Well, these are articles that I published, book chapters that I wrote or assisted in writing, and abstracts, which are basically like short versions of papers that aren't a complete paper that I wrote on various topics.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the process of being published as a doctor. Is that a fairly simple thing to get done?
No, I mean, it takes a lot of time. You have to be peer reviewed, submit to a journal. I would say time is a constraint, at least for me.
Explain that to the jury, please.
I find that actually doing my job takes all of my time. Working to publish papers, it is important because it's important to share things that might be helpful to other people, but it takes a lot of time. One paper, that the second one on here, that I worked with Dr. Dupre, who's works at Carroll College. We looked at hundreds of cases of deaths to look at what commonalities existed in people who died of falls. I mean, crunching that data, it took years actually to do that. Other cases are case reports. I did, the top one is a case report because there was an injury from a resuscitation device. And I called the emergency doctors that were supervising the EMTs. And I said, hey, this happened. You should know that this can be a complication. And he said, that has never been published before. We should publish it. I went like, if you do at least most of the work, I can do that. But, it takes time.
Okay. As opposed to working on research and publishing articles, what does a typical day for you in your job look like?
It's mainly doing autopsies and working on investigations of deaths, supervising the investigative staff, reading the reports of the cases that they investigated and doing the autopsies, and then the follow-up for those autopsies, which includes reviewing the medical records, the police reports, the laboratory data, filling out the paperwork for the death certificates. One time I did a time study because it was requested by administration, and I can spend up to 30% of my total work hours doing administration. So there's that as well.
Okay. When you say supervising, I think that you called it the investigative team. Did I get that wrong?
Yeah, no, that's right.
Okay. Formerly, was Tabitha Kukas a part of that team?
Yes.
What was your role in terms of supervising her work and the other investigators' work?
Well, I set the standard for the scope of the investigation. There are requirements that they need to fulfill in every investigation in terms of my expectations. So, and anybody who works in my office, it's a long training period because it's a very high learning curve. So, primarily I set those expectations, what a good investigation consists of, and then on a daily basis, I review the cases that have been occurring. If they don't call me, sometimes I'm called and they say, I'm at a scene, what do you think? And so I might have input at that time. But, I, as the head of the office, I'm responsible for the work of the staff. And so that's what I mean.
When you talk about scenes, does that only include homicide scenes?
No.
Could you remind the jury when you're called for assistance, when your office is called for assistance?
Any death that's outside of a facility requires a call to our office. And usually a response, although sometimes we are not responding at this time. After COVID, we had to change our response because I don't have enough staff. So if a case looks natural and I have enough information about the scene from phone information from people at the scene, my staff may not respond, but otherwise they responded to everybody who died outside of a facility all the time. And most of those are not homicides.
Okay. I think I know the answer to this. Is it possible for you personally to go to all those scenes?
No.
Okay. Could you give the jury some idea of the numbers of scenes we're talking about per year, per week, or something that would be helpful?
No, it would be per year because I look at these stats for budget purposes. So, but I'm going to have to round them. It's probably around high 200s to 300 scenes pre-COVID. It jumped by about 100 to 150 scenes more. Now I think we're up to 400 to 500 scenes annually. Okay.
Is that investigative team important in order for you to be able to do the work you need to do?
Yeah, I can't go to all the scenes. I'm the doctor, I do the autopsies. They can't do the autopsies, they go to the scenes. It's like, I often view it as a relationship of a doctor and a nurse. They're the paraprofessionals that I'm responsible for, that I, but work under my direction, basically.
Fair to say they're kind of the eyes and ears for you in terms of the scene?
Absolutely.
Okay. But have you been to scenes before yourself?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. In your experience, even just here in Waukesha since 1998, fair to say that you've seen and analyzed many, many death scenes?
Yes. Right now, our office, well, I don't know. I think of it in terms of death certificates signed because that's the ultimate responsibility. Our office signs something like 500 death certificates a year.
Okay. How many doctors or pathologists are working in your office?
One other full-time and one less than half-time.
Okay. So all of those death certificates are signed by one of the three of you, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a difference between cause and manner of death?
Yes.
What is it?
Cause of death is the initiating event, which could be an injury or it could be a disease that starts the chain that results in death. Manner is how that death, it's more circumstances of the death. In other words, a gunshot wound could be an accident, a suicide, or a homicide, depending on how that gunshot wound was sustained. And then the natural deaths have no trauma at all.
Okay. Which of those or both go on a death certificate?
Both.
Okay. Does it sometimes take a long period of time between finding a decedent and having a death certificate signed?
Yes, in my area, yes.
Why?
Because there's a lot of laboratory studies, medical records, maybe investigation that has to go into it.
Okay. You said that almost on a daily basis you are conducting autopsies, is that right?
Yes,
Are there different parts of an autopsy?
yes.
Could you please explain those to the jury?
The first is the external exam, and I do that before the patient is altered. In other words, if a person comes in with clothes and medical devices attached, or even things that may have caused injuries, like there's a knife still in the body, I examine the body and document it at that point. Then the body is undressed, the medical devices are removed, and I do another examination looking for things that I couldn't see the first time, and looking at other marks of injury or disease. Then the internal part comes where we examine and make incisions to look at the internal organs, and we take body fluids and tissues for study and laboratory testing.
Do you have a lab in the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's Office?
No.
What lab do you use?
Depends on the test. We have options for toxicology labs. We have options for laboratory testing like blood cultures or chemistries. I have a lab that does the slides, that cuts the slides so I can look at them under the microscope. So there's a variety of places that I might use.
Okay. When you make a cause of death determination, do you need to consider more things than just your autopsy process?
Yes, the cause of death. There are some causes of death that aren't even found at autopsy. One might be diabetic ketoacidosis, which is a chemical imbalance. An autopsy, well, I should say, the gross autopsy and microscopic autopsy won't do that, but the chemical tests I run will show that. So I guess the autopsy will show that, but I was thinking in terms of what I could see with my own eyes.
Okay. What other types of information do you try to analyze if you can before ultimately concluding a cause of death?
I need to know the investigation, the scope, how is the body found? What do we know about the person that died? What do we know about the most recent events about that person around the time of their death? So there's the history, there's what was seen, what was found at the scene, my eyes and ears. So that helps to fill in like how the person was found, and the autopsy and the laboratory testing.
Okay. What about if you're able to have access to a decedent's medical records? Do you review those?
Absolutely. We look, I mean, I think I mentioned that earlier, but yes, I do look at the historical data, the medical records, and also investigative information.
Okay. I'm going to jump back a second to manner of death. What are the different options for manner?
In Wisconsin, and this can vary state to state, but in Wisconsin, we're given 5 choices. It's natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and undetermined.
Okay. What would an example of natural death be?
A heart attack,
Okay. What about an example of accidental?
blunt trauma from a motor vehicle accident.
Okay. And all 5 of those manner of death types have you used in your work?
Yes,
Okay. Multiple times?
yes,
Okay. Are there occasions when you find the need to consult with other professionals before finalizing a cause of death determination?
yes,
Is that actually pretty common?
yes,
Okay. What about doing
Yeah, I know.
research on your own before determining a cause of death?
yes.
Dr. Bedritsky, I'd like to talk to you
I know.
about this
Thanks,
case
Siri.
involving the decedent Lynn Hernan. Were you involved in the cause of death and manner determination for Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Okay. First, I want to talk to you about the autopsy process. Now, did you conduct an autopsy on Ms. Hernan in this case?
Yes,
And when you conduct autopsies, are you always following the same best practices and standards set for you in your field?
I would say yes. I mean, every case has its own specific things, but in general, there's a standard practice.
Ultimately, do you memorialize the autopsy process and conclusions in a report?
Yes,
Is that often referred to as a protocol?
yes.
I'd like to show just the witness, please, states Exhibit 34. And doctor, again, this is a multiple page exhibit.
Here he is. Big Tony. Hi, Anthony. How you doing, boy? What's with that, boy? Gweithio ti'n iawn? Fries, burger, thumbs up. Good boy, Anthony. Hope you're well, mate. Hope it all was well there in Brecon the way.
And I'm going to have Mr. Vulcanier please scroll slowly through all 8 pages.
It's all good, Sylvia. You listed away. Everyone listed away. It's all good. This is just a boring part of it right now. And I'm hungry as well, so I'm hungry now. Hurry up. Because Wisconsin, your time's central. I'm not used to central.
And Dr. Bedritsky, do you recognize Exhibit 34?
Yes,
What is it?
it's the autopsy report I prepared on Lynn Hernan.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that?
Yes,
Okay. I'd move Exhibit 34 into evidence. I'm not asking for permission to publish at this point.
Any
No, it's
objections to
18.
34? No. Exhibit 34 is received.
Now, this protocol, is that something that you can complete as soon as your autopsy is done?
no, I take notes during the autopsy. I dictate from those notes. And then until I have all the other information, like the laboratory finding and my conclusions, then I finalize it.
And is that what happened in this case, that you needed to wait to finalize this?
Yes,
Okay. In this case, did you specifically send any items to a lab for
Yes.
testing? When you send toxicology samples, do you always use the same lab?
no, I use one of 2 labs in 2018. I don't know if I only used 1 or 2 labs. I primarily use a lab called NMS for most of my cases, but sometimes, at least now, I send some cases to the State Lab of Hygiene.
Okay. If you needed a more comprehensive report which lab would you pick?
NMS
Okay. Where is that lab located?
in Pennsylvania.
In this case with Ms. Hernan, did you send samples to NMS labs?
I did,
Actually, multiple times?
yes.
Okay. I'd like to show the witness, please, Exhibit 35. And again, Dr. Budrowski, is there something on your screen?
Yes,
Okay, great. I would just have Ms. DeValkenir please slowly scroll through the 14-page exhibit.
So it took her a long time to get to this stage. I don't know why she took so long. Maybe just to bang into the jury that she's well overqualified. I've no idea. But I hope it's a female attorney crossing, because this lawyer is quite slow as well. Jonathan, this lawyer though, she's quite attractive. The lawyer, there's something about her, I'd say. This is the awkward bit, especially if you're a witness.
And Dr. Budrowski, do you recognize Exhibit 35?
yes, this
What it-
was, oh, I'm sorry.
What is it?
This was the final, or the fourth actually, and the final
have a look now.
report from NMS Labs on the specimens from Lynn Hernan's autopsy.
Is this something that you used in order to determine the cause of death in this case?
Yes,
In fact, is it often included right behind your protocol?
yes, it's often, if people request my autopsy protocol, rather than copying everything that's on the report, I would just attach it to my report.
Okay. And is that what you
She
did
is,
in this
Jonathan.
case?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the final report from NMS Labs in this case?
yes.
I move Exhibit 35 into evidence.
Exhibit 35 is received.
Not that she takes
Dr.
any medicine, though.
Budrowski, do you know roughly the time frame that you received the toxicology initially in this case?
I think it was possibly November after I did the autopsy in September or in October.
Okay. When you received the
Here we are.
toxicology, did you end up contacting NMS Labs?
Yes,
Why?
because there was a substance that I was an unusual finding that I hadn't seen in a report from their facility before. It was called tetrahydrozoline.
Why did you contact the lab about that?
I wanted to know specifically if there was more testing that should be done. In other words, if you find a surprising finding, I mean, many of the findings in their toxicology report were things that I was familiar with and were found in her investigation in terms of the medication she had access to. But tetrahydrozoline just sort of came out of nowhere. So I called them and I said, you know, what's your experience with this? Should I send another specimen? Can we confirm it through another means? Because this is an unexpected result.
In terms of the autopsy itself in this case, were there remarkable findings that kind of pointed you in a certain direction about what the manner of death might be?
You can go, Sarah. It's all good. Jonathan's got it. He's got it. Yeah, baby, he's got it.
Because there were a number of medication bottles at the scene, there were scattered pills on the floor, there was powder kind of ground up on her body. There was a thought that maybe there was an ingestion was a possibility for the cause of death. She had also been recently released from the hospital and she was on a lot of medication. So she clearly had some medical conditions. So perhaps natural disease was the cause of death. So I would say initially that was my thought.
Okay. Ultimately, Dr. Budrowski, if we could, Ms. DeValkenir could flip back to.
Yeah, but he's still carrying on though. Club career, Anthony, just not Wales. Sad. He had a good stretch. He's good. I like him, but he's still got club career left. So
Exhibit
we'll still see him.
34, please. when did your protocol get finished in this matter?
Sometime after I determined the cause of death. So the death certificate would be signed first, then it's just the paperwork of including all your data and proofreading the report and signing it.
And Ms. DeValconier, if we could please show the witness exhibit 36. Dr. Budritsky, this is a single page exhibit. Do you see it on the screen before you?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a cause of death letter that we send because death records are not available in general to everybody. Only, next of kin, typically it's a vital record. But the information that I determined regarding cause of death might be necessary to release so that people know what the determination of cause of death is. So it's basically a short form saying that. So this is a letter I constructed, or the office constructed, based on what was on the death certificate of Lynn Hernan regarding the cause and manner of death and how the injury occurred.
What's the date on this exhibit?
September 27th, 2019.
And remind the jury when you did the autopsy?
October 4th, 2018.
So fair to say a lot of time passed between the autopsy and your determination in this case?
Yes.
Is that common?
This long, not common, but there were 4 different submissions for toxicology, and I wanted to be very sure, based on what my final determination was, that I had not failed to consider any further or new information.
And is exhibit 36 a fair and accurate copy of the letter your office produced in this case?
I can't see the exhibit number, but
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just scroll down. Thank you.
yes.
I'd move exhibit 36 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
36 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
There's a little bit of a delay, so I just want to make sure that it's in the jury box before we continue.
So we key this to it. Oh no. Yes, do it, Jonathan. I'll be back. Just gonna probably chuck something in the oven. 2 secs.
All right. I think I even saw the light go on some of your faces, so that's a clue. Dr. Budritsky, is this exhibit 36 that you were just shown on your screen?
Yes.
If we could scroll down, please. Okay. And we're going to go much more in depth into these determinations, but before the lunch break here, I'd just like you to explain to the jury the content in the middle paragraph of this and what your findings were in this case.
Okay. It's structured as a death certificate is structured. So what my obligation is to fill out the death certificate is to fill out what they call the primary cause of death. And that's like part 1. And part 2 are all the other conditions that contributed significantly to the cause of death. Then there's, if it's not a natural death, how did an injury occur and the time and place and how it occurred. So the cause of death I determined was tetrahydrozoline poisoning. I also determined that there were other significant conditions. I think it's important to say that the CDC has instructions on filling out a death certificate, and other significant conditions should not include things that are historical. It should include things that affect the cause of death in a significant way. So you should be able to say why you put that in there. So under that conditions, I included a number of other medications, including baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, and cyclobenzaprine use, other medications. I also put in some of her important natural diseases, including interstitial myocarditis, hypertension, hepatic steatosis, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Then I have to determine a manner of death. I have to pick one of the 5 manners, and I determined it was a homicide which is a medical determination, not based on law enforcement or criminal rules. It's a public health determination, actually. And how this injury occurred is that she was given tetrahydrozoline by another, which is why I called it a homicide. If it was self-administered, it would be something else. And the use of baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, and cyclobenzaprine. So I have to indicate all of those unnatural conditions as injury.
Jonathan.
Dr. Bedrzejewski, I think this would be a good time to take the lunch break, Judge.
All right, I agree. Thank you for stepping at a logical point. So you can just remain seated, Dr. Bedrzejewski, for the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you've heard my instruction. I'm going to paraphrase it right now. In a nutshell, you may not begin your deliberations. You may not discuss this case with among yourselves or with anyone else. You can't do any research. Avoid watching any news reports, reading any news reports, listening to any news reports, talk shows, or coverage, as you know, due to the live stream in this case. Don't research anything you think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. And if you see any of the parties, the lawyers, the witnesses, as you know, they will avoid you. You need to avoid them. It's not to be rude. It's one of the rules. But if you see them and they are talking about the case, just keep going. Do not listen to any conversations about the case. And do not communicate with anyone in any way, whether electronically, whether in person, whether on a phone. You may not do any of that, and you may not post about this or otherwise communicate about your experience as a juror while this case is pending and before the trial is concluded. As you know, the rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me, or frankly, if anyone were to approach you as well. Because if jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. As you know, you are to decide this case based only on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, we'll give the full 90-minute lunch hour. Please follow the directions. I know you've met Mike now, replacing Jen. Tom is still here, and we'll get going close to 1:30. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, I'll just wait a second. All right. I'm just going to put that on, right? Lunch break. So I'm going to take 90-minute lunch, yes. I'm going to take a 75-minute lunch because I need to cook my lunch and then eat it tonight. So, oops. I was going to make it only because it's so big a joke, but nah. Right. So there we are. Court is adjourned. So let me leave that up then. Take myself off like that. I'll be back at past then, so in about 75 minutes, guys. So we can have about 10 minutes, 15 minutes just discussing it before the court comes back. With that, I love you all, but I'm absolutely starving, so I have to leave you. Right, see you in a bit, guys. Love you. Yo, how we doing, everybody? Oops, wrong way. Chat's been going. Whoa, people been doing stuff here. Sorry, I just have to talk about boilers and stuff. Um, Oh, no child predators. Danny, hey Danny, you right, Danny? They are scum. Yes, Danny, you're right. I forgot to mention I made American ketchup. That's fine, mate. Keep this good going, son. You're doing well, Jonathan. As I say, everybody can utilize it. Emma does now and again as well. But yeah, absolutely utilize it. I can't wait to see it. I normally watch it in the mornings, so I enjoy. It's always hard to stay around kids too much. Well, I've got a pedophile living next door to me, so I get it. All creepy porn addictions. Never just who has a creepy porn addiction and likes to be around kids a lot. Yes, he's minor attracted. So he's yes. Come on, lunch. Yeah, gotta keep Epstein. Oh, yeah. But there'll be another half hour. Had supper and made my dessert. Time for court. Let's go. Sylvia's keen. She's keen. Oh, now I'm all caught up. Time to play the waiting game. Hey, Danny. Um, there's a place, Danny, in Dublin. It's on the outskirts. It's up the mountains. It's a pub restaurant it is. I remember going there quite a few times, but I don't remember its name. It's famous for like its fish and stuff, for seafood it is. I don't remember its name, but it was nice. I really enjoyed. It's expensive, but it was always nice. I don't remember the name of it. Hey Hannah, hey Hannah. I agree. Full day today, and now I have a small window between everything I had to do and sleep. They don't care about Europeans. Self-centered, they eat too slow, so slow. When I first started watching trials, someone said, "Do people work?" I said, "Yes, my job is a Zoom court spectator." Just to get for the food, yes. Coffee time. Where you from, Sylvia? She's from Cape Breton, Canada. Are they still eating? Sparking a joint. Working on bills and little while we wait. That's it, Thierry. Don't ever tell your wife. Bee tickles your neck when she kisses you. Hey, Jonathan, actually, or anyone else, have you ever done solar panels, right? And then had an air machine boiler outside to capture it and stuff? Because I'm hearing bad stuff about it, but apparently you have to have an air source in to get the solar panels. She was sweet. It's the Canada, Hannah. Sure. Or the moustache. Truth on at least if you want to stay married, yes. Look up Sydney, Nova Scotia, Canada. Sydney is a big city, not big of Cape Breton. Wax her face for her in a What time she got, Jonathan? Those wire whiskers or the chin face? Thierry. Man, you guys interpreting my Israel stream. Interrupted, Jesus. You can't try, Jonathan, but it seems like a risky thing to do if you want to stay alive. Well, I shaved one of her eyebrows off. Oh, all read that. Thank you for sticking around, guys. You're the best. Around. Da, 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 you're the best. Around. The judge is 50. She's 53. Looking good for 53. Let me just. Uh, Michigan man, importantly, though, we'd be lucky to have him. Okay. Hang on. All right, let's have a look here. Hello. No problems, Anna. I suck at geography and my husband can draw every country. Wow, that's a skill. Hey, Mekiteki. I was speaking about you earlier on. I was saying that how Perry brings the IQ level in chat way up, but then when you pop in, you bring it way down again. Obviously joking. That's more like me bringing it down. But hey, Meki, always lovely to see you pop in, my lovely. Lovely to see you. I need to train Perry better because whenever I need Perry, he's never bloody here. So I need to whip him into shape. He's just too intelligent. I need him around. To be fair, I'm pretty lucky with this chat. Most people are very intelligent. I'd like to surround myself with um more people that's more intelligent than me. So it's hard. Perry's no longer very he's your favourite. I love Perry. It's just he comments and I never know if he's here, if he's gone. Never know where he is. He's probably in another stream somewhere, but it's like, Perry, I need you. Nah, he's good. He's good. And we love you as well, Meki Teki. Shauna's been in earlier on. She popped in a few times. Sorry, Frankie. Oh, and Dandy. Dandy, new viewer today. Dandy popped in. Oh, here he is. Perry. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Yes, Perry. Where do you keep disappearing to? I always need you in chat to like inform. Do you know what I mean? I love it. Word up, nephew. Word up, Johnny. Jonathan. And there you are. Yes. Oh, I told her that I was telling everyone that when you're in the chat, Perry, you bring the IQ levels up. But then when Meki's in chat, she brings it back down. So in a way, you balance each other out really good. Perry, Meki. Oh, and you meet in the centre. 44 digital blackface. Jesus Christ. Jonathan. Obviously, I'm joking, guys. I love you all. I love you all. Right, let me take this banner down. Ask her to give me a clue where a place is. He starts explaining every country around it. I don't know when he remembers how he remembers it. Some people are just like that, though. Do you know what I mean? The countries and things like that, they're bang on it. I can't do any of that. Jonathan. Um, I was missing to say Sam I am. I've not seen Sam I am today. I thought she's going to be more here watching the trial, but it's all good. Oh, open your mouth. Yeah, Jonathan, did you hear what I said about the air boilers or whatever they're called? With the, or has anyone experienced it? Putting solar panels in, and then you have to have the air pump outside. Then I've had mixed reviews on it. I just wanted to hear what people have to say about it. So I don't know if anyone else has got an air pump outside for solar panels to run your electricity on. Um, oh, the full Americans is taking place right now. Washington, yes. We stopped today. We'll have to catch up. Yeah, that's fine. The first witness, mostly they just laid foundation for the first witness. I think you could play that like 2.0. To be quite honest with you, this witness is like the ME medical expert. So, but we only just started with her really. Basically, we've not really done much with her, Perry. So, um, yeah, we've not heard much from her yet. So we stopped just before lunch. That's all by design, planned long ago. Sylvia. Jonathan, are you in charge of chat or is that a feedback? So no one's really knows what an air boiler, whatever it's called. That's fine. I thought somebody might know. But to be fair, doesn't look like no one does, so that's fine. Where? Oh no, I'm not going to ask that question. Actually, when is I can Google that. When is? Okay, I can ask a question. We won't get into it, but when's the presidential election for the US? When is that? Is when is it? Does anyone know? Obviously, you do know, but don't fall asleep, lol. No, Emma, I'm here. Ooh, Emma, Emma. I think Emma's a little bit behind. Next November. Thank you, that helps. Fine, that makes sense. So it's next. Fine. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Now, Sylvia. Or the starting the process. Yeah, I'm with you, Sylvia. Thank you, Katie. I don't do politics, but I'm always intrigued with the whole process, so I will be watching it. I knew you were behind Emma. It's all good, my darling. It's all good. Jonathan, December. Oh, December. Actually, you're probably right. Starts December, doesn't it? You got a year-long campaign, haven't you? January, February, my chat wasn't even moving. That's fine. March, Jonathan's been funny now. Yeah, no, I know. But because of the talks of it now, I wasn't sure, you see, so it's fine. It's all good. And I know the majority of people how you vote in this chat, so I don't even have to ask because I know I would reckon 99% of you are voting the same way. For whatever reason, I attract that. So I don't know. I did have some other side people, but they seem to not have come back, which is a shame because they were great. Make sure you vote. Oh, Perry, now you start. No, Perry, don't, Perry. Perry, don't. You can tell when it's election time in America because everything everywhere gets crazy. Yes. Yeah. Look what you started, Perry. Not funny, you mean? No, he's always funny. ABB, anything but Biden. Right, no more political talk. Don't. He started to bloody open the door there. My fault. I opened the door. Perry went straight in, peeking in, and went, "What? What?" Um, I know, I know. Let's not start. Let's not go. I know. Gas usually gets cheaper, though it's getting more expensive this time. Oh, do you think? Yeah. More American politics. I know most of the names. Fine. I love it. I'm not into politics because of this. You know, I love you all. I love you all. I love you all. You're the martyrs, the ones we put in Congress. There we are. That's a good take. I voted with Bill Clinton. Monica Lewinsky, isn't it? She was famous for a while, wasn't she? Monica, Monica. It's time to go the glue. Yeah, Jonathan is the number one fan of Mr. Donald. Oh. Anyway, this trial, try to get away from that now. This trial. Woohoo. Recall Vladimir Zelensky, Monica Zelensky. I'm voting for clown. Well, as a joke, we all know what my favorite hat is, I think. Yes, we all know the TRUMP hat comes out for you, Jonathan. Mr. T, lol, yes. Mr. T. Um, it's over now, Joe. It's over now. Just we're waiting for them. We're waiting for them. It's over. It's over now. It's all over now. But obviously we gotta wait. We cannot go anywhere. We have to wait for them. Oh, I don't even know when the elections are in the UK. It's got an absolute joke in the UK. So somewhere over the rainbow, T T T T T T T T somewhere. Right, quick recap. Well, do you know what? It's difficult. So all we had in first witness was the detective was on there, he taking photos there. Apparently he hadn't taken all the photos. He only took some of them. We know none of the detectives picked up any of the evidence, so we don't know who did. So we're still waiting to hear about that. And they just laid a load of foundation with that witness. Now we've got the
All right,
ME
we are back
on the
on
stand.
the record in State versus Jessy Kurczewski after the
She's
lunch
beautiful, guys.
break. Do we have Dr. Kurczewski available?
Yes, she is in the victim room.
So then the ME is on that, but you've not missed anything with the ME. She just said it's not just her that does the autopsy. They spent about literally 45 minutes, half an hour, 45 minutes talking about her qualifications. I kid you not. So it's been very slow today, very, very slow today. I think the defense have asked some good questions, but they should have been asking a lot more questions. But they're going down the line of that it's suicide. Do you know what I mean? The defense are saying, and the detective said that's what he thought at the start, but obviously now they think differently. So, and the ME said that she had to take the blood samples, toxicology stuff, to a company in Pennsylvania, so that they could test it for Visaline, whatever it's called. Um, Basically, that's where we're at. I mean, so I think the chat will say that some people here are now seeing maybe came in wrong thinking she's guilty, but now actually think, well, hang on, there's a few dodgy things here, like the will and stuff. Why was the will out? We don't know where the will was when it was found. So there's a lot of questions that we haven't had answers to yet, Hannah. We need to find answers to. So anyway, oh, she's beautiful.
All right, we can have her come back out and she can be on the stand when the jury comes out.
I thought that as well.
Before we get the jury out here, I'm not sure what time the state's going to finish their direct. They said it's at least 2 more hours, maybe longer. So in any event, if it's late enough in the day, I might ask this court if I could start my cross-exam tomorrow, if it's late. If it's not, could I at least have a break after the direct's done so I could be properly set up for the cross-exam?
Sure, I'll take that under advisement and we'll just see how long it takes for the remainder of her direct.
2 more hours.
All right,
So
anything else from either of the
3.
parties? If not, we'll just get Dr.
I did want to mention that Dr. Kasinko will be watching live stream of the expert testimony, which I believe was discussed, that there's an exception to the exclusion rule for experts. She has not tuned in yet, but I wanted to make a record before she does.
I would say any of the experts can watch the other experts, and if you want to do it by live stream, that's fine. All right, Dr. Vidzricki, if you would please come back up to the witness stand, and once you're there, we'll have the jurors brought out.
Yeah, she's all right as well. This attorney, she's quite pretty as well, to be fair. So if you didn't see that, obviously we could be here for a long night, or not sure. Oh, you have changed your thumbnail. Hello. I'm not sure what the thumbnail is, but hello, Rosebud. Good legs, strong legs, strong legs. Look at her. She squats. You just know she's there. She doesn't need to go on her knees. Do you know what I mean? She squatted. Anyway, before I get into trouble. Okay, Wonder Woman. Yeah, I can't quite see from here. That's why I was asking. Oh, there we are. Happy days. Oh, okay. You're all too smart for me. Anyway, right, we'll get to it. I'll fast forward it now. Jury on the way in. So another 2 hours minimum takes us with a break till about 4 o'clock Wisconsin time, which I think she'll then just be like, no, let's come back tomorrow. We'll see. Hey, it's your business.
Yes.
I moved 20 into evidence, asked for permission to publish.
You've missed nothing, Rose. Missed
20 is
nothing.
received if it had not been earlier, and permission to publish is granted.
We're just gonna wait till it gets up on the screens. Great. Dr. B, this is the exhibit 20 that you just saw on the screen before you.
Yes.
And actually, this is already in evidence. But what is the jury looking at in exhibit 20?
This is the hand of Lynn Hernan. It shows jewelry. It shows her long painted nails and a small injury on the back of her hand.
Okay. Is it important for the medical examiner's office to create a record of valuables that a decedent might be wearing?
Absolutely,
Why?
because we could be accused of taking them.
Okay. Next, I'd like to just show the witness exhibit 46. And doctor, do you see exhibit 46 before you?
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
yes,
Did you take that?
no.
Who took it?
One of the pathology assistants during the course of the autopsy.
Okay. Have you seen that photo before?
Yes.
I move exhibit 46 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Exhibit 46 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Dr. Bedritsky, what is the jury looking at in exhibit 46?
This is a photo of all the jewelry as well as the glasses that were removed from the body of Lynn Hernan at the time of autopsy.
In terms of the middle bracelet, does that appear to be the same one shown in exhibit 20 of the photo of Ms. Hernan's hand?
It does.
Okay. Next, I'd like to please just show the witness exhibits 38 and then 39. I'm just going to ask if you recognize these things, doctor. Fair to say exhibit 39 is actually 2 pages
Yes.
and exhibit 38 is just 1 page?
Yes.
Do you recognize those things?
Yes.
What is exhibit 38, please?
38 is a certification by myself that the photographs on a CD are actually from the case of Lynn Hernan, that they're true copies.
Does this document also speak to the records that would have come from your office in this case?
Yes, I see that. It's the records and the photographs, yes.
Okay. As the administrator of your office, is part of your duty to respond to record requests and things like that?
It is. I'm named the record custodian.
Okay. So have you created certifications of records many, many times before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Fair to say this is the one for this case.
True.
What about exhibit 39? Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that part of the record for this case in your file?
yes.
Okay. I'd move exhibits 38 and 39 into evidence, ask for permission to publish, starting with 38.
No objection. Exhibits 38 and 39 are received, permission to publish granted.
And if we scroll to the bottom of this page, Doctor, can we see that number 38 exhibit sticker?
Yes,
Okay, and if we scroll back up, essentially this is you certifying the records you gave over in this case, right?
that's correct.
Okay, now I'd like to publish exhibit 39, starting with page 1, and then scrolling to page 2, please. Doctor, you testified that this is a record in your file for this case.
Yes.
What kind of a record is this?
This is property or evidence receipt.
What does that mean?
That means that when there's a transfer of property from the decedent to another person, everything that was transferred is listed. And then on the bottom, it says who it's released by, who it's released to, and the date.
Do you know a Catherine Doherty?
Yes,
Who's that?
she's a deputy medical examiner in my office.
Okay. In terms of the items listed on the left, would you agree it appears to be jewelry items?
Yes,
Okay. And then on the top, again, the decedent's name is shown, right?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have in terms of those exhibits. Now, Dr. Bedritsky, I'd like to ask you about the different pieces of the puzzle, so to say, that you reviewed before concluding the cause of death in this case to be tetrahydrozoline. I'd like to start with a discussion of Ms. Hernan's medical records. Did you have access to historical medical records for Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Where did you get those from?
We received records from 3 providers, from Advanced Pain Management, from Aurora, and from Pro Healthcare.
Did you ask for those?
Yes.
Why?
It's important to know in any case, I mean, these were asked for before any lab tests came back. So I would understand her general health and historical information about her health.
Were the records voluminous?
Well, not as many as some, but they were a lot of pages.
Okay. Did you actually create kind of a summary of those records that was helpful to you in your analysis of this case?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to show just the witness, please. The multi-page exhibit in 210.
210?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Doctor, is that actually a 13-page exhibit?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a summary in order of time, not by provider, of the healthcare contacts that Lynn Hernan had. So I took the records and I went chronologically from the earliest record to the latest record, indicating which healthcare provider she saw, what was the main reason, what were some of the features of the history and physical, and findings and plan.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the summary you made in this case?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 210 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection. Thank you. Exhibit 210 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
And Ms. DeValcanier, if we could please start with page 1 of exhibit 210. Dr. Bedritsky, did you actually put the exhibit you created on some corkboard in this case?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Because it's important, I thought, to show the sequence of events in its totality, isolating page by page. It gave me a problem seeing patterns and sequence and what was repetitious and, you know, how things happen. So I thought it would be better to put it in a as much of a longitudinal form as I could and still be readable.
Are these two cork boards the exhibits that you just described putting together?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna put the first part of exhibit 210 on the easel. It's exhibit 210. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
See the court reporter now. I know Jonathan wants to see her. What's the event? What's the event that helps? What are you
And as we
emceeing?
go through this, Doctor, I'm also gonna have Mr. Vulcanier blow it up for the jury, page by page, but I think it is helpful to have it in chronological order as you put it together. So as the jury is looking at the screen in front of them, page 1 of exhibit 210, could you identify where that is on the cork board I just put up?
Yes. I can get up.
Yes.
I just lost 2 subscribers.
We're starting here,
Why did I lose 2 subscribers?
going down and then coming back here.
Okay.
And can you just make a record of what side of the board?
Happy
she
days, mate.
referenced when she said starting here.
So page 1 would then be at the top
Nice.
left corner of the cork board.
Yes.
Good
As
luck,
you're looking
mate.
at it.
And as we continue to discuss these records, you indicated that we're gonna be moving down from that page
Correct.
and then down the right side of the exhibit?
Correct.
Okay, and there's actually a third piece of cork board to finish the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay,
Attorney Nicolai, are there 2 columns on that cork board?
yes.
All right, thank you. So that'll help clarify for the record what that is referencing. Thank you.
So could you please explain to the jury what each column is and why it's important?
Yes. So the first column is the provider. And I think there might be a key at the bottom, but PHC stands for Pro Healthcare. A stands for Aurora. And APM is Advanced Pain Management. So those are the 3 provider records. Should I continue or?
Please stay on page 1.
Okay.
And then the next column?
The next column is the date of service that she went to see the healthcare provider.
And the next?
The next is the reason that was indicated at the first part of the record. So, if the medical assistant indicated why the patient was there, that's what I put there.
And then in the middle column, what does the jury see here?
When the healthcare provider, as you know, when you go to the doctor, they say, have you ever had headaches? Have you ever had an earache? Do you have a sore throat? Do you have chest pain? It's called a review of symptoms. So when the doctors were doing a review of symptoms, or when they asked the patient for their input. of
No
what their
subscribers, not
complaint
members.
was,
Not
that's the kind
members,
of information I put
subscribers.
there.
And what about the next column, exam by healthcare provider?
The next area is when the health.
That's all good. Yeah, it could. It could be what Dad Help says. The algorithm. For every look, I gained like 30, 40 this week, so I'm happy. I just noticed now I just lost 2 today. I don't know why, but it's all good. It's all good. But it could be algorithm. I'm thinking membership. Nah, it's not, no memberships. It's the subscribers. But hey, we could always do with more members, guys. I didn't switch. She's not here. She's lazy as hell, Kim. Lazy as hell, that girl is now. She's not here, by the way. That's why I can say it.
Healthcare provider was doing the physical exam, listening to the heart, listening to the lungs, palpating the abdomen, or observing the mood or affect of the patient. And that was in the exam part of the record. That's where I put that information.
And could you just say again how that differs from the column before it?
Well, when a physician is talking to you in the office, and there can be some overlap, but they're supposed to start out, and they generally start out like, why are you here? And how are you feeling? And I'm going to ask you about everything, even though you came in for a stomach ache. I'm going to ask you about a headache, and I'm going to ask you about chest pain, just to make sure that I have the full picture. And then the next part is they move into the exam and they start listening to you and, doing your reflexes and palpating your neck and all those kind of things. That's more physical exam. Of course, they're still talking to you, so they might get more additional feedback, but it's primarily the history at the front end, then the examination.
Thank you, doctor. And what have you noted in the final column?
What I would consider the findings are plan. And again, it's not 100% isolated because the doctor, after the physical exam part, might say assessment, might say plan, might say recommendations, might say adding a medicine, taking away a medicine. So those are the kind of things that I put in that column.
Okay. The date in the first row is December 29th of 14, is that right?
Yes.
Does that mean that's the first time Ms. Hernan ever went to the doctor?
No,
Okay, what does that mean?
that means that's the earliest record in the pro health care records that I received.
Okay. When you compiled Exhibit 210, did you put it in chronological order regardless of provider?
Yes,
Okay, so would it be fair to say then
Yeah.
that is the first record in time that you had?
that's correct.
Okay. In terms of page 1, the first Aurora entry from 2017, it says ROS negative. What does that mean?
That means that the doctor might have used that exact terms. And I tried to be as close to what the record said itself. So ROS stands for review of symptoms. And the shorthand for a doctor after asking you a lot of questions might be review of symptoms negative. In other words, there were no complaints that they had. And if they indicated that they covered in their questions the cardiovascular system, which is CV, the gastrointestinal system, the neurologic system, and the psychiatric system, then that's what was covered and deemed to be negative.
Okay. In terms of the symptoms and issues being addressed just on this page 1, is there a common theme or issue that it appears Ms. Hernan was having?
I don't even think I have all of page 1 on my screen. Okay, that's all of page 1. Okay. Well, of these 5 encounters, let's see, 2 had to do with her GI system.
In terms of the column to the farthest right, some of those boxes have medication names in it, is that right?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, it was any change in her standard medications. I didn't write down all, I mean, when she was seen, she said, these are my standard medications, and I didn't repeat that. But when there was a change or a comment that the doctor, because of a decision point they had in their head, that's when I indicated it. So Lynn Hernan, for example, on the 3rd entry was on alprazolam, and the decision of this doctor was to continue the alprazolam, but discontinue the hydrocodone. So she specifically indicated that I'm going to continue on this drug, but discontinue that drug, leaving other things in place, and also start desipramine.
What is that?
It's can be used for pain, or it can be used as antidepressant. It's a tricyclic.
So as the jury looks at page 1, is it fair to say those are not all the prescription medications that were prescribed to this patient?
That's true.
Okay. Anything else on page 1 that is significant to you that you want to share with the jury?
Well, what I was really paying a lot of attention to in reviewing her records were her GI symptoms, because as you go through time, her GI symptoms were a recurring theme, if you will. So I paid attention when she had them and when she didn't have them to see how consistent they were. So for example, at the bottom entry here, I said negative nausea and vomiting because that was a condition she had before, but it was not provided in the history to Dr. Kime. I also paid attention to the number of times she was started and discontinued on medications, because another pattern I saw was that in terms of trying to achieve pain control for her back pain, she had chronic back pain, there was a lot of trial and error with medications. She tried a lot of things that didn't work, and she was taken off them. And I thought it was interesting because a lot of patients, they are tried a drug, And it's not just discontinued, it's merely added to. So you end up with a patient that might have 5 things to address pain, but none of them are removed. But here it seemed that every time they tried a new one, the old one was discontinued.
Thank
Jonathan,
you. Moving to page 2 of Exhibit 210.
the MILF is up. Jonathan,
Could you please indicate to the jury, doctor, what month and year we're looking at here?
We're looking at June of 2017 and July of 2017.
It looks like throughout these records,
Jonathan, look what I just posted. Just for you. The MILF you wanted. Look at what I wrote.
you're also noting a weight in some of them.
Yes.
Is that Ms. Hernan's weight at the time of the visit?
Yes,
Okay.
I was began noting that because a lot of the historical information would be about large amounts of weight being gained or lost. So I thought I really wanted to keep track of what the actual numbers were.
There you go, buddy.
In terms of the material that you've included on this page, it looks like there was some assessment regarding depression on the second row. Is that true?
Yes,
And what did you note about that?
that specifically in the psychiatric questioning, the doctor indicated there was no evidence of depression, but there was evidence of anxiety, insomnia, and fatigue, as well as alcohol use.
Okay. If during your review of all of these medical records, could we please have that on the screen?
Jonathan, she's here Saturday, the GILF is. So the GILF will be on the channel on Saturday. So make sure you put that GILF on MILF action in here. So yeah, make sure you're there. She's only on for the morning, for a couple of hours in the morning. So make sure you're here.
Oh. Sorry.
I mean, this woman's growing on me as well.
If during your review of
Is
these
she?
medical records and during your creation of Exhibit 210, if any record would have noted the term suicidal ideation, would you have noted that?
Yes, I was certainly looking specifically for indications of suicidality, since that was in the differential for manner of death.
What does the term suicidal ideation mean?
It means that a patient says that I have thought about killing myself, and it could be just that statement, or it could be I thought about killing myself by jumping off a bridge, getting more specific.
In terms of the first 2 pages that the jury has already looked at, did you note that in either of those pages?
No, because it didn't exist in
Okay.
the record.
So I don't know.
We're back up. If we can please go to page 3.
This actually is growing on me as well.
Yeah,
She's
page
Sorry.
2.
I didn't ask.
It's
Yeah, that's
practice.
okay. So this is the bottom.
Right, hang on. What's she wearing? Is that feathers? Not trying to be crude here now because I'm because is that feathers that she's wearing? And what's that? I'm not sure what that is. This one's growing on me, guys. I'll be honest with you. She's growing on me. Feathers. Yeah, it must be feathers. Because it looks like a jellyfish there. That looks like a jellyfish, but it's feathers. There we are.
Row is the first time she saw advanced pain management, and they did a functional assessment of how impaired she was because of her back pain. And that's the Owestry score. So, 0 is good and 50 is bad. So on this Owestry score questionnaire that they provided, they said that she has moderate functional impairment. And I bring that to your attention because later they're going to do another Owestry score, and it's going to be different. So there's a test like at the onset and a test at the end.
Your Honor, may I know what page we're referring to now? I don't see that.
Page 2.
Yes. And it's the.
First box or first column, it says APM, date of visit 7/10/17. If it's gonna involve that computer, I need to see it, so I'm gonna have to excuse the jury. Yeah.
It's not gonna involve my computer.
I wanna look at it.
Okay.
All right, excuse the jury, please.
All right, for the jury.
What the hell happened? It's called once. What? It's called a necklace. Yes, sorry. I got you now. I was just rubbing the. Yeah, I got you. Necklace. I was just dazzled for a second. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I think she's growing on me. Look at her rusty bitch face there. Do you know what I mean? She would put me. She'd eat me alive. I missed something as well. So I know that the defense said there was something missing on a document. Oh, absolute smash the judge to bits.
I'm looking at what's on the flash drive.
The judge, she's one of the most attractive women. I mean, I'd marry her tomorrow. She is gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. The judge is. Like, literally, hello. And when I see the judge, I'm like, happy fucking days. She is gorgeous. Woo! Isn't she gorgeous? Up, Kim, I honestly, oh, I need some bloody ice and some cold water here.
210, it's not what is the paper copy of 210 in my hand.
So, same for me, Judge. It's not matching this exhibit that I was told is 210.
This is blown up because Dr. Bedrizzi wanted the text larger and it's easier to see. It's the same content as what's on the board and what's in the exhibits. It's just bigger font.
I don't what you call it. I don't hide, I don't lie. Ask me questions, I tell you the truth. Katie. Yes, if you put tape on her mouth, wonder if she thinks so out loud. Ah, Terry! Terry! I could live with that. I have no issues with that.
Oh, yeah. I see. So, for
And there's
example.
gonna be a few like this. That's all right.
So, for example, 210 in a flash drive is 6 pages. The exhibit I'm holding
There's not many I wouldn't smash.
if I counted right, is 9 pages. But I can see visually that on page 1 of 210, and I have the exact same thing that's on the screen, there are 6 columns, whereas I think there's 8. So the information is the same, and as Attorney Nikolai indicated.
Jonathan, you agree, don't
Number
you?
of columns shouldn't be different.
I mean rows. Thank
Okay.
you. Columns is the same.
Gotta raise our bar.
So,
Since it's raising, hey!
Sure, so more fit on the smaller version of this than the blown up version
correct.
per page,
That's
right?
why
right.
210 paper copy. Do you have the cork, the up in the boxes up here, 210 that should the jury ask for it later, would it be in your box? Why don't you show that to Attorney Kukler? I believe you will see it is the exact same information. as indicated, the font's bigger, and so it affects the page numbers. I'll let you confirm that, and then I believe we should be in a position to continue.
Oh, Sylvia.
Should be 9 pages, I believe.
Jesus, the legs on her.
So as we go forward, if there is a change from what's been turned over, then please provide them either with an email it to them or provide them with a paper copy. For now, I'm just going to let her use the copy that we set aside for future use should the jury ask for it during deliberation, so we can continue. Do you have it on the flash drive?
Probably, I haven't been able to take that one over to have it scanned yet.
No, well, that's the state's responsibility. All right, just, I'll give you a minute, you can confirm, but I believe we are.
It looks okay.
All right. Go ahead, we'll bring the jury back out.
You know what I'd love, right?
Same issue with 211.
I'd love to see is all your husbands. Where are they? They're probably in some chat somewhere going, oh, my wife. Oh, she's complaining about a bloody charger again. Oh, my wife. You know, she's walking around naked again. She was going to say paper cut. There's one of those duplicate documents and page numbers mixed up. Ah, yeah. Please provide them with a paper cut. That would hurt. Right. Judge is coming back. I
Dr.
believe.
Bedritsky, are we now moving forward? Okay. So when you were talking about the assessment in terms of the pain, that's the piece that you were discussing?
Well, the assessment was to determine what degree of functional impairment the pain was causing.
Okay. And if we could please clear the screen and move to page 3. Dr. Bedritsky, are we now moving forward in time?
Yes.
Okay. What are the months and year associated with this page?
These are visits from August and September of 2017
And remind the jury when the autopsy was conducted?
and October of 2018.
Okay. In terms of the information that you collected on this page, what was the significance of it, please, if you can explain it to the jury?
Well, she saw, I'll direct the attention to who the specific healthcare provider was in the different places. But the provider, Sarah McGrath, said that she still had back pain and she had was having muscle spasms and increased. They had an MRI which showed that she had some arthritis at L3-4. They also said, let's start tizanidine. The Owestry score is slightly better. It's 31 instead of 50. As a result of this pain, she then received a facet injection in her lumbar spine, and a sacroiliac injection was scheduled. And if you skip down to the bottom 1 APM, it says then she received the SI injection and there was slight pain improvement. I noticed as I'm looking at this that the A here should be APM. Dr. Young is working with the advanced pain management, and I have it correct on the sacroiliac joint injection, but that provider should be APM because those were all handled by advanced pain management for her back pain.
Okay. In terms of Dr. Sama, she's with Aurora, is that true?
That's true.
Okay.
So she has regular follow-ups with this physician every 30 days because she's getting refills of her medication. And it says here, follow-up for anxiety and medication refill. So she sees her on a very regular basis. And now Lynn is complaining of GI problems, but has not followed up with a GI specialist.
Thank you, doctor. Moving to page 4 of this exhibit. What months and years are we looking at?
Now we're still in September and October of 2017.
Hey y'all. Hey y'all. Hey hands.
And these entries are the decedent seeing a different doctor at the same pain management location?
Well, her regular healthcare provider at pain management is a advanced practitioner, nurse practitioner, advanced practice nurse practitioner, McGrath. She sees her on the regular monthly basis. When she needs a procedure, the injection, she sees Dr. Young. So she's been seeing, I think all the other records are associated with the nurse practitioner McGrath.
Is it fair to say that it appears Ms. Hernan was still reporting issues with pain?
Yes, she's still having back pain. The pain is worse with driving. She did get some relief temporarily from the injections. They are trying 2 new pain medications, tizanidine and Butrans, and she was assessed for opioid abuse risk potential using opioid risk tool.
Are you familiar with that tool?
No, I don't use it. I mean, I know there are different assessment tools, like the OWESTRI is an assessment tool. There's an assessment tool for alcoholism. There's one for opiate. There are clinical tools used in clinical practice.
And ultimately on that ORT score, what did that visit reveal?
The opioid risk assessment revealed a low risk for opioid use problems.
In terms of all the records that we've gone through, again, I'm going to ask you, did you see any record of suicidal ideation, severe depression?
No, and I indicated that there were pertinent negatives, like she was asked about depression and anxiety, and they were negative on both these visits.
And you said it appeared she was consistently going to the doctor at least once a month.
Yes, in this period of time, yes.
Okay. Going to page 5, please. And we made this one a little bit smaller, Doctor. Are all the rows now visible on
Yes.
page 5?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like we're still in the year 2017, late fall, early winter. Is that true?
Yes, November and December of 2017.
Okay. Now, it looks like there's a history provided at the top of mouth burns. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why did you note that?
It seemed to be possibly medication related. So she had a new symptom. She also says that due to the pain in her mouth, she's reducing her intake to soup.
Okay.
And that led to some weight loss. And you can see that her weight's 192 on that visit.
It looks like there was depression reported at this visit. Is that true?
Well, it's interesting because in the review of symptoms, it was not indicated, but when the doctor examined her, the doctor did indicate it. So when she said, "Are you depressed?" apparently the patient said no. But after doing the exam, and the doctor indicated that she was depressed and offered a referral to a therapist, and she refused.
It looks like there's a medication change in that visit as well. Could you explain that to the jury?
Yes, Dr. Same decided that there was a risk of prescribing a benzodiazepine, which alprazolam is, as well as hydrocodone. So she was prescribing both those drugs to Lynn, and she said, "You have to really decide because I don't want to give them both to you anymore." And Lynn said, "I'm going to give up the hydrocodone, the pain pill, the opioid, and I want to stay on the alprazolam because that helps me."
Did the records indicate to you how it was helpful?
She used it for sleep. She took it every night for sleep.
In terms of moving down this page, it looks like there was a tinnitus complaint. Is that true?
Yes, she had ringing in her ears.
And then that it actually looks like there's 2 visits for that. Is that correct?
Well, she saw the physician who ordered the audiogram, and then the next visit was the audiogram done by the audiologist.
Okay. And then finally on the bottom, in early December of 2017, there's another pain-related visit. Is that true?
Right. It's her visit to advanced pain management for management of her back pain.
In terms of your testimony from the top of this page that Ms. Hernan reported eating soup because of mouth sores, through your review of these subsequent records, did that remain a consistent problem, or do you know?
It seemed to go away or get better.
In terms of how you characterized a common theme being a GI trouble,
Yes.
in terms of page 5, is there anything to reflect that during this time period?
Not specifically GI complaints. I mean, clearly the mouth is part of the GI system. She had that problem, but there's no complaints of nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, or abdominal pain.
Jonathan, yeah?
Oh, I'm sorry. There's no complaints of diarrhea, heartburn, or incontinence. There is abdominal pain, nausea, and vomiting. So it's some yes, some no.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It looks like right where you put that arrow, there's also a report of dry eyes. Was that something that you noticed throughout these records?
She did not complain of it consistently, but she was consistently using lubricant eye drops.
Going to page 6, please. If we could please clear the screen. And
But
here we're in
one of my best friends is a pharmaceutical rep. Well, he's not a rep, he's higher up now, but UK is a bit different, I think. So, but he was trained out in San Diego, I think. But yeah, he goes to the doctor's offices and stuff like that. But he does more now for operational stuff in an operation, more than meds.
December of 17 and January of 18. Is that true? In February of 18?
Correct.
Okay. It looks like there's more information about vision there at the top. What is that record?
She went for an eye exam in which they assessed her general eye health, and she was found to have cataracts. She did not want new glasses. The doctor did explain some remedy for her dry eyes, including using artificial tears, Walgreens brand, which is what she did. He also recommended some other things like, using warm compresses and so forth. So it was more of a comprehensive exam for all visual problems.
How does it work in the UK though? Because surely the doctors don't benefit personally on it in the UK because it's a pharmacist that gives it to you. Yeah, I know it works differently in the US, but the UK, I'm surprised if that's the case in the UK. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what you guys are talking about.
Problems. So she did decline Restasis, which is a specific medication for dry eyes, and says, I'm just going to continue using my artificial tears.
Okay. Could you circle that Restasis term on this page, please? And what is that?
It's a prescription medication for dry eyes.
Okay. So at this visit, she was offered that, you said, and she declined it?
Right.
Okay. If we could please clear that. Going down, it appears there's another couple pain entries, true?
One for back pain at Advanced Pain Management, and the other, she went to urgent care for abdominal pain.
Okay. Is that kind of the GI symptom again?
Yes, she had nausea, gas, abdominal
CG,
pain.
ACG.
And she also complained of welts on her legs, which I don't recall that was specifically addressed by this visit. That recommended GI remedies such as clear liquid diet, Maalox, avoid caffeine and alcohol. And she was given a diagnosis of gastritis.
What is that?
Inflammation of the stomach, irritation of the stomach.
In terms of the records that we've gone through so far, it doesn't appear that Ms. Hernan was being treated for a serious disease. Would you agree with that?
Not a life-threatening disease, but I don't want to mischaracterize chronic pain in her back. And chronic GI complaints is not serious.
Say hi to Banshee for us. Hope you're well.
Can be very serious to a function of a.
Hope you're feeling okay as well, Toxic. Always nice to see you. Thanks for popping in, Toxic. And yeah, say hello to Banshee for us.
Person, but she was not diagnosed with a life-threatening disease in terms of cancer or serious heart disease, something of that nature.
Okay. Did it appear that there were any major systems of the body shutting down over time?
No.
Okay. Anything else on page 6 that you'd like to point out for the jury, doctor?
Well, she did gain weight. She's from the previous under 200-pound weight. She's 225 pounds.
I just think it's different in the UK, that's all.
She stopped the cyclobenzaprine that she was prescribed, another trial for pain, because of the weight gain, and was to start something called metoxalone.
Okay. Moving to page 7.
Hi, Badge. We don't, yeah.
fair to say all these entries are February of 2018?
That's true.
Okay. It looks like there's a new pain issue on here. Is that true?
Well, it's, she saw Dr. Keim earlier in looking at these records for a foot injection. So this is her second visit to the a podiatrist because she had plantar fasciitis.
Okay. The weights are also continually listed on this page. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, in some of the records, did you find that there were some specific reports regarding what Ms. Hernan was consuming, eating?
Yes.
Did you include some of that on this page?
Yes, because at one point she said, I can only eat soup. So, and then if she tells the doctor, she said, I have abdominal pain. She said, I've eaten bologna for 4 nights in a row. Maybe that has something to do with my abdominal pain. This is her own statement about linking her symptoms to her diet.
In terms of the history reported on page 7, any indication of severe depression, suicidal ideation?
No, actually, Dr. Sama and 2-7.
Now I can, but I've not. The last chat I got from you, Emma, was this one. I think he's on the fence, Katie. Lol. That's the last one I got from UM. Now I see. Oops. Now we see it, but before that, no. Yes, yes, yes.
Said that she was cheerful.
At the very bottom on the right, it says start baclofen times 2 weeks. Why did you put that in there?
Well, it's again showing that we tried cyclobenzaprine, we took it off. We tried desipramine, we took it off. We tried Butrans, we took it off. Now we're tried metaxalone. Insurance didn't cover, so we're taking that away. So now we're trying baclofen. So as I said from the beginning, there were multiple trials to manage her pain, trying different medications.
Okay. Moving to page 8. It looks like this time frame is between March and July of 2018. Is that correct?
Yes.
In terms of these records, doctor, could you explain to the jury some of the significant points that you've added for them to see today?
Well, she changed her primary care doctor from Dr. Sama to Dr. Abdullah because Dr. Sama says that your urine drug screen was positive for something I didn't prescribe you. So I'm discharging you from my service. And so now she's seeing a new doctor. So on 3/7/18, her reason to go to the doctor was to establish care with this doctor. He didn't change any of her treatment. He does note she has a history of depression, but not that she has depression at this visit.
Okay. In terms of that urine screen,
Yes.
what can you tell, what significance does that have to you in your determination?
There's very little information other than what I put in there. So when people are in advanced pain management clinics, typically they do urine screens because they don't want to be issuing medications and not knowing what the patient may be taking besides that, because that could be dangerous. So on this urine screen, they found, I believe it was temazepam, which is a different benzodiazepine than she was prescribed, which was alprazolam. And that's really all I know. I mean, I don't know the nature of the screen. I don't know if it was confirmed. I don't know if they asked her what this means or did she take something. It just says you have a screen that's not consistent with what I'm giving you.
Okay. If you were going to rely on a screen like that, would you have it confirmed?
In my practice, I have to. I mean, I don't issue any conclusions based on a toxicology presumptive positive.
Okay. It looks like at the end of this page, there's a visit with Dr. Chan.
Yes. No, I'm sorry. It's not a visit with Dr. Chan. When she was admitted to the hospital, Dr. Chan admitted her, and he was able to see in his records that she went to a provider, or she told him she went to a provider on 7/8/18 for cough and pleuritic chest pain. So I don't have a record of that visit.
Object to speculation as to what she told him.
Sustained.
So I'm going to back up a second and make sure that I'm understanding. So in the history by healthcare provider for the last row, what does that say?
It says that Dr. Chan recorded a visit for cough and pleuritic chest pain on that date.
Okay. On what date?
He recorded it. He recorded that there was a visit on 7/8/18.
Okay. But you didn't get to look at any record from July 8th of 18.
Object to leaving.
Did you get to look at a record from July 8th of 18?
I did not have a record from 7/8/18.
Okay. So why did you include this in your summary?
The importance of this is that she was put on a Z-Pak for bronchitis, and antibiotic administration is a risk factor for the eventual Clostridia difficile infection that she had. So the question, and what Dr. Chan was looking for, was if you have
Speculation as to what Dr. Chen was looking for.
Lay a little bit more foundation. Obviously, she's a medical examiner and a medical doctor, and I believe she may be able to render an opinion.
So let's back up a little bit. Did you look at a record that Dr. Chan wrote on September 15th of 2018?
I did.
And you just told the jury that in that record, this July event is noted. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay. Did you review the entire hospitalization records for that hospitalization for Ms. Hernan that began on 9/15 of 18?
All the records that I was provided, I reviewed.
Okay. When you review records, do they include comments from different providers and hospital personnel that see a patient?
Yes.
Does it often include themes throughout the records about issues that are occurring or ways to solve issues?
Yes.
Diagnostically, in your opinion, did it appear significant to Dr. Chan that there was an antibiotic recently involved?
Yes.
Is that significant to you if someone's having abdominal issues at this age?
Yes.
Why?
Because antibiotics of any kind can cause GI issues. We probably all know that. And in the elderly, especially, and with certain strong antibiotics, it basically clears your normal flora. And then a pathogen such as C. difficile takes hold and can cause really bad symptoms.
Is C. difficile bacteria?
It is a bacteria.
Okay. If a doctor was trying to help a patient with those GI issues, would they want to know about antibiotic use?
Yes.
And did it appear that Dr. Chan wanted to know about that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to page 9, please. There's just 2 rows on this page, doctor, and they both appear to be July of 2018. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, what is the first visit with Dr. Uvdala for?
For nausea, vomiting, and upper abdominal pain, that was an emergency room visit.
Okay. In terms of, it looks like there's additional pain or discomfort information in a different location of Ms. Hernan. Is that true?
Well, she is complaining of weak legs associated, well, she's complaining of weak legs at the same time. She's complaining of flu-like symptoms for 2 weeks, including vomiting.
Did those records indicate whether Ms. Hernan got any fluids when she was at the ER that day?
Yes, they determined that she needed fluid reconstitution by giving IVs.
If someone went to the doctor severely dehydrated, would that person be given fluids?
Yes.
Okay. The line above the IV fluid entry on the top row,
Yes.
is there actually an error in that line?
Yes.
What is it?
It's she was given, this was a longer term, I'm gonna write it. She was given inulin, not insulin. There's no S. Inulin is something you give for constipation because if you take it, it draws water into your bowel. It's like Miralax or something that it will help you go to the bathroom. So she was on inulin and she was on lubiprostone, which is also given for constipation. And I kind of just took note of that because of the later diarrhea problems and the fact that she was a little dehydrated. But it's inulin, not insulin.
Okay. There's some weights noted on this page, true?
Yes.
What are those?
226.
Do you know when the ER visit ended?
She was discharged the same day.
Oh, okay. And then on July 30th of 2018, it looks like she saw the same doctor again?
No, different. It's A. Abdullah for the ER, and for Aurora, it's A. Abdullah, her new primary care.
Would that primary care visit be consistent with those monthly visits you talked about earlier?
I believe so. I don't remember when the last time she saw him was.
Okay. In terms of what information this doctor got during the exam with Ms. Hernan on July 30th of 18, what did you include there?
Well, that she's still having ringing in her ears or tinnitus, constipation, hip and back pain. She has no complaints of anxiety or depression.
Thanks,
And I noted that it was in the record that she was taking diphenhydramine, and it was in the
Bologna. I've never heard of that before. I thought you said bolognese. I know Bologna. Bologna. What the fuck is Bologna? Poor man's steak. Never heard of it.
record that she was allergic to diphenhydramine. So I really wasn't sure what to make of that.
Okay. What about the next column?
The doctor says that really you look like a well female. He didn't make a diagnosis of any pathology. And he also performed a depression screening tool, which is called the PHQ-9, which was 0. And in that scale, that goes from 0 to 27, anything less than 5 is an absence of a depressive disorder.
Okay.
Lonely. You guys are
To
weird.
page 10, please.
After Nunya and Rosie, Rose was saying about bloody that sick dog sick on toast. Ooh, that was disgusting. Baloney. I think you guys are full of baloney with your food selections. Lunch meat for sandwiches.
Now, at this stage, what medical attention was Ms. Hernan receiving?
Well, she,
On September 15th of 2018, was there a significant event for Ms. Hernan in terms of her medical history?
yes,
Our screen went dark. Yep, I know. Everyone's dead.
Lordia. Baloney. Jesus. That after seeing that sick on
I didn't move
toast.
anything, but I know I have the ability to refresh at 5. Maybe if you do that, that helps.
I will say chips. Chips as in fries, yes. Chips as in crisps. I think you mean crisps, Katie. Potato chips. It's bloody crisps, man. I love a crisp sandwich. Ooh,
I won't make you reboot yet.
I do like a chip sandwich as well.
Nonetheless,
Ooh.
even without the exhibit up, can you please answer my question regarding the significant event on September 15th of 2018?
yes, Lynn Hernan was admitted to the hospital. She stayed for 13 days. She had very bad watery diarrhea. She was weak. She had abdominal pain, and she was in the hospital for a long time.
Were you able to review all the medical records for that
Happy
visit?
days.
Oh, the records that I had, I reviewed.
Good in you.
Yes.
Okay. And which hospital did Ms. Hernan go to?
Pro Health.
Could you please describe to the jury, give them an overview of the issue and how it was addressed during her hospital stay?
She was quite sick when she came in. They initially even gave her a diagnosis of acute renal failure, but that was reversed with hydration. So they called it pre-renal failure, which means that you're so dry that your chemistries aren't normal. And when you rehydrate, things get better. She was weak. She had watery diarrhea. She didn't have diarrhea initially for a while because they wanted a stool specimen to do some tests on. And the nurses reported that it was too hard to capture when she did have a diarrhea. It's like her gut was empty. And then when she did pass stool, it was so watery, it got soaked into the pad, so they couldn't collect it. So it took a long time for them to get the test to determine it was C. difficile. She saw multiple specialists while she was in the hospital. She saw an infectious disease specialist. She saw a GI specialist. She saw, let's see, I could look on the board. There were multiple consults that were obtained while she was in the hospital trying to figure out a renal specialists, what her problems were and how to fix them. They recommended a colonoscopy, which became a point of disagreement with her because she had this colonoscopy at the beginning of.
Hang on, bear with me. Right, so this is a chip sandwich. This is a chip sandwich. Chip roll. Look at the fat chips on it. Look at all that with some ketchup in it. This is air fried as well, Jonathan. This is the captain on Twitter. So a bit of butter in a roll, chips like that, and then some ketchup. Wham! I just randomly saw that. That's gorgeous. Because you're gorgeous, I'll do anything for you. Because you're chips with butter bread. What? Thierry, get out. Chips with butter bread is, oh, no ketchup needed. Thierry, my level of respect for you has gone from here to here. You guys need lessons on food.
The medical record journey that we took in 2015, and the results of that colonoscopy was that it was a poor prep.
What
And she
the?
had to be disimpacted. So I imagine it was a very unpleasant experience. So she refused a colonoscopy because that would be a recommended test to find out if you had a problem because you had constant diarrhea. So she was very upset about them wanting to do one, and she kept refusing. That refusal led to a lot of distress on her part. She became very teary, and as a response to that, the medical team asked for a palliative care consult. And the palliative care consult, the reason for the consult was that she was very teary and upset about the colonoscopy. And they evaluated her and said she has no life. And I want to get the right words if I can. I put it on the screen.
Page 11, I think we've made it that far. And doctor, before we keep going, is it true that your court board exhibit actually?
Right, triple decker peanut butter. I love peanut butter. Butter and strawberry jam. You sold me. Love it. I want it. I want it. I want it. Dad helps. I want it. Dad helps. Where the hell do I get triple decker peanut butter? I love that combo. Oof.
It continues on another piece.
Yes.
And does this piece actually include all of the hospitalization
Yes.
records? Okay,
Yes.
so I'm just gonna put that.
That board is all the doctors she saw while she was an inpatient in the hospital. So
No.
the palliative care nurse practitioner said that Lynn Hernan suffered more of GI issues without other life-limiting illnesses, and we're signing off on seeing her.
Fries, ketchup,
Let's see the
bread.
other consults.
Bang.
Before you continue, I have a few follow-ups
Okay.
on, it's pronounced palliative care?
Palliative care.
What is that?
Well, when people have illnesses that don't seem to be
PBJ.
like an immediate cure, I suppose. I mean, I'm not a clinician, so my understanding, I don't give palliative.
I will say I love Reese's. Every time I go to America, which has not been for years now, I bring loads of Reese's pieces and stuff back with me.
Care consults.
I love it.
Okay.
Never tried that.
Answer.
All right.
Go ahead, doctor.
It's to help a patient understand coping with how to deal with a long-term illness that might not have like, here's a pill and it'll be gone kind of answers. That's my understanding.
And in this case, was that team involved throughout the hospitalization?
No, actually, I recall that this particular practitioner said that she spent 30 minutes with the patient and signed off.
What does that mean?
It means that she's not going to follow up with her any further.
So if the jury heard information that the palliative care team was brought in because Ms. Hernan was dying, would you agree with that statement?
No,
How would you characterize the palliative care records you reviewed?
well, I tried to quote it in my little handout because I thought it was very interesting that the
Reese's
practitioner
Cups,
said,
anything
I'm
Reese's.
here because I was told that I'm
Anything.
supposed to help her with symptoms
Reese.
because she's crying and doesn't want to have
Love
a
it.
colonoscopy. It struck me that perhaps, well, that's what she said. I won't speculate on what
Anything
I thought about it, I
Reese's.
guess. But that's what the practitioner put in the record, and that's why it's in quotes. And after talking to Lynn, who she said kept talking about the colonoscopy and how frustrated as she was about it, and she doesn't want it. So the palliative care consult was kind of a discussion about colonoscopy. The nurse practitioner said, this is a GI issue, not a life-threatening, a life-limiting illness. That's her words. We will sign off.
What?
And
How?
Dr. Bedrzynski, I'd
Tell
like
me.
to, if we could put the published down, show just you exhibit 213 that's been marked by the state. It's a multi-page exhibit, and then we'll come back.
I will say I use normal peanut butter and jam, but I want to see this double decker peanut butter. I love double decker.
The medical records. Is the screen on before you, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay, please, Mr. Balconier, if you could please scroll through. And Dr. Petritsky, do you see on this multi-page exhibit that in the bottom center of each page, there's actually a page number 1 through 6?
Oh, yes,
Have you seen exhibit 213 before?
yes.
What is it?
Well, these are some of the medical records from Lynn Hernan's hospitalization.
Okay. Are they specifically relevant to what you've just testified about?
There's a record that's more complete than what I see here.
Okay. Does it appear that the exhibit that you've been shown is missing any pages?
No, this is a different part of the record. So there's a part of the record that is the consult by palliative care. This record are the nurse's notes about what happened. So on this page, this is page 2, a nurse, Mary Neubauer, says that Ann Thompson from palliative care, social worker, met with the patient, and it talks about their interaction. But besides this note by the nurse, there's another note by the palliative care therapist.
In a different portion of the records?
Yes. Mhm.
What do you recall about that note?
That's the note that said, Ann Thompson said, where I took the quote, that there is not a life-limiting illness.
Okay. If we could please go back to page 11 of exhibit 210.
Do you have a copy of 213 for me, please? I don't believe it's in the box.
No, it's not, Judge. This came up. I don't have a paper copy. I'm not offering that as an exhibit either at this point. If we could please publish the screen, Madam Clerk. Doctor, could you please circle the row that references the palliative care team information? Thank you. You mentioned the term C. diff or C. difficile. What is that?
C stands for Clostridium. Clostridium difficile is an anaerobic bacteria that causes injury to your colon, a colitis, and diarrhea.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if we could please clear the screen, and then Mr. Balconier, if we can please go to page 12. Dr. Bedritsky, is this information that is also regarding the hospital stay?
Yes.
Okay. And at the top, there's the word infectious disease. What was that row regarding?
So Dr. Taft was the infectious disease consultant. So she had a doctor following her, a general doctor in the hospital, and then multiple consultants were offering their opinions as to how to help Ms. Hernan. So this infectious disease doctor did an exam, and his history included the things that I have in that column, that her friend says she's an alcoholic, but no recent alcohol use. She has infrequent but liquid stools. She's been eating soup for 4 years, 4 years of GI symptoms. She's had a UTI 6 times, and 6 weeks ago took a sulfa antibiotic for a UTI. His exam showed a hydrated, fatigued patient with a distended abdomen and a tender right side. He refers to the CT scan of the abdomen that demonstrated proctocolitis. The patient refused colonoscopy, and even though they didn't have a culture yet at this time on 222 or a stool sample, he recommended that she be treated as if she had Clostridium difficile infection because he thought that was the most likely diagnosis. And that particular antibiotic is different from the antibiotic she was on that they were treating her for presumed other infections. So that was his recommendation.
What is proctocolitis?
Inflammation of your distal colon.
Okay. What is the antibiotic used for C. difficile?
Vancomycin.
Did that begin to be administered to Ms. Hernan in the hospital?
Yes.
After that, did it appear that her symptoms lessened?
Yes.
Okay. The
information in the history column for the first entry, it says friend says, and then continues on.
Yes,
Did the records indicate who that person was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did, in any of the medical records for the hospitalization in September of 2018 include information about people that were there with her in the hospital?
I do recall that there was a mention of Jessy Kurczewski, but I don't recall in what part of the hospitalization.
Okay. Moving down to the final row on this page, what is this entry in regards to?
The social worker E. White was part of the behavioral health team, and she came to see if the patient wanted a psychiatric evaluation or consult. And her response to this therapist was that she does not think anxiety or depression is affecting her, and she wanted to go home now that she had a diagnosis. And the conclusion in the findings and plan was she does not want to see a psychiatrist or take any psychiatric medication.
And did Ms. Hernan go home ultimately?
Yes, 9/28.
Okay. Moving to page 13, please. Is this the last entry in the hospitalization records?
Yes, this reflects the discharge summary by Dr. Liu, who discharged her, provided the discharge medication, and his findings are listed that, in his opinion, the hospitalization resulted in the identification of the main problem being proctocolitis, with a positive stool study for Clostridium difficile. 14 days of vancomycin were prescribed. Because she had the dehydration, he recommended discontinuing her diazide. Her drug was diazide, which is a combination of triamterene and hydrochlorothiazide, which are diuretics, or what is commonly known as water pills. So she was on a water pill for her high blood pressure. And he said, you had all these days of diarrhea. We should give you a water pill because that's really going to make things worse. So for your high blood pressure, we're going to start nifedipine, also known as Procardia. So he switched her high blood pressure medication upon discharge. And he said, we should follow up with you on October 4th of 2018.
Prior to the discharge, was there anything in the records suggesting that a facility would be more appropriate for Ms. Hernan upon release?
It was discussed because I hate to say she's elderly because she's younger than I am, but when older people are bedridden for as long as she was, which is about 2 weeks, you can become very deconditioned. So she came in weak and she came in dehydrated and she was in bed for 2 weeks, and they recommended that she go for rehabilitation for strengthening because they felt that she might not be able to cope at home. And the recommendation was either you need to go to a rehab facility so someone can help you, or you need to have somebody 24 hours at your home to help you. And she said, I'd rather go home and have somebody help me there.
Was there any discussion or diagnoses in the medical records you reviewed that Ms. Hernan had any kind of a terminal illness?
No,
Was there any record that suggested Ms. Hernan needed to be moved to or think about hospice care?
no,
In terms of being 2 weeks in bed, when you testified to that, what location was Ms. Hernan in bed for 2 weeks?
in the hospital.
Okay. Again, this is the last page of Exhibit 210, is that right? Is that true, Doctor?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
So in terms of Exhibit 210 and the way that you've summarized your review of records in this case, at any point did you see concerns by any provider that Ms. Hernan had suicidal ideations,
No,
severe depression,
no,
terminal illness?
no.
I did miss one thing I wanted to point out. If we could go back to,
Are you done with 210?
no, if we could please go back to page
8 of Exhibit 210. Dr. Bedrowski, I'd like you to note the weight at the May 2nd, 2018 visit, please.
238 pounds.
So if the jury has seen photos of a driver's license obtained in June of 2018 and the weight reported was 150, is that consistent with the medical records in this case?
No,
In fact, it's quite different, right?
yes.
Okay. When you reviewed all the medical records in this case, going back the amount of years that you had them, were there indications that Ms. Hernan couldn't walk or move on her own ever?
Not at all.
Okay. During your review of the medical records, I'm finished with 210, thank you.
May I say something?
Oh, go
That
ahead.
might answer the question you just asked me, because right on here, I said the OSTRI score was important. The OSTRI score is now 4, from 35 to 4. That's really a big improvement. So it basically says she has no functional impairment on 3/14/18.
And the higher OSTRI score was earlier in time, is that true?
Yes,
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. In terms of your review of the medical records in this case, did you see occasions where Ms. Hernan would complain about medication difficulty or symptoms from medication she didn't like?
well, she discontinued a lot of the medications for various reasons. Right on the last thing we looked at, it says she discontinued baclofen for a rash. She discontinued Butrans after 6 days because it didn't work. She discontinued cyclobenzaprine because of weight gain. So, you know, she discontinued medications for various reasons, but
Did the records that you reviewed indicate that Ms. Hernan was sharing these problems with doctors causing the discontinuation of meds?
yes,
Okay. In all of your review of all these medical records, did you ever see a record of Ms. Hernan telling any medical provider that she couldn't swallow pills?
no,
What about telling a medical provider that she had to crush pills in order to take them?
no, there's no record of it.
In terms of the times that you've noted and reviewed that medications were discontinued, was there ever an occasion you reviewed that there was a life-threatening reason that a medication was stopped?
There was not an occasion where she experienced a life-threatening reaction, but I won't say that continuing a medication she had some reaction to couldn't become more serious.
Okay. Specifically, let's talk about baclofen. What is that drug for?
It's for muscle spasms.
Okay. At one point, that was discontinued.
Yes,
Do you know why?
she said she had a rash on her abdomen.
Okay. Any other side effects that she didn't like that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Okay. At some point, we looked at the record when there were side effects or a complaint of mouth sores. Is that true?
Yes,
And that coincided with that report of eating soup.
correct.
Now, Dr. Bedrowski, I'd like to turn to a new topic with you.
While you are going to move on to a new topic, I think this would be a very good time to take an afternoon break. So 15 to 20 minutes or so, you all can walk around. I don't think it's raining. You might even get to go outside back here. So all rise for the jury, please.
All rise for the judge, more like it. Oi, oi. I'll rise for you, judge. Because you're gorgeous, and I'll do anything for you. Because you're gorgeous. Right, stand up. Stand up for a bit, just. So here I am. I'll speak to you like this. Stand up for a bit, just so I can shake. I'm gonna walk on the step, on the spot. Because it's easier, do you know what I mean? So, I'm looking at myself speaking here. So yeah, I mean, what do we think of the trial? I see the chat going.
Take your break. Can you put this?
Oh no, they're back.
Please. Is 210 still up?
Yes.
All right. So I misspoke a little bit before Attorney Kukler and Attorney Nikolai. I was looking at 210 that was on the flash drive provided to the clerk's office, which Madam Clerk, you have to confirm, I believe that was perhaps 7 pages. Can you check, please?
You said it was 6 pages initially, and then
So
you had it was 9.
there's 6 pages on the one that was submitted on the flash drive. 210 that I was given a paper copy of, I believe is 9 pages. And then 210 that we've been utilizing with the jury is 13 pages. Now I went through very carefully. I believe it is due to the font size. It appears to be all the same information. And pursuant to the order that I entered regarding exhibits, it'll be on the responsibility of the parties to look at it to ensure that the information contained is the same. I know we have some limitations sometimes on exhibits and uploading and file size and all of that. I do think it's important for the record that whatever exhibit we are utilizing with the witness needs to be part of the record, meaning exactly. So the 13 pages of 210 needs to be what is in the record, and the same thing going forward, so we don't have this issue. My apologies. I realized it as we were going through, but I then paid careful attention that all the information is the same. It's literally the rows might change because the font size is bigger. I accept that representation from Attorney Nikolai as an officer of the court. But if we don't have the very same thing for the jurors and they're taking notes on page 5, that's going to cause an issue. So I only have 210 at the moment. You said there might be this issue with 211. So during the break, please look at that. And then please make sure, even though it wasn't offered, we still need to have 213 marked for identification purposes and in the record, okay?
Okay.
Any questions about that?
No, I apologize, Judge. I think that there's been tweaks to exhibits. I know the defense has had these too, and we've discussed trying to work the best we can together to keep everything updated, but it obviously didn't happen with this, and my apologies. We are trying to stay on top of that.
Why do you have to throw
Thank
the
you, I appreciate
defense
it.
under it?
Attorney Kukler, any record you want to make as to that?
No.
All right, anything else then? I don't think we had a sidebar because I ended up excusing the jury, so we're good on that. So we'll take our break starting now, and I'll give you, if I give you 15 minutes, that's a little bit shorter, but I want to make sure you at least get through your direct examination. Do you believe we can do that between 4:30 and 5 today? If not, then we were here late last night. And so if we have to stop at 4:30, we stop at 4:30. If it's 45 minutes and it's 5:15, no big deal, but I just want to prepare the jurors. What's your best estimate at this point?
Honestly, Judge, I don't know that I'm going to be able to finish direct by 5 o'clock.
All right, then at a good stopping point, close to 4:30 is what I would ask you do, okay? All right. All right, we are on our break then. I'll be back here in about 15 minutes or so.
Over an hour, happy days. Right, what are we doing now? Where are we at? Oh my God, where am I at? Sorry, I'm missing the chat. I'll rise for you. Thank you, Hens. Hey, There's many people that rise for, don't you worry. That's right, stand up and prevent. Yeah, so my father had blood clots. He suffers from blood clots. So I try and, so like I'm bad at it. So every day I try and walk and something, like tomorrow going circuits, try to get my circulation going. But I am bad. I try and get my feet up and down with my legs, so it's not elevated all the time, bring it back down. And sometimes I go off just for like a 10-second stand up and walk. Do you know what I mean? But I need to be better as well. Nunya, the killer, the benefit, she was like a daughter to her, or spending to covered. Maybe I'm such a nerd. I got a TR. You are a nerd, but we love you. For how a dodge starts, the whole piles come off. 619 go in it. Issues, we know about issues. We've always got issues. If she admits to giving her the bottle, knowing and Visine it, and knowing would kill her, proves she murdered her, in my opinion. I mean, it doesn't look good, does it? But is it assisted death or is it? I don't know. That's at least reckless homicide. Yeah, reckless homicide. Yeah, there's an option. It's not just first degree murder. It's, as Katie said, reckless homicide, possibly. I don't know. But they are 6 months. Do you know what I mean? We're having a trial conversation with Jonathan. I'm brought into it now. The speakers. Is your wife going to get new speakers? I'm brought into it now. I need to know what they look like. How's it going? Definitely, in my opinion, not in her right mind. No, she was not. Did Jessy take advantage of it? We'll find out. Or really, let's just throw as much at the wall as we can and see what sticks. Once an hour, you should stand up and walk. Fine, I will try. I try and do it when the brakes are on, but then look, I've sat down now. But I agree. Victim wasn't bedridden. If she loved the defendant like a daughter, why would she involve her? Why wouldn't she just get the bottle herself? Here's how defense will counteract this. Yes, so it'll be tomorrow by the time we hear that. I may go ahead and take the panels off anyway. The previous owner blew them with the stock radio. That I'm with. Oh, I mean, I've got no. Maybe I should. Maybe I should then. I don't know. I have got a. What do you call it? Oh, what's it called? The thing on your leg. Is it thrombosis? Thrombosis? Oh, I don't know what it's called. Like a small little lump on your leg. Oh, no. Starts with a V, I think. Varicose vein. I have got a varicose vein on my right leg. I have got one of those. I would tell us the conversations they had. Yes. Medical stops are grippy. What's grippy? Is that good then? Do a handful of different stretches when you stand. People say walking is always good. Yeah, I try and walk. I do circus twice a week as well. And I have got lazy with the walking, if I'm being honest, because the weather's been crap. So I've always got an excuse, do you know what I mean? But I do try and do some stuff. I know everything's reckless and not premeditated. See, Johnny, so is a cupcake. So the cupcake. People wear med socks on long. Yes, there we are. They do. You're right. What do they do for you? I don't even know what they do for you. If Jessy gave her the Visine in the water with intent to kill her, that's first degree intentional homicide. So I believe it was during opening. Was it the state that said that she did knowingly give, and she's admitted to knowingly give it, I believe. Stories familiar in too many ways. A professional caregiver can separate themselves considering what client asks us to do. Yeah, the only thing I'd say about she wasn't a professional caregiver, was she? That's the only thing I don't believe she was. She was just a caregiver doing so. Maybe I'm not justifying. I'm just thinking, would that be different? Been out all day. Are we on a break? Yes, we're on a break, Rose, but we've still got the ME on, and we will be finishing around 4:30 Central, 5:30 Eastern, 10:30 UK time, 11:30 European time. So yeah, we'll be finishing then because the judge wants to finish a little bit earlier today because we went on a bit later yesterday, and the state said they'll never finish today. So the witness will be with us tomorrow again, or probably all morning because the defense hasn't even started yet. So this witness will probably be up until lunchtime tomorrow, I imagine. If she gave the water, maybe but knew it could kill her. It's a reckless homicide, usually second degree. Yeah, that's it. I didn't know the Visine could kill you, but maybe she did. That's why we're going to prove that she knew it. Do you know what I mean? Got me a competition weighted. Throw in tomahawk. Oh, and it's weighted. You throw either the front or the back spike, sticking no special thing. Oh, okay, that's good. She knew it was deadly. If they can prove what they said, yeah, if they can prove it. Now, remember, guys, innocent unless proven guilty. That's the only thing I'll say. Innocent unless proven guilty. So, open statements we do not take. We take with a pinch of salt, just in case. As a defense attorney said yesterday, we'll see. I thought it was funny. So anyway, Rose, welcome back. Merlin, we've not seen Merlin for a while now. Are the Irish contingent on here? Oh, what's going on? It's freaking fun. I've never seen a way to someone made to where your grandma could stick it first. It's all boys down to what Jesse's intent to give it what Visine, knowing it's deadly is difficult than intending to use it to kill. Okay. They put pressure on your lower legs, causing the blood to circulate properly. Okay, Sylvia, thank you, Sylvia, for that. I never knew that. I never knew that. My mum and dad were bad off at the end. I would have never have given them anything that would end their life. Yeah, I know. I know what you mean, and yeah. I'm trying to figure out if defendant had if defendant that naive and stupid. I don't think they are naive and stupid. I don't. I'm not sure. Maybe. But I don't think they've proven she's naive and stupid yet. I mean, hey, I'm Berlin. I'm here mostly listening, though. Still working and such. I'll have to buzz out to pick up my kids from school shortly. No worries, Merlin. It's all good. Just, hey, Merlin, as you always know, just bugger off and come back, or bugger off and we'll see you tomorrow. Don't say goodbye because, geez, we saw yesterday the whole, ooh. But currently, the state is charged with first degree, so their burden is proving Jessy intended the victim's death, not merely knew it was dangerous. Katie, that's why we love you. And thank you for being here to say all these things. Jonathan, wife and I went date night. Hey, to one of those thrown places a couple of months ago. Hella fun. Happy days, Dad Helps. Where you from, Dad Helps? Whereabouts in America are you from? 15 years ago, I was naive as fuck. Dad Helps, that sounds fun as heck to do. Date night, Jonathan. Pick your wife. In her car with the new stereos. I can't even get my wife to throw the one I have. Yeah, Midwest goodbye. So, yeah, I say to everyone, just go, and we'll see you tomorrow. I can't trust a person with 6 speakers in the car. I would disagree. If she knew it was poisonous, there's only only one condition, in my opinion. That's fine. No, yeah, as you know, we love different opinions here. So I love your opinion, my darling. Love it. Do not accurately reproduce base. They have fucking hell. I mean, naive as far as elder kid. Yeah, I got you, Terry. I got you back, girl. Southeast. So, are you what? So, are you Central or Pacific? You don't have to say where you're from. Just South. Never eat shredded wheat. Oh, so Southeast. So you're like what? That's Miami. Unless you mean Philadelphia, that area. I don't know. I'm guessing. Doesn't matter anyway. It's all good. Welcome, Dad helps. Nunya Bitness, then the state should have charged her with second degree if that's their theory. Yeah, but can they add that though? Can they add that in afterwards? I don't know. Have to prove all 4 elements of theft. Especially if the FBI say that she never forged anything. That's gonna be tough. Katie, they're not confined in their case, so offered second degree. They've offered second degree. Oh, okay. She turned it down. Too far south, Lord. South Carolina. Happy days, that helps. Happy days. That's all good. South Carolina. Happy days. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate that. Most people in South Carolina don't really like me, so thank you. I'm stuck in the middle. I'm stuck in the middle with you. How is that anything but first degree? If you give someone poison, there's only one ending. That's first degree, yes. It's just whether they can prove it, Nunya. Whether they can prove it, I think. I thought I heard second degree charge, not sure. Maybe they can add second degree during the charging conference. The defense can object, make the state prove all or nothing, so to speak, up to the judge. Yeah, but I'm not sure how much I like that, because if the state then go, oh, I don't think the jury are buying this, let's just put in the second degree. Well, should have thought about that, shouldn't you? Should go on second at the start. Anyway, that's just in general, I mean that, not just this case. Enough, Xanax, you're unaware of what you're doing. Xanax. These words are difficult for me, guys. Whoa, 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 whoa. Right, so then I am gonna Nunya Binus kids like to black out on that shit. I've turned it down as medication plenty of times. Be right back, quick grocery run. No worries, Jonathan. It's all good. For me, a lot depends on her interrogation. Will they show the interrogation? Is it videotaped? Did she? Oh, but yeah, she must have done because she admitted to it, didn't she? She admitted to something, didn't she? I don't know. But that's based on what they said in opening statements. We don't know. She was taking muscle relaxers, benzos, and booze. Not a good combo. Jesus, no. When he said that, it's not, is it? I wouldn't. They must have an interrogation video then. Must have. Well, do you remember that guy, the niece's murder? I thought he was not guilty all the time until the interrogation video. And then I was like, oh. Sorry, not the interrogation video, the hidden camera, the camera audio thing. She was taking oh, we got that. No. What's that then? Is that an eagle? What does that represent? I know it's probably an American thing, so what does it represent? The golden eagle. And you got the American flag underneath it. Security camera. Just never know these days. Never know. You never know. Not a good cover, but it does sound like it does. It does. You're gonna be hoo. An eagle. Eagle? Oh, eagle. An girl. So what? An eagle. Do you know what? Do I fancy hens a three-way? Fancy having a three-way. Who said never talk to the police, even if you're innocent. Nothing good comes. No, they just think you're guilty. That's all, even more. But yeah, I agree with you. State said she admitted to giving the bottle. No, it contains multiple bottles of Visine. knowing it was deadly to go. Yeah, I mean, but you got to remember, they say that in opening. You know, no, hang on, Perry, hang on. She's innocent, believe she knew what victim was up to, didn't stop it. You want to support someone's decision, but you don't. Yeah, yeah, fair enough. So, no, hey, Perry, let me just tell you, a three-way is why I said it to hens. Three-way is spaghetti, chili, and cheese in Cincinnati. That's why I said it. It's called a three-way. Three ways. Chili, spaghetti, and cheese. See? So, hey, if you were here all the time, you'd know this. Police will twist your words to fit. Yes, they will. They will twist it. Three-way radio. That's another three-way. But I like his original thinking though, and what she did after is sus. Yeah. What I said, the interrogation is important to me inside. Yeah, I'm just thinking, is it going to be an interrogation on it? Are we going to be able to hear it? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Benzos make you very daring, doing things you normally would never do, like a three-way. That sounds delicious. Yeah, a three-way chili. There's a four-way and a five-way. Hens, you dirty bitch. What's the four-way and five-way? I just thought there's a three-way. Are we going for four ways or five ways? What are they? I now want to know what the hell is a four-way and five-way. Because the three-way does sound good. Hmm? You are my fire, my only desire. You are. So Perry, Emma's husband sports Celtic as well. Also, when I lived in Glasgow, that's where I'd go. I went to Dundee against Celtic. Celtic won 1-0. Do you know what what annoyed me about Celtic was there's no room to sit down. I mean, they're very tight with room, and also you've got to then get in by the toilet and stuff. It was like it's no stadium access wise, you know. Jesus, I want chili. What talking about? This is from Cincinnati. Onions and beans coming at it. I'm not an onions fan. I'm not an onions fan. So I would beans. A three-way sounds better than a four-way and a five-way. I think it gets too messy. I will stick with my three-way, thank you, hens. So when I come to Cincinnati, we'll have a three-way hens, yeah? You can stick your four and five ways. I don't want them. A three-way. Happy days. The house has this new speaker. We'll see if he puts America first. I don't even know that you had a new speaker. Or is this the same speaker? Is that Jonathan putting it in on here? Is Jonathan put a new speaker in for you guys? Joke, obviously, before anyone starts. Just because Jonathan's fixing loads of speakers. Ah, it's interesting. Food culture as well. Luna, where the friggin' hell's Luna? I won't text her because I'll leave it to her. She's probably busy. And she's into the Melly trial as well. Can you imagine? Jonathan's rolling up now. A guy took some clanasapums. Clanasapums. I don't know how to say that. But I was in the store opening bags of candy, having a feast. He was so embarrassed. Bags of candy. I don't know what clanasapasms are. Luna bites. What? That's what I was talking about earlier. Ah, yes, that helps. I want a lawyer. Hey, Tim. Tim, I've not seen you for ages. Not seen you, Tim, for like, it feels like months. Maybe pop in now and again, but how are you, fella? You right? I want a lawyer has to be the hardest phrase in the English language based on the trials I've seen. Tim, nail, head. Tim has knocked a hammer on the head. 100%. Perry, yes, if you come to Cincinnati, you better tell me. Absolutely, I will. I want to come out to America, but I want to establish this channel first, because the whole idea is if I establish the channel and I get enough members and I can afford to do it, then I want to do like a month. Like I want to come out on a regular basis. So definitely be telling you if I come out to Cincinnati. But we're a long way away from that. We're a long, long way. We need hundreds of members, and we're nowhere near that. Tim Westland, hello, Tim. Tim, you ain't lying. It's benzos. I spelt it clanazapam, clanazapam. Why do you have to bloody say that, Sylvia? Just say benzos. I know benzos, that's fine. Always talk about Bezos. Amazon. Very curious why the victim cut the mail out of her will. I'm very, well, yeah, and I think was it Katie said this morning? But we need to find out where the will was. Where there's a will, there's a way. I'm really odd that in this day and age, so many people talk to police without lawyers. Yes. Even when facing serious charges, yes.
Detective Loberg's recollection. Do you need a sticker? You got it? Okay, otherwise I got one. Okay. All right. We'll go back on the record and we'll bring the jury out. Believe it or not, I've once had a trial had
Nazapam.
many more exhibits.
Nazapam.
It was a civil case.
Yeah. Where was the will found? Yes. Milk white.
It was all banking.
Victim was on benzos. There we are. No, I know now. I just didn't know what the clonazepam was.
Exceptionally good notes.
I got you now, Sylvia. You rock. I got you. Hey, but also, hens, when I do come to Cincinnati, we're having a three-way. Just remember that. Defendant on some male name was split of a. Oh, okay, would split it. Get on one of those big publicity cases and bring it on the case or how fast the child. Yeah, do you know what? Even now it's growing. That helps. I know it doesn't seem it, but we've just doubled the most members now. So I get like Dr. Hines and stuff like that. The trouble is, yeah, there's a lot of things behind that. But yeah, I get what you're saying though, that helps. I do get what you're saying. I agree, but most streamers I don't like, so that doesn't help either. So, and the ones I do like wouldn't want to stream with me, so it's a difficult one. I'm trying. If you haven't seen it, come and join us on Saturday for the Matt Moore one. We normally get 20 odd plus people coming for that, and I got talk with Sally and Dr. Hines as creators on, plus the Gilf, Lady Law. She's coming on. But I got what you're saying, though, that helps. I just need to
Thank you,
find
everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Nikolai,
someone
we're
I
done
click
with the
with.
chart for now. All right. Tom, you want to do? Never mind. I was going to ask you to grab the chart. Thanks, Jeff. Just
I
hand that to
can't.
Attorney Nikolai. Thank you.
A few clients I want to cut.
It can be a little tight squeeze over there, so I figure the better we are at clearing that out, it'll be good. All right, go ahead. You may continue with your direct examination of Dr. Bidzicki.
Doctor, before the break, do you recall that we had a discussion about that palliative care visit?
Yes.
And then I showed you medical records that were not published, but you looked at them and you said this isn't really quite the full record.
Correct.
Okay, so I'd like to show you what's now been marked as State's Exhibit 215, and just display to the witness, please. Copy's been provided to counsel and the court. And this is a multi-page exhibit, 6 pages. I'm just gonna have Ms. DeValkenier scroll through. And Dr. Budritsky, have you seen Exhibit 215 before?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a part of the medical record relating to Lynn Hernan's hospitalization from 9/15 to 9/28 of 2018.
Does it appear to be the full record relevant to the palliative care team?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that record?
yes.
I'd move Exhibit 215 into evidence and ask permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 215 is received and permission to publish is granted.
Dr. Budritsky, on the screen in front of you, is that page 1 of Exhibit 215?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Ann Thompson?
She's the nurse practitioner affiliated with the palliative care group.
Okay. And if we can scroll down, please. Obviously, Ms. Hernan's name is on this record, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please direct the jury, and we can pause here, Ms. DeValkenier, to the pieces of this record that you found significant and included in your Exhibit 210?
Okay. The reason for consult is that the patient has chronic abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, unable to eat anything, I think it means resulting in AKA, which is acute kidney injury with CR, abbreviated creatinine to 5, but workup so far, just all negative. She in tears a lot due to pain and looked distressed. Please help with symptom control.
And ultimately, you testified earlier that that palliative care team signed off on Ms. Hernan, right?
Yes, right here. Patient upset and GI involved, and certainly more of a GI issue without any other life-limiting illness for palliative care, and thus will sign off. And then here, follow-up, will sign off as no palliative needs.
Okay. And what is the date? Can you tell based on Exhibit 215 the date of this consult? Let's scroll up perhaps.
(9/21/18) at 14:54.
Okay. Thank you. I'm finished with Exhibit 215.
I'm sorry, that's the signing. It's a little earlier where it says date of service, 9/21/13/15. The dates are the time is slightly earlier on date of service versus the co-signer at 14:54.
Okay. But the date is September 21st of 18?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Now, Dr. Budritsky, I would like to publish what's already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 35. And we looked at this before the lunch break. And this is the toxicology.
Let's go, heads. Let's
I'd like the
go.
jury to be able to see the front page of that.
You can publish.
Thank you.
Dude, I want to go out and watch a Bengals game as well.
And Mr. Volkner, if you could please scroll just to the bottom of this first page. And the exhibit number on there, Doctor, is 35, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we could scroll back up to the top of page 1, you already testified that you've seen this before, and remind the jury what this is.
This is the toxicology report. It's a supplemental report. It's actually the 4th report provided by NMS Labs regarding the analysis of the specimens from Lynn Hernan's autopsy.
Remind the jury where NMS Labs is?
It's in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Do you support them?
Does a Dr. Sherry Kasinko work for NMS Labs?
Yes,
Do you support the Bengals?
In fact, did you talk to her regarding this toxicology report?
No.
I talked to her about one of the toxicology reports. I don't know if it was this one.
Okay. If we scroll to the middle, there's a lot of items listed inside of a box for positive findings. What does that mean?
Different panels or requests were asked for on the specimens that I submitted. And as I said, there were 4 reports. So this is the summary of everything that accumulated. First I asked for this test, then I added this test, then I added this test. So, this is the ultimate result. So this reflects not only their usual screen, which was the first toxicology report, but all additional special tests that I asked for. Because not all the drugs that Ms. Hernan was on were included in the general screen. And as I learned what medications I should be looking for, I added more of those things. There are 3 different specimens that were sent: iliac blood, gastric fluid, and liver tissue. And so the medications and compounds that were analyzed are separated by those tissues. So we have, the first group is iliac blood, the second group is gastric fluid, and the third group is the liver tissue. The results indicate in the units that follow the number what level of that particular item was found in that particular specimen.
They go hens, like jerseys, Bengals
A few
jerseys.
questions about what you just said. Throughout the process, do you recall which report from NMS listed tetrahydrozoline on it?
The first one.
Okay. And it's also listed on here, is that true?
Yes.
Could you circle that for the jury, please?
I hope we saw my jerseys,
And
hen.
what level is reported for the iliac blood from Ms. Hernan?
160 nanograms per ml.
Now, ultimately, did that result cause you to do some research in this case?
Yes.
And in its totality, have you created a summary exhibit that talks specifically about the toxicology in this case?
About the toxicology, or I should say, about information about tetrahydrozoline, because I needed to know more.
Okay. So we're going to come back to this toxicology piece later on. Right now, though, I want to talk to you about that research that you undertook. Why did you do that in this case?
This is a substance that I haven't seen in a toxicology report before. I have heard of it in the media. I wanted to look in the medical literature to see what information was known about levels and what it would mean in a person, because it's not supposed to be in the blood. It's not an oral medication, that much I knew. So I did research on it.
Okay. Is that research memorialized in an exhibit?
Yes.
And is that, I'd like to show just the witness, please, exhibit 211.
Hens, I hope you saw my jerseys.
Through exhibit 211.
I just showed you 2 jerseys, hens, and you've not reacted. So I'm not sure if you've seen them.
So that you can see it's a 3-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
Well, this is a chart that I made trying to put data pieces from my research in a table so I could both understand for myself. I mean, before I created this table for court, I did something like this for myself just so I could understand it. Read a paper, look at it and say, how old was the patient? How much did he take?
Do it again.
What were the levels? What were the symptoms? To try to understand what tetrahydrozoline does to people. So then I created this table to explain it to the jury.
Okay. Is it a true and accurate copy of the table you created in this case?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 211 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
And then my other one,
To be honest, I've just been given 211. I know that the state
Borough?
has,
I don't-
For a sidebar.
Yes, reminder, just, no speaking objections.
sidebar.
Visine and Borough. Tops, Bengal tops. If you missed that one, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm not gonna kill her before anyone says anything, and then all of a sudden I'm now guilty. Jesus. The will cutting out the other guy. April, wasn't it? I think so, yes. Two state being of sound mind and body. How many suicides? She's seen where they try everything possible once. No, I can't remember, but there's something about April, wasn't there?
All right, thank you. Then, based upon that, Exhibit 211 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
We're back.
So doctor, on the very right side of exhibit, what are we at here? 211. If we can scroll down to the bottom of the page so that the jury can see that exhibit sticker, please. Okay. So at the top of page 211, you have the columns labeled again, right?
Yes.
Could you please go through those for the jury?
So I indicated the circumstance in which the ingestion of tetrahydrozoline occurred, then the age of the patient, then the amount ingested if known, then if there was a blood or serum level performed, what that number was, and what hours after ingestion, if known, it was taken, because that would, as time goes on, that might affect what the number would be. If there was a urine level, the hours after ingestion, the urine was analyzed, and what symptoms were documented by the treating healthcare providers. And then finally, what the citation was for the information.
So if you could please run through the first row for the jury explaining what the information in each column means.
Okay, so I divided the circumstance into what would be called malicious administration, which would include an intent to harm, include drug-facilitated sexual assault, which is what DFSA means. So the first was a mother that gave tetrahydrozoline to her 6-year-old son. The amount is unknown. He presented with symptoms of drowsiness, sedation, and muscle weakness to a healthcare provider. The urine level was determined to be 257 and estimated 20 hours after ingestion.
And I apologize, before we go through those, what is the top row that you included in this exhibit?
The top row.
Right, underneath where it
Oh,
says.
Lynn Hernan. Lynn Hernan, being the patient that I'm doing the research about, I put her on the top so that one could look at what her blood level was compared to what the literature shows.
Okay. Now, in this exhibit, exhibit 211, are all of the entries in here regarding individuals who were deceased?
No,
So some of these ingestions resulted in the person surviving?
most of them.
Okay. Why would that be helpful to you as a pathologist?
It's important to know what a blood level, what symptoms a blood level or a urine, well, it wouldn't be a urine level, but particularly a blood level. So what would be the symptoms if somebody had a toxic ingestion that resulted in certain symptoms? What would those symptoms be? How serious? I mean, if drinking tetrahydrozoline just, I don't know, made my mouth sore versus, put me in the ICU, that would be important to know. What's the toxic potential of this particular substance. So I was interested in finding out what levels have been documented, what symptoms correlate to those levels, and the circumstances of use, because there was also a thought that this is a recreational drug, and I found absolutely no reports and no evidence that tetrahydrozoline is ever used recreationally. So it's sort of like the scope of tetrahydrozoline, what we know about ingestions of tetrahydrozoline.
In terms of the information on this screen, do you know how the patient ingested the tetrahydrozoline in these cases?
Well, it was all oral,
Okay.
except for there's one entry later that was a study where they kept putting eye drops in volunteers, and they wanted to measure if you used a lot of eye drops, what your blood level would be at that time. But every other case would be an oral ingestion.
How is tetrahydrozoline supposed to be used?
It can be eye drops or nasal spray.
Are there different brand names of eye drops and nasal spray that contain tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
And I'd like to actually, if we could please scroll through this exhibit and go down, I'd like to talk about the entry that you just mentioned regarding the people using them in their eyes. I think it's page 3. So on page 3 that the jury's looking at, can you circle the study that you talked about where it was tetrahydrozoline use in the eyes? Okay.
Yes.
And what can you tell the jury about that study?
Well, there was a lot of data from the study. They took a lot of people there. I mean, if you read the paper, give you the age range of the individuals. They put 2 drops in each eye. They did it at 0, 4, 8, and 12 hours. They tested their blood and urine at multiple points. They developed ranges of what the blood levels were for those people at those times. So there was a range, and then there was a mean, and then they studied also their urine. So it's really a ton of data. I mean, there's no way I could put all that data in the chart. So I chose a mean of 13 hours after administration. It's not ingested. I indicated that and for the urine and the blood. And I said, if you did 2 drops in every eye at 13 hours, which would be after the 12-hour drops were given, that this would be the blood level mean for the population that they studied. And that would be the urine level mean for the population that they studied.
And what is the blood level mean for these, for this study?
0.209 nanograms per ml, less than 1.
Now, going up to page 1, I'm not going to have you talk about each line of this exhibit, Doctor, but I do want to ask you, if we could clear the screen. Thank you. I do want to ask you if you found patterns in terms of the symptoms that people presented with upon oral ingestion of that substance.
Yes. The main
There we are.
symptoms affect the brain and the heart.
I'm Chase, I'm Higgins, I love them.
So there are symptoms of drowsiness, lethargy, coma, stopping breathing.
It's all good,
And
hands,
then
all good.
for the heart, low heart rate, low blood pressure, and heart block.
I noticed that on this page, the majority of these entries don't have a blood serum level.
Right.
Did you find that common in the literature of patients that ingested and survived?
Yes.
Why? Do you know why?
Object speculation. These aren't her studies.
Just sustain us to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
When you reviewed the research, did it include information about where and how samples can be tested for tetrahydrozoline?
Sometimes that was addressed, sometimes not.
Okay. Does NMS Labs test for tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
Okay. Does a hospital?
The hospitals I'm familiar with do not.
Do you know why?
Overrule.
Toxicology testing is extremely expensive. I'm relying on my clinical pathology background where I worked in a hospital lab, trained in a hospital lab. Hospitals don't do a lot of toxicology testing because you need a certain volume of test to make the test worth having on your menu, okay? So most hospitals test for aspirin and they test for alcohol, but they don't test for the wide variety of drugs that we take every day because the instrumentation, the quality control, the samples are just too difficult. So toxicology testing for a lot of drugs, other than like the common ones and alcohol that I mentioned, are usually addressed by private labs that then pull in from a wider patient base to make it worth having the instrumentation and the quality control. Because for every particular drug, you need a high level and a low level to test the parameters of your test. And every time you run a blood specimen, you have to do the quality control run. So it gets to be very complicated. And like I said, if you don't have the volume to do that, nobody's going to do that kind of testing.
Could that rationale also apply to labs? Toxicology labs, for example?
Yes.
Are you aware of labs that conduct post-mortem toxicology testing that don't test for tetrahydrozoline?
I'm aware of post-mortem laboratories that test post-mortem blood that have a more limited panel than NMS, whether it includes tetrahydrozoline or certain other drugs. I can't speak to that, but I know a lot of other laboratories will only do this much testing. And if it's outside of their scope, then they send it to NMS. So NMS is a referral source for even other laboratories because it does it has a wide array of analytes that it can test for.
Okay. Looking back at Exhibit 211, there seems to be a pattern involving someone's consciousness after orally ingesting tetrahydrozoline. Is that true?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what you found in your research about that?
As I said, it affects the brain. It makes you lethargic, unconscious, even up to comatose. And for that reason, you can see that it is a drug that is used in drug-facilitated sexual assault. It's also referred to as a drug of chemical compliance because it does affect the CNS and make people not remember, be suggestible, lose their judgment, or straight up not be awake.
Okay. In terms of the range of symptoms you saw, would it be fair to say that some were very, very severe?
Yes.
In terms of even being admitted to the ICU?
Object to continuing to pleading.
Sustained.
Were there any research articles that you reviewed where the patient ended up in the ICU?
Yes.
Are those reflected on Exhibit 211?
Yes.
Okay, if we could please go to page 2. Are some of those studies indicated on this page, doctor?
Yes.
Why is it important to you in your job to know that that's a possible symptom?
Well, it indicates the severity of the symptoms, especially if you have a blood level associated with it. Because if you survive, but you needed to be in an ICU to survive, that's pretty significant. In other words, would you have survived without aggressive medical therapy? I think that's a reasonable question.
Well, this jury was told that tetrahydrozoline can't kill a person earlier this week. Would you agree with that?
Not only don't I agree with that, I think it's an irresponsible statement.
Why?
Because statements that this won't harm you is actually the basis of some of the acts that are recorded.
To the state, the response isn't responsive to
Overruled. She may continue answering.
Some of the cases that are reflected in this table people said, "I didn't think it would hurt them. I just wanted to make them sick." So the seriousness of the effects of tetrahydrozoline reflected by the symptoms that are documented is not consistent with it being harmless. And I certainly do think it can be fatal. And there is, if not medically reviewed literature, there is legal documentation of its ability to cause death.
In terms of this page where we see symptoms, occasionally you see a downward arrow and then the letters HR. What does that mean?
A decreased heart rate.
Okay. In terms of this page, page 2 of Exhibit 211, were all of these individuals people that survived the ingestion?
Yes.
Okay. Going down, please, to page 3. Doctor, on this page, does the circumstance type change?
The break, sort of after study volunteers, indicate that the next grouping is information gathered from the media, not peer-reviewed medical literature.
There's 2 entries that say suicide attempt. Were those medical articles?
Those were medical articles.
What can you tell the jury about those, the backgrounds behind those 2?
Both individuals took tetrahydrozoline orally, intending to kill themselves. However, either due to discomfort or change of desire to die, they sought medical attention. Both these individuals, by seeking medical attention, ended up in the hospital and actually in the ICU.
In terms of the entries along the bottom, are those peer-reviewed medical articles?
No, the last 4 rows are not peer-reviewed medical articles.
Why did you find it helpful to review those items and include it?
Because I thought that that indicated that tetrahydrozoline can be used to poison somebody.
The first entry after the break says homicide, and on the right side it says confession. What in that case was relevant that you included this?
Object. Overruled.
This case involves a woman who confessed to dosing.
Sidebar, Judge? Sure.
Oh, okay, sidebar. I've just ordered my medical socks. So just so you know, I've ordered them. Bloody expensive, but they're worth it. About $20. But I trust you guys. Sorry, I'm behind on chat. But it's Nunya and Thierry.
The objection is overruled. Go ahead, you may answer.
This case involves a woman who admitted to dosing her husband with tetrahydrozoline and initially told investigators it was a natural death. However, his blood was tested and it was a coroner's case, and 68 nanograms per ml of tetrahydrozoline was found in his blood. And upon later questioning, the wife, stated, yes, I dosed him with tetrahydrozoline. I just tried to make it look like something else. And due to her confession, she was convicted.
And the blood serum level again for that case was what?
68 nanograms per ml.
What is the iliac blood level for Ms. Hernan in this case?
160 nanograms per ml.
Mm.
In terms of the research that you conducted into this substance, did you learn that there are any areas in the world that take precautions that it can't be easily procured?
There, can we go to the first page of this exhibit? The book by Kintz, he's French, and the case is a boy that he got ill in France, and the point of his report was that the mother was from the United States and carried the eye drops containing tetrahydrozoline in her purse. And his report included that this drug is not available in France, and they never thought to look for it because it's not available in France. But it's a cautionary tale in terms of the toxicology analysis that people should perform when they see certain symptoms, that they should consider this particular substance. So in France, I learned that it's not allowed.
In terms of the research that you did, and I think that you alluded to this before, but I want to ask you specifically, did you find any information that drinking tetrahydrozoline can cause a euphoric state or a state that people might want to experience?
I found no information in anything I looked at, which includes everything you see, and a number of articles that would be considered teaching tools for the medical profession, not citations of studies, but for example, an ER doctor would say, look for this, don't look for this. So, there's different literature about tetrahydrozoline, and nothing I read and nothing I experienced as a physician who autopsies people who die of recreational drugs has ever showed me that tetrahydrozoline is used recreationally.
Okay. And I'm finished with Exhibit
Fair enough,
211.
Sylvia,
Thank
fair
you.
enough.
Dr. Bedrzynski, I'd now like to move into the topic of the actual scene where Ms. Hernan was located in this case, okay? Were you able to visit that area?
I did not.
Okay. Would this be one of those cases where your eyes and ears help you out?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to show you, and this is somewhat graphic, so I apologize in advance, but we are going to go back to exhibits already in evidence, first with 14. Dr. Bedrzynski, have you seen that exhibit before?
Yes.
As to publish this, please.
Go ahead.
Was this photo significant to you in your analysis of cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Why?
It was not only this photo, but what is shown in this photo that's unusual is shown in other photos. And what is unusual is the sprinkling. Can I use my finger?
Sure.
Yeah. So it's the sprinkling of these particles on her chest. There might be one right here, but it's not in her mouth. So in other words, there was a sprinkling of multicolored pill fragments on her body, in her hair, on her chest, over her shoulders. Literally, the only thing I thought of when I saw this was somebody, held crushed pills and just like sprinkled them like confetti. I've never seen that in a case before.
And when you say you've never seen it in a case, that includes 500 deaths a year that your office processes and you doing a portion of those.
Yeah.
And that includes prescription drug suicides, true, right?
True.
Okay. If we can please move to Exhibit 15, and that can be published, it's already in evidence. And Dr. Bedrzynski, is this another image of what the jury just looked at?
Yes.
In terms of what we see in Ms. Hernan's mouth, could you circle that for the jury?
Well, there's one pill fragment on the sort of on her lip, outer lip, not inside her mouth. And then her mouth is stained with stained red, and her tongue too.
Based on your expert opinion, does the staining appear like it's blood?
No, it looks like artificial red food coloring, basically.
Okay. Now, were these photos that were taken at Ms. Hernan's residence?
Yes.
Were there more photos taken when Ms. Hernan was brought to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And this, if we could please not publish. Doctor, I'd like to show you some exhibits that are not into evidence yet. Starting with exhibit 40 and going through 45, I'm going to ask Ms. DeVolcanier to please flip through each of those. I'd like you to look at them, and then I'll ask you some questions when you're finished. Dr. Bedritsky, do you recognize exhibits 40 through 45?
Yes,
What are they?
they're photos of Lynn Hernan in the autopsy room, and it's showing fragments, multicolored fragments, pill fragments scattered over her body.
Do they look like a fair and accurate copy of the photos taken in this case?
Yes,
Judge, I'd move exhibits 40 through 45 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish yet.
Objection.
Exhibits 40 through 45 are all received.
Dr. Bedritsky, is it important to have your staff transport a decedent in very specific ways when they're brought to the medical examiner's office?
yes.
Why?
For my procedures, I prefer my staff to have control of the body. I don't bring in outsiders to do the transport. My staff is responsible for maintaining the chain of evidence, for bringing in all relevant evidence. They are the ones who place the decedent in the body bag, zip
Let's
the
go,
body
Tim.
bag, and transport
Exactly.
personally to the vehicle in our vehicle. So there's no other people responsible or involved in that chain.
And is that what happened in this case?
Yes.
And could you remind the jury, when you begin the very beginning of the autopsy process, what you personally did in this case?
Yes. So nothing happens to the body until I see it. So I come down to the morgue and then the examination begins. It's not processed, by anybody before I examine the body, so I can direct anything that I want to happen from that point on. So the first thing is looking at the body in the body bag with any adherent or attached evidence, medical devices, the way it was clothed, the decedent was clothed, the way the clothing is arranged. And that's how I'd like to see my first examination.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes,
Do exhibits 40 through 45 document a part of that process?
yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish exhibit 40, please.
Go ahead.
Dr. Bedritsky, what is the jury looking at here?
This is the face of Lynn Hernan, again showing pill fragments, and the one we showed before, also pill fragments here.
What's pica? Pica,
I
P-I-C-A.
didn't have that up in their box before you circle
okay.
those, but the circle on top is what?
Pills in her hair,
Okay. And then the one on the bottom.
pills on her neck, pill fragments on her neck.
Moving to exhibit 41,
Hold on,
please.
before you go. There's also an arrow.
Oh, sorry.
There's a pill fragment we saw in prior two pictures in the corner of her mouth.
Okay, thank you.
Do you need this captured at all? All right, thank you.
Same question.
Moving to exhibit 41, Doctor, what are we looking at here?
More pill fragments
Oh, it's
on the
fine.
neck of Lynn Hernan.
Hey, Josie, I know you've been watching it from the start. I know you were watching it. It's all good. Once it's finished, I'll be roasting your ass in chat. But until then, I roast Sarah P. So it's all good. I love the fact that you're watching other trials. I hope it's going well, though. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I knew you were watching other trials. It's all good. Don't worry. You don't miss in action. Absolutely not. I knew you were watching Maya. So it's all good. I know you pop in when you can. It's all good. But I've been roasted, Sarah P. She's been lazy as fuck in your absence. So hurry back. Jesus. Joking. Joking. But I hope the trial's going well, though. I hope it's going well. Hey, Sandra. Stranger, danger. Is Picker something to do with pregnant women? Yeah, I don't know what it is. We'll wait for hens now to come in. Hi, Josie. I have a few days of catching up to do on that one. Yeah, I've not got into it at all. But I know a lot of people are hooked on it, so it's interesting. Love to you, Josie81. God, everyone's don't be nice to her for fuck's sakes. Do you know what I mean?
What about exhibit 42?
Okay, Sandra. I have to go ramen.
I'm gonna have
We're ramen.
Ms. DeVolk here zoom in to this exhibit a bit.
No, because
and
when
ask
you eat
you-
things that are not food based. Ah, I didn't know that. It was
Was
like
this
civil,
photo
isn't
taken
it?
during the same process you've discussed already?
Yes.
I don't know.
Do you know why?
Oh, we always take circumferential pictures of the body, and there might be something that I was attempting to capture, but I must confess, like, it's very hard to see.
Okay. Going to the next exhibit, exhibit 43. Again, what is this, doctor?
It's the pill fragment in the corner of her mouth.
Okay. What about exhibit 44?
Multiple pill fragments over her clothing on her chest area.
And then exhibit 45, please.
Additional pill fragments on this looks like the inside of her top. When we undressed her, it sort of may have fallen in to that area from around the body.
Okay. Thank you. I'm done publishing this for now. Dr. Bedritsky, did you collect any of these fragments that the jury just saw?
I did,
Why?
because it was so unusual. I didn't know what might happen, but you see something unusual, then you collect it.
What did you do with them after you collected them?
They were stored until we were getting some toxicology results back. And then I decided to analyze them to see what those fragments were and how they corresponded to what was in her system and also what she was prescribed.
Did you send them to a lab?
Yes,
What lab?
NMS.
Okay. I'd like to show you just the witness, please, exhibit 37. Again, a multi-page exhibit, and we're gonna flip through this. I'd like you to look at it and see if you recognize what it is. If we could go back up to page 1 for the witness, please.
It's not on the witness, but I'll turn it on now.
Sorry. Dr. Bedritsky, I'm sorry, I should have asked you if we could zoom out and show the exhibit number on here. Are you now looking at exhibit 37?
Yes,
Okay. And you can tell that it's a 16-page document. Is that true?
yes.
So I'm just going to have Ms. DeVolk here
See,
go through.
I had seaweed once, and I wasn't a fan, Jonathan. I wasn't a fan on it. Actually, I thought it was nah. I wouldn't eat it again, or go out of my way to eat it again.
The pages, please.
Can you go back to one?
Sure. We may need to zoom in a bit. If we can start at-
Not one, but okay.
Who's Rob? Is that
The
law
second
number
page.
or something?
Third page. Okay, these are two documents.
Okay.
I mean, you can see that there are two different parts of NMS. One is criminalistics, one is toxicology. This one is the report issued 8/7. What I'm looking at now is the second document, which is the toxicology report from the biologic specimens. The first 2 pages were the report of the pill fragments. They're not really together. I mean, they're 2 separate reports.
So, and that's our error. I apologize. I'd like you to focus on the first 3 pages of exhibit 37, please.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
I've heard of him. I've watched a
So
little
this
bit of him
page,
before.
and I think it's just a 2-page report, is the report.
I think I watched a little bit of him during Alex Murdoch. But I don't. I think. Oh, I'll tell you why. Because he's on with Peter Tragos. So I used to watch Peter Tragos for the recaps, and he used to come on as well. So there is a low number. There's a really good recap if you need a quick catch-up. Oh yeah, me too, Sandra. You like it because it makes your noodles salty.
It's labeled drug chemistry final report. So it's from a different division that does seized evidence versus
Good.
biologic specimens. And this is.
I don't normally promote other channels, but I know he's good. So, and he's doing something different to us, and it's also different times. So do I promoted him? Rob law
the
number.
report on the pill fragments that I sent. It indicates that they received a colorless plastic container with multicolored solid material, and the compounds that they identified. Do you want me to read that?
No, I'm just
Okay.
gonna ask you if these two
Okay.
pages look like a fair and accurate copy
Okay.
of the report that you got back in this case.
Okay. Yes.
No, it's fine, Josie. It's fine. It's fine.
In terms of the remainder of Exhibit
I'm not that
37, are those
petty.
also records that you received from NMS Lab in this case?
And anyone like Peter Tragos and stuff like that. Obviously, I love Peter Tragos, so I would always. And I know he's been on Peter Tragos' channel, so I'm and also they're loyalty because if you guys say they're good, they're good. Do you know what I mean? I want people to go and visit good channels like that, and they're not direct competition. So it's all gravy, baby, and none of that white gravy, the brown gravy.
Yes.
Okay, and you've seen those before as well?
Yes.
I'd move the entirety of Exhibit 37 into evidence and ask for permission to publish the first 2 pages.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 37 is received. Permission to publish the first 2 pages is granted.
Don't know him either. Hey now, let's
Okay,
just
Dr.
a
Bajewski, on the
little
bottom
bit.
right of this exhibit, is the
Hey
sticker
now,
say
hey
37 on there?
now.
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like if Ms. DeValcanier could zoom in on the top half of this page so that we can read it a little bit easier.
I need to try it.
Again, this
I need
is
to
the
try
same
it.
lab that you used for toxicology of biological specimens in this
I
case.
think I will
Yes.
enjoy it. I think I'll
And
enjoy it. Oops.
this
Hang
report
on.
is reflecting the result of what?
Of the pill fragments that I removed from the body, the outside of the body of Lynn Hernan at the time of autopsy.
Okay, and if we can scroll down, please. In this section of Exhibit 37, does it show what was received by NMS?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you sent?
Yes.
And
Don't
ultimately,
sound
what were the
any-
results and conclusions of that powder material?
They confirmed the identity of acetaminophen, alprazolam, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine,
Berry.
and triamterene.
Right, you nerds in chat, look that up because I know you guys are going to look it up and tell us all about it because I have no idea what any of that means. Bisto gravy, yes. Homemade gravy or Bisto gravy, yes. I agree. I got loads of Bisto. I always use the chicken one though. Chicken Bisto one. Never the beef or anything. Always chicken. He's a lawyer in Arizona. All good. Next time you're in the States, visit Cracker Barrel and have. I will. I'm definitely going to be doing a visit, and I'll make sure somewhere I'll get biscuits and gravy. Definitely, Rob. I don't know what that's about, but Rob. Thanks, Sylvia.
Were the results of this analysis important to you in this investigation and in determining a cause of death?
Not in determining the cause of death, but more in the circumstances around the death.
Were these results used to put a summary together in this case?
Yes.
I'd like to show just the witness, please. States Exhibit 209. And Dr. Budritsky, let me know when you can see that before you.
I
I
can,
love
Okay.
the
And
US.
that's a
Love it.
one-page exhibit, is that true?
yes.
So friendly.
This is a table I prepared that has a
Most
lot of
of them are, right?
information about the compounds that were identified in the blood of Lynn Hernan that were in the toxicology report. So I took the compounds that were found in the toxicology report, and then I said, this is what they are in the blood. Did we also find them in the liver? Did we also find them in the gastric? Were they part of the fragments that we found? And were they at the scene, as in a prescription bottle or loose? So I tried to look at those particular compounds and how they were reflected in all these different areas.
Is the screen before you a fair copy of the exhibit you created 209 in this case?
Yes.
I move exhibit 209 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Objection.
Exhibit 209 is received, permission to publish is granted.
So, Dr. Budritsky, is this the same exhibit 209 that you just looked at on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to have Ms. DeValcanier zoom in a bit to just get the full chart in there as big as we can, okay? Doctor, it looks like there's, the third column in is kind of bolded, is that true?
Yes.
Why? What is that column for?
I tried to put, I mean, this is just my thinking, that I thought I'd put the drug that we're talking about in the third column, and that to the left would be the type of drug it is and whether it affected the central nervous system, because a lot of them do. And then to the right, it was, if it was a prescription and over-the-counter drug, and then the blood, liver, gastric fragments and scene information.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
sorry, I said
I've
more than
been
you asked.
New Jersey,
So
Vegas.
if you could, let's start
Oh,
with
yeah.
the very bottom row.
Yes.
Can you kind of walk through that line for the jury and explain what the importances of each box?
Okay, so tetrahydrozoline is the name of the compound. It does have a CNS effect, if actually not only if used orally, but if you use too much in your nose or your mouth, you might have some CNS effects. So it's not just orally, but it's not supposed to be taken orally. And so it's not for oral use. It does have a CNS effect. It's over the counter. Her blood level was 160 nanograms per ml. The liver level was 1,300 nanograms per gram. The gastric was 7,100 nanograms per ml. There were no fragments. It's a liquid, so that it wasn't on the body, and it wasn't at the scene. So there was no empty eye drop bottles or full eye drop bottles at the scene anywhere.
Why was it important for you to know whether these compounds have a CNS depressant effect?
Because they can be additive. You know, if you take a couple of, and we talked about that when we looked at the medical records with the concern about alprazolam and hydrocodone. And then if you add a bunch of more things that affect your CNS, that can be additive, which is also reflected in how I sign the death certificate.
Okay. And we'll look at that in more detail as well. But in terms of all of the compounds listed above tetrahydrozoline, where did you get those? Where did you get that information from?
What part?
I mean, how did you know what to put in each row?
In terms of whether it had a CNS effect?
No, I'm sorry. In terms of the compounds you listed,
Yeah.
why did you pick those ones?
Those were directly from her toxicology report.
Okay, so that's the exhibit the jury's already seen with a long list.
Yes.
Okay, so in terms of the blood
Yes.
levels on exhibit 209, is that copied directly from the NMS toxicology in this case?
No way,
Where
Sylvia.
they gave therapeutic levels, I used their numbers. In two cases, they didn't really say this is the therapeutic level, which is in for hydrocodone and for baclofen. I used another source just to give a sense of where the number lies.
Okay. So let's go through this. I'd like to zoom in on the top piece, please. And the first compound says acetaminophen. I think probably the jurors have heard of that before. What is it?
Tylenol is an
Okay.
example. Yeah.
And that was something in Ms. Hernan's toxicology.
Yes.
And where it says at scene, could you explain to the jury what that box means in this case?
That means there was medication at the scene or a prescription bottle at the scene indicating she was prescribed the drug. For the case of acetaminophen and also for hydrocodone, when we get there, the pill that she was prescribed, the compound, both drugs were in the compound. So it was acetaminophen, hydrocodone. So even though the blood says acetaminophen, I can't tell if it's because it was acetaminophen with the hydrocodone or if she also took acetaminophen by itself. But her prescription was for a pill that contained both. And the pill that was found at the scene was that pill that was basically acetaminophen with hydrocodone.
In terms of the count use column, why is that helpful to you?
Well, it indicates whether she was taking them as prescribed. She was taking, well, I shouldn't say, if the bottle is empty, it could mean she was taking more than was prescribed, or it could mean they were crushed up and on her, or it could mean they were under the couch, or it could mean she gave them away. If there's more missing than should be there, it's harder to know what that significance is. But I indicated if there were none in the bottle.
No, that's amazing.
And whether that was expected or not. If I didn't put if it was expected or not, it was because I didn't have enough information to make that judgment. For example, for baclofen and cyclobenzaprine, she received prescriptions months earlier because that was when she was trying to find the right pill for her back pain. Remember, I said they tried this and they took her off it. They tried this, they took her off it. I never knew how many she took before she stopped taking them. So if there was a bottle of baclofen there, I don't know how many she took before she developed her rash. If there was cyclobenzaprine there, I don't know how many she took before she said, I'm gaining weight, I'm not taking it. So I can say there's 0 in the bottle, but I don't know what we started with, basically. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. So the range therapeutic level, what does that mean?
That means it's a commonly accepted level that corresponds to taking a drug on a regular basis as prescribed to have the effect, the intended effect.
Okay. And you've included that range in each of the rows in this exhibit, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of any compounds listed here that were elevated above that range, I want you to talk about those with the jury, please, starting with the first one you see.
That would be baclofen.
Okay, so if we can zoom in a bit and make that a little bigger.
Japanese.
Doctor, if you could just circle
What's the difference,
the
Jonathan?
baclofen on this sheet so we're all looking at the same.
Yeah, what's the difference between Japanese and Korean then?
And what is baclofen for?
It's a skeletal muscle relaxant.
Okay, and what was the level for Ms. Hernan in this case?
1.1 microgram per ml.
And what else did you include in that box?
I included a number that I found in a toxicology reference text that referred to a group of people that were given a certain dose of baclofen for a certain number of days and the range of the blood, their blood baclofen level in that study period. So a group of people given this drug for therapeutic reasons revealed a result of 0.36 to 0.66 milligrams per liter, which if you is equivalent to micrograms per ml. It's 1,000 difference in each one. So the units are different, but they're equivalent.
Okay.
An ml is 1,000th of a liter, and a microgram is 1,000th of a milligram. So,
in terms of your experience with baclofen and all of the cause of death determinations you've made, do you recall a time when you've opined that a cause of death was baclofen intoxication or poisoning?
Not as a sole agent.
Okay. Did you find anything in the literature indicating that there is a cutoff toxic level for baclofen?
I did find information, and I didn't list fatal levels. I only listed therapeutic levels. The cases where baclofen is fatal is about 10 times more, or more than 10 times more of 1.1 microgram per ml. So when you look at drugs, it's like what the therapeutic level is, what's above therapeutic, plus or minus any symptoms from it, and then what's going to kill you. So this is above therapeutic, but it's not near fatal.
Okay. What about the cyclobenzaprine?
The cyclobenzaprine is also above the therapeutic level, but not much so.
Okay. And you indicated that also has CNS depressant effects?
It does.
Okay. And ultimately, you included those two compounds in your significant condition line on the protocol, right?
Yes, they contributed.
Okay. Same questions with the cyclobenzaprine level. In your experience, have you seen cause of death determinations that you've called to be cyclobenzaprine intoxication?
I don't believe I've ever had any where that was the sole agent.
Okay. In the literature, any toxic level cutoff that the jury should know about relevant to this case?
I can't tell you what that is, but it's significantly higher than therapeutic.
Okay. When you reviewed the baclofen and cyclobenzaprine levels on the toxicology in this case, did you believe that's why Ms. Hernan died?
No.
Okay. In terms of the other compounds listed on this exhibit, would it be fair to say that they're all within or under therapeutic ranges?
They are.
Okay. Of the compounds listed on this exhibit, were they all at the scene?
Everything, but there was evidence of them at the scene. Either there was a pill or a bottle, except for tetrahydrozoline.
Okay. And if we could zoom out a little bit, Doctor, where it says, the column that says fragments on body,
Yes.
there's a plus sign in a few of the rows. Could you please remind the jury what that means?
That means those were the fragments that we were looking at, all the pictures, kind of the multicolored crushed dry pieces. Those were what was identified by the lab when I sent those fragments to them.
Now, in terms of these blood levels that the jury is seeing on Exhibit 209, are you able to calculate backwards to a dose from those blood levels?
No.
Not even for the tetrahydrozoline?
No.
So if I asked you to tell this jury how many bottles of Visine it takes to have a blood level of 160, what would you say?
I don't know.
Okay. What about if I asked you to look at the baclofen level and tell the jury how many pills Lynn Hernan took of baclofen prior to death? Would you be able to tell them that?
No.
This jury heard that Ms. Hernan took 25 to 30 pills that day before she died. Would you agree with that statement?
I really don't know the basis of that opinion.
Okay. Do you share that opinion?
I don't have any opinion on the number of pills she took that day, other than I did recover pills from inside her body. So I know she took those pills. But one of the things that I put on the death certificate was what was the time of injury. So that means what is the time I think she took the pills that eventually led to her death, pills or substances, because tetrahydrozoline is not a pill. And I don't know, because we do know that it's in her blood, which meant that it came out, it's already diffused out of her stomach into her blood. And we know it's in her liver, which means it already passed through her liver for some part of metabolism. And we don't know how many she took the day before she died versus the day she died, because it's still going to be in her system from even the day before she died, right? So it's pretty complicated. So when I said, I just said, I don't know when the injury occurred because I can't say for certainty when each of these medications was provided, and some of them contributed to her death. And I don't know how much tetrahydrozoline was given to her or she drank at how many intervals of time. So no, I can't tell you those things.
Okay. The last thing I want to show you, Doctor, is the front page of Exhibit 34, which is already in evidence. I'd ask to publish that, please. And ultimately discuss this with the jury. Could you please remind the jury what Exhibit 34 is?
This is my autopsy protocol on Lynn Hernan.
Okay. And fair to say this is a multi-page document?
Yes,
Are your conclusions on this first page, though?
yes.
And if we could scroll down a bit, could you please walk through your conclusions for the jury in this case?
My opinion is that Lynn Hernan died of tetrahydrozoline poisoning, and that other significant conditions included baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, and cyclobenzaprine use, as well as interstitial myocarditis, hypertension, hepatic steatosis, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease.
Why are the things included under other significant conditions on page 1 of your protocol?
Those particular medications all have some CNS depressant effects. So they would amplify the CNS depressive effects of tetrahydrozoline, although tetrahydrozoline certainly is far more toxic, in my opinion, than the medications that I put below, many of which, or some of which, I shouldn't say many, some were at therapeutic or subtherapeutic levels, slight elevations in baclofen and cyclobenzaprine. And her underlying medical conditions also may have played a role because having some heart disease and some liver injury and some lung disease might make her more vulnerable in general to toxic ingestions.
In terms of the other significant conditions listed that are medications, would it be correct to say that all of those medications are things that at one point in time Ms. Hernan was prescribed?
Yes.
Would you consider the toxicology of those medications in this case to be remarkable?
They're pretty typical. I mean, remarkable. It's typical of what I see in my practice, having people with chronic health conditions having polypharmacy. I think that I don't want to ignore the fact that 2 of them were slightly elevated, but the others were below therapeutic.
In this case, strike that. Do you believe that the compounds listed under other significant conditions were sufficient to kill Ms. Hernan without the tetrahydrozoline?
No.
Is that part of the reason they're on different lines?
Yes.
Okay. What's the mechanism of death in terms of physiologically in Ms. Hernan's body that went on because of that tetrahydrozoline?
She wasn't monitored as she died. So what combination of CNS and cardiac symptoms she had, I can't say.
But ultimately, if you could please generally explain the effects of a CNS depressant or a tetrahydrozoline on the human body.
As we discussed in the case studies that were shown, people become unconscious, they become drowsy. There's a direct effect on the brain that does that. Then there's a direct effect on the heart, lowers the blood pressure, lowers the heart rate, and causes conduction block. Some of the people who accidentally ingested tetrahydrozoline stopped breathing. The children were vulnerable to actually just complete apnea. Others, I can't remember the age group, may have needed mechanical ventilation because of the respiratory depressant effect. So we have really significant, what I would call effects, direct effects on your body. I mean, reduction in your capacity to breathe, reduction in your heart to pump blood, low blood pressure, which causes reduced circulation to your brain, and direct effects on your CNS besides those indirect effects where you become unconscious, lethargic, drowsy, dizzy. All those things are pretty significant and are happening concurrently.
Ultimately, in this case, are the opinions that you've offered to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
They are.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, doctor.
All right, thank you. We will break. It is 4:35 p.m. Dr. Kurczewski, you may step down. I do have to give the jurors their instruction as they depart for us today or from us. And she will, of course, return tomorrow for her cross-examination, but please do not begin your deliberations and discussion of this case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. We will stop or recess from time to time during the trial. You may be excused from the courtroom when it is necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyers. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversations about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. Have a good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Right, just for you guys, I'm simply the best.
Sorry if I run so fast.
So this is a link to tomorrow's trial.
You want it?
Oh, if you can press notify if you need to. Go to that link, press notify. Emma, I'm looking at you. Press notify on this link. It'll tell you when we go live. So that's the one for tomorrow. Go in 2:15 again.
All right, thank you. Be
2:15
seated. I do
my
need to put
time.
the sidebar on the record. Attorney Kukler asked for a sidebar along with making an objection. As Dr. Bidzricki was talking and discussing Exhibit 211, specifically that portion of the exhibit concerning not peer-reviewed research, but her case studies, if you will, that's my word, it wasn't hers, cases that she was familiar with as reported in the media. I overruled the objection, and what I indicated at sidebar was that goes to weight, not admissibility. She had previously testified there were things she found of legal significance, not just medical significance.
Thinking of you, Emma.
And as someone who was qualified as an expert in this case and as the
It'll be 2:15 our time, but I've set it up so that it's live for you guys. If you want to press notify, it's easier. Tell all your friends as well. I like this chat.
the medical examiner whose determination by statute is to
She is fucking gorgeous, Josie. We had this discussion earlier on. I was like, oh, happy days. Oh, happy days with this judge. Oh, happy days.
to make
Yes,
cause and manner of death
15 your time.
determinations. That is why I allowed her to testify as
Do you know what? I'm thinking about it, Josie, though. I prefer it because other than Schroeder was just talking absolute crap. At least she's put it on record, all of her decisions. With Schroeder, there was no sense in it. With her, she speaks a lot, but she's clear. So I don't mind as much.
such. Attorney Kukler, anything you want to add for the record or to my description of the sidebar?
No, yeah, it's been out my pants all day.
No, that's accurate. Standing objection to her testimony about that.
Okay. But
Articles that
so
she
does
did
she
write
wants to
and articles and
in a different way.
case studies or cases that she's read about in the press that aren't even in the medical literature. I didn't think she should be able to testify.
Oh,
to
no
it.
journal.
Understood. Anything the state wants to add?
Guys, on the website, you should really look at the journals as that puts in from prison. They're really, really good. I need to catch up on them. I've not had a chance yet, but they're really, really good.
To that.
No, thank you.
Anything else we need to go over today from the state,
No, thank you.
from the defense?
No, thanks.
I take it based upon how today
It's just the bananas. You could talk about cucumbers, Jonathan.
went, obviously there'll be cross-exam. Will your next witness be Dr. Kacinko or someone else?
Yes.
All right, so I don't know if there'll be any more than that, but right, I'm hoping we get to Dr. Kacinko tomorrow, but I think we might be seeing her on Friday. So have a good evening, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. We are in recess.
Thank you, Judge. Now, I know people think that's disgusting, me calling her a MILF or whatever, but let me just tell you, it's a compliment. She is a bright woman, done very well to get where she is, but there's nothing wrong with complimenting her for being absolutely gorgeous as well. MILF, 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 MILF. As Jonathan said, we've got the GILF and we've also got the MILF. We've got both in this chat. So, yeah, with Zach's stuff, go to the website. As Josie's got there, the journals are fantastic. If you're not sure about the case, read it. There's a lot of information there. As I posted a playlist this morning, go into my channel. Fucking hell, I thought someone was turning there. And look at my playlist. Though it's long, don't get me wrong, but it's well worth this camp. It's long, I know, but it's definitely worth doing it. In incredibly smashable, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know why I'm so horny over it. Do you know what I mean? But sad because I had only few issues with Schroeder during Kyle's trial. There we are. God Almighty's in here. Don't worry. Yeah, I know, Emma. I know. Zach's they're fantastic. But leading on from Zach, I hope I put Solomon and Matt in touch, so hopefully they're having conversations. I'll ask him on Saturday now. But we got Zach, but also hopefully you guys come and support him Saturday as well. If you've got time, I know it's a weekend, and I appreciate that. Even if you can't be there, watch a replay of Matt's trial on Saturdays, because it's really important to see like a defender. It gives me hope. It should give you guys hope. Getting someone out there that is obviously has been acquitted and is in for support of Zach as well. I say Matt wants to help Zach, so come and support Matt as well, because I say Matt, I put him in touch with Solomon. I'm not sure if they're going to do anything, but you know I appreciate the support, but I know Matt does as well, and Matt gives us shout outs all the time. And I'm learning a lot from it and from the process as well from Matt. That helps me gauge with Zach as well. What he might be going through, not quite the prison element of it, but other stuff. Food, what do you do in there, how does it work and stuff. So yeah, I want to support him, and I know he wants to support Zach as well. Bingo was so badly covered up, showed his suck. He could talk to our things of Bingo, but is proud to be an American and don't want me over. Jesus. There we are. Zach, right, play this. There you go. Thanks, Josie. So, as I say, please go in there. Take your time over it. Do you know what I mean? Take your time. Because, there's a lot of videos there. Saturdays are great for me. Happy days. Saturdays are for the boys and Sandra. So Saturdays, 8 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock East, 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock UK time, 5 o'clock European. Jesus. He got in Binger's ass. I need to watch it. I've not seen it, guys, so I will watch it at some point. Good night. Good night, Sylvia. Good night, darling. Everyone smells in a bed. Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. You should ask that question, Jonathan. You should ask the question. I don't know, but I presume you're right. Mamo, thank you, Josie. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Thank you so much for sharing that as well. I didn't even think about sharing that. I'm sharing these because I want people to know about these cases, the Matt Moore case, Zachariah case. I know we're covering this, Jessy Kurczewski trial, but I'm still lost with this trial. I don't really know what's going on, if I'm being honest. There's still a lot in the air yet, so I'm not going to really comment on it that much. But that's why I want to share the good news of Matt. Also, the drive to try and get justice for Zach as well. Schroeder's all bark, no bite. So I want to watch him with the Rittenhouse one. I might do the Rittenhouse after, but I still got to do the Depp one. Do you know what I mean? So we're not supposed to be proud. We're not supposed to be proud to be American these days. It means terrorists now. Yeah, I don't know too much about it. So, or straight white male. So, um, he'll see you tomorrow. Oh, no worries, Terry. See you tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. Listen, Terry, exactly why I don't want to comment, because we can have one view now. Then also the defense are going to come in, hopefully counteract it. So thank you, Josie, for sharing. Yeah, as I say, donations always appreciated, but never required, guys. I appreciate you more trying to build the channel with me. So thank you very much for being here. Obviously, becoming a member or donate. Streaming elements means that your name comes up on screen. That's all it means. But yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for your support, for being here, even. But as Josie says, donations are appreciated as always, but never required. So you think not, since everyone knows who showers and who doesn't. That's true. Oh, Emma's got experience. Hang on. every jail smells different, and you can't get rid of it even if you go home and shower. Really? So Emma used to work in a jail, so she's a prison officer. Got to feeling bad. Had to say, "Oh, Thierry, well, rest up, my darling, and just come back fresh tomorrow." Your comments are very valid and very. I love to hear them. Nunez as well. I love to hear everyone's comments, even Jonathan. It has nothing to do with the trial, but I love it. The death trials. What I'll be watching all these trials. I could watch that over and over. Well, I've watched half of it. I've watched half of it, and I've still got the other half to go. And I stream it, so I've streamed half of it, and I've got the other half to go. I just haven't got the heart for it. I don't. I think it's okay, but I'm just like I'm struggling a bit with it, if I'm being honest. So I gave up on it, and then I had the Rona. So my favorite rapper song title "Straight White Male." Oh, bet you it smells like ass. Jonathan, genuine now, right? Ask that question on Saturday, Jonathan. What's it smell like, or does it smell like ass? You'd answer it. I'm not gonna remember, otherwise I'd ask it. But ask it. No question, stupid question. White person way to the grocery. Maybe different around here because the jails don't house many. Maybe not. Had to let who let the dogs out? Ooh, Thierry did. Thierry did. Who let the dogs out? Ooh, 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 ooh. Who lets the dogs out? Ooh, 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 ooh. Thierry lets the dogs out. Ooh, 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 ooh. Don't know where that came from. Thierry gearing towards it here. Oh, to get the dogs out. Jonathan lets the dogs out. Ooh, 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 ooh. Tom McDonald, Jonathan. I listen to a lot more up church than Tom, but he's in my place. I'm a country guy, country music, but I couldn't tell you any country guys. Oh, thanks you, Josie. Most people hate you when I sing, so thank you. And I don't know words for stuff, so I make it up then, do you know what I mean? I appreciate that. I'm a hard mix between all country music and Christian rap. Oh, I never heard Christian rap. Never heard it. But I'm all country. I like country. But it is what it is. Right. Shall we end it there? It's nearly 11 o'clock in the evening here. Minus like Tom and whatnot. I will listen more Tyson to. I don't know any of those names, you see. There's a woman I like, if I fancy her, so maybe that's why I like her. I don't remember her name though. Blonde, I think she was on American Idol or something like that. She's she's married to an ice hockey player or ex-ice hockey player. I think she lives in Nashville now. I don't remember her name though. I listen to her. Your pedo neighbor would be afraid of it. Uh, we've heard you listening to a couple of Jesus, okay, okay. I'll put her on the garden then. Jerry Rose Country now. Yeah, well, so I listened to him. So I got to know Jelly Roll on Busting with the Boys, Barstool Sports. So Busting with the Boys, Will Compton and Taylor Lewan host a podcast YouTube channel, and Jelly Roll goes on it, fairly often actually. So that's how I got to hear him. And his wife, he's got a hell of a story. Nancy, you little Nancy. You see Nancy's in the background. Carrie Underwood. Yes, Nancy. Carrie Underwood. She is. Oh, she makes me sing all night. Carrie Underwood's gorgeous. Because she's gorgeous. I'd do anything for her. You would like Tyson James, didn't you? Yeah, there's a few in Tennessee, in Nashville. That's why I was contemplating going out. I still contemplate going out to CrimeCon in Nashville. So because I want to, the country scene. I want to listen to it, and CrimeCon is in Nashville this year. You got to. So I need to finish Step Trial. I might do the Rittenhouse after that. Then maybe we'll see. I don't know. If someone else streams it, I'm not bothered about it. Zach Bryan dated. So Zach Bryan dates Bree. Brianna. I know forget her surname, but Brianna, she's on Barstool as well. So that's how I know that. I didn't know that. So it came up as Zach Bryan's Brie chicken fry, Brianna chicken fry. That's his girlfriend, or it was, or it's, I think still is his girlfriend, because she's on the. She does a lot of podcasts. She's doing podcasts with Dave Portnoy. I don't remember what it's called. It's quite good, I think. And Jamie Richards as well. I think it's Richard, Jamie something. They do a podcast together. But yeah, that's how I found out about Zach Bryan. You see him cropping names and stuff like that. Yes, I subbed to him here on YouTube, Jonathan. Knew it. I always loved Reba. Reba. I love old school. Loretta Lynn. I mean, you like Dolly Parton, the older generation, Jonathan, innit? Right. I flip through the. Oh, Jesus, Jonathan. Anyway, right. Let's call it a night. Let's call it a night. Struggle. Thank you very much, everyone. As always, thank you for your support. I love it. I love the chat going. You know, you guys keep the track of. And those that don't chat, don't worry. I don't care as long as you're here listening, supporting, you jump in now and again. I love it. I genuinely do. So thank you for everybody this year. George Strait is GOAT. Don't know who that is, but look that up. All right, folks. Thanks all. Have a good night. Yes. And if you don't chat, please tell your friends about us. Katie, thank you. Thank you as well, Katie. Josie, bye as well. Tell your friends about us. Even if you don't chat and they don't chat, it's still nice to have numbers here that are part of this community. So, you know, tell everyone about us. Don't be shy to spread the word. Thank you so much, guys. Love you all as always. Have a nice evening, morning, afternoon from wherever you are from. Josie, thank you, Dylan. Thank you guys, Nunia, Thierry, everyone. Genuinely, you make the stream, so thank you guys so much. And with that, we'll end it right there. And as always, end on the no star, everyone, no star. Chatters and guests, love the chatters and guests. And think, no worries, Emma. Right, I'll see you all tomorrow. And with that, we finish as always. Free Zachariah Anderson.